Good morning. Got my coffee, and it is a beautiful. What is today? Actually, I was going to say Friday morning, isn't it? Yeah, Friday. Well, when you're a cartoonist, one day just runs into the next, and you don't know what day it really even is. So that's a good thing. Well, what we need to do before we get ramped up here too far is we need a color key for Mel. So let's just, I think this will work fine. So we'll drag this into Tahoma and just stick it somewhere. And we'll just make that a load. I probably should have imported it, but that's okay. Alright. So, let me see here. I guess technically, I guess my stream was supposed to start at 6 o'clock, so who knows who's out there. I'm going to try to, whoa. Oh, I'm looking at Facebook, and holy cow, somebody added a bunch of comments and stuff related to my film, Healed by Grace. There's a bunch of notifications. That's interesting. And I'll very, very quickly ramp up the today's socio-political commentary is going to be limited to pretty much, yesterday I had mentioned my oh, the irony. Okay, I don't have any viewers right now, so nobody's listening to me. That's okay. So I'll make the socio-political commentary today, just for those who happen to tune in to check out the stream. Okay, so today's socio-political commentary shall be limited to the following. Yesterday I said if I if I posted some rational questions for my Trumper friend, just to see if we could have a rational conversation, the result would be that my Trumper friend would either just go silent, just ignore the question, or post a Bible verse. Well, he did both. He went silent and posted a Bible verse. I couldn't believe it. Oh well. No, today we're focusing on cartoons. Cartoons are way, 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 way more fun than any socio-political commentary could ever be. Am I right? Of course I am. So, let's just figure out what the work is that we have to do. So this is pretty much looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. And, well, I guess I probably should color in Asher's mouth while we're here and thinking about it. There we go. So I think we're pretty close to done with Asher. I didn't really get anything else done last night after live streaming and working for whatever I did. Probably, I think it was 8 hours. Wasn't really dying to do a bunch more yesterday. So, yeah, unfortunately it looks like this thing's got to be colored. Let's color this. Okay. Well, let's get in here and just get bit. Whoops. Okay. You gotta use the right tool there, Jack. Hitting the B key so I can close these shapes. So yeah, I guess today we'll kind of see where things go, but definitely ready to get off the whole socio-political bandwagon. Boop. I guess this isn't too bad. Boop. And a boop. Okay, so close these shapes and fill it. And let's see, flash. Probably we're okay. Nope, we're not okay. We got a leak right over here. There's a leak. Close that leak. Close that leak, or the world is going to end. And we do not want the world to end. So here we go. Well, don't really see any leaks on the garment. So, well, actually, come here. I need to get this marked out. Yep, and really, I guess there is actually a bit of a difference here. Now that I actually take half a second and pay attention to what I'm doing. Okay, that shape there can just be closed like that. And so today I'm, I suppose, focusing a little more on the tedium of creating an animated cartoon. Well, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to create a cartoon, right? Why not me? Why not indeed? Alright, I think I will go ahead and let me see what I did on the other. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just a tween, so the point is, why not just reinforce that line a little bit, right? Right. Let's do that. Let's reinforce the line. Okay. Flesh tone. Hopefully there's no leak. But I guess we'll do it this away just to see. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to work. No, the truth is, even though I have fairly strong opinions about it, I'm frankly just about sick to death of the whole socio-political conversation. Sick to death of B key. So, what about this business of, oh, come on, really, Tahoma? Really? That's what you're gonna do? Look at that, that little tiny, little tiny leak. You evil, evil thing, you. Well, leaks are the bane of animation, I suppose. They do slow you down a bit. Okay, so this is going to be, oh yeah, his garment is essentially just white-ish, which of course doesn't actually look white on my screen. It probably does more for you guys than it does for me. So what looks white to you looks a little bit slightly yellowed to me. Which is actually kind of strange. Now that I think about it, I need to stop for half a second here. Actually, that does not make sense. I was going to say, I think it's because of the color adjustment I've made to the screen to sort of tone down the blue light, but actually it doesn't make sense because the background does look white. How could the background look white if white isn't white on this computer monitor? Hence, this is kind of strange because that right there is white. Okay. This is... what am I missing here? This is quite... Let me grab my mouse. Okay, so this is literally... Up there it goes. Okay, I see what was going on. Okay, okay. I see what's I see what you're doing. What's going on is that the this actually the stylus cannot get all the way up into the very corner. When I use my stylus, it's actually not able to reach. I thought it could, but it's actually, and you can't see it, but it's like a 1/2 millimeter shy of going into the corner. Well, you learn something every day. At least we hope we learn something every day. Okay, so got a couple choices here to make. And I think, let's just create another page for Mel. We might as well. Boom, boom, oops, boom, 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 boom. Okay, so now we have a little bit of a problem in that my hotkeys are boogered up. And so, because my hotkeys are boogered up, let me check something here. That looks like that's in shadow, so I'm thinking, yeah, I see, there we go. Okay. Well, this is the nature of the beast. What I was going to say is that this hotkey, so the RGB picker is R, and the style picker is K. Well, I don't think so. For me, the style picker is supposed to be G. And the rewind, I don't know if they actually call it rewind. I would assume it's back to the beginning or something like that, but let's see. I'll just type in beginning and hope I get lucky here. Nope. Okay, so interestingly, okay, yeah, so as far as the style picker goes, let's go here. Okay, and now if I hit the G key, that would not work. That makes sense because it's a raster level. So what we need to do is change the hotkey for this first frame. That's what they call rewind. Oops, I didn't want preferences. I wanted my configure shortcuts, and I'm going to put frame first frame. That's interesting. That is actually kind of interesting. So Alt, comma, okay, I can kind of see the point. Next frame in previous. So I see. Okay, so this is actually kind of interesting. The concept here is that, so comma and period jump between drawings, and alt comma okay, I see. Yeah, first frame and last frame in the playback range. Okay, can I get used to that? I think so. So instead of setting the key to K, I better set it to K though. I've been kind of used to that. I've been doing that for a long time. So I am going to say first frame is K. And that's that. So boom, boom. Okay. I've just been used to using K and L for, like I said, a really, really long time. Okay, so we've got Mel in there, and now what we're going to do is we're going to dial in the colors on his palette. So, oh come on. Okay, so I want to be on this frame Sorry, want to be on this frame, and there we go. And actually that should be that color. Not that color. Flesh tone. I think we can probably get away with that, and we'll adjust it up just a little bit. Slightly more towards the green. And I think his wristbands, we can wing it, but we certainly, I guess for his eyes, we'll go almost white. And just back it down a little bit. Cool beans. So that means we can get Mel colored. Why don't we name our palette Mel, and we'll name this palette Asher. And we will save our work, and at this point this can be turned off. We'll leave it there. Maybe wind up using this column as just a placeholder for images that are going to turn out to be color keys. So back here in the Asher department, I can see a hiccup. I see a hiccup. I must do something about the hiccup. The hiccup cannot be allowed to stand. No, it cannot be allowed to stand. I am definitely a little silly first thing in the morning. Well, I've got my coffee, my Cafe Bustelo. I wonder what people are looking for. I'm going to throw this out there. And by the way, let's hit the G key. I'm going to just double check. The thing that G key is useful for, especially is like this situation right here, you know, here you've got two colors that are really, really, really close together. So if you use the style picker, you're not actually choosing the color. Like, boom, that doesn't choose the color. What it does is it goes over to the palette and finds out what color that is in the palette. So when you've got two colors that are pretty close together, sometimes it's quite useful to be able to just decide which an unsavory happenstance and rather undesirable. So I am curious this morning. You know, what happens is people come to a stream like this and they kind of look at it for a minute and then they go away. So my question is, I wonder what they were looking for, you know? What were they hoping to find? Definitely not, you know, insightful socio-political commentary. So why would a person come to a live stream like this, be here for like 1 or 2 minutes and then go away? An interesting question. If anyone has an opinion or knows personally the answer, well then, by gum, let me know. Curious about that. Okay, so what's going on here? I think his head. Oh yeah, his head's on this layer. Okay, so what we do need to do now, by the way, is close up these shapes. It'll be easier to see what the heck's going on if I go ahead and get his head colored in first. So I wonder now, as I'm thinking, let me see. Where is Darren when I need him? What I'm wondering is, how do I take a... I mean, I could save it to disk, I suppose. Just curious how I take a palette. I guess I could drag this to the studio palette. Yeah, I could do that. Wonder what the options are. Save palette. Okay, why don't we? Hold on. Okay, so it creates... Now, I guess we could drag this icon to a studio or project palette to add it. So I would assume now we're in the zone of learning, by the way, because I believe there's going to be a panel for the studio palette. So the studio palette is kind of palettes that are global to the whole project or multiple projects, actually. Okay, now this is interesting. There actually is already a palette for Salt and Light characters. I'm going to ignore that for the most part, but look at this. Krita and Tahoma today. So I was live streaming for, okay, I've been using Blender myself for 20 years, actually. Blender and I have a long history together. But yeah, I did all this yesterday. I live streamed for like 8 hours yesterday while doing my animation. So what I'm looking at right now is I'm thinking I can drag this. Okay, now this is a little misleading because what it says here, that's interesting. What I'm trying to figure out is, yeah, that's a long time. What I'm trying to figure out here is we've got a palette for Asher and we've got a palette for Mel. They don't work terribly unlike the palettes in Blender, actually. It's a good thing about Tahoma or OpenToonz, pretty much the same program. In regard to the palettes is that they are procedural, meaning you can change the colors later and make adjustments just like you can with the Blender grease pencil palettes. Where I'm a little befuddled at the moment is that this palette is linked to this layer and I really need access to it on this layer, but when I switch to this layer, or level as OpenToonz likes to call them, the palette switches to the palette associated with that level. So I'm trying to figure out how do I drag or somehow get this palette either into the studio palette so that it's available over here. And everything was going famously until all of a sudden I was ready to go ahead and do what I was trying to do. And then this became unclickable. So it does not seem to me that opening the studio palette should cause that to happen. So as I say, I'm a bit befuddled. Well, the other thing we could do is we can do this. This is the kludgy way to do it. I'm going to go Control C. Just go over to this palette and hit Control V, and I expect that would probably do the trick. So, okay, we'll just do it the stupid way, and as I often do like to say, let's just do what works. Alright, so now, what are we going to do? Well, let's get Mel. Let's get his eyes closed. I'm going to make this like a really stupid color, so that we can see it. Otherwise it, you know, you're going to have white in your scene, but if you can't see it, that's obviously a tad problematic. One thing I wanted to check here is, what am I using? I'm going to actually copy this. I'm going to call this ink, and I'm going to copy that over as well, just so. Oh, come on. And once again, Tahoma goes stupid on us. Alright, let's try that again. What I wanted to do is copy. Okay, we'll do it the Macintosh way. Click, 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 click. No hotkeys allowed here. And it won't do it. Okay, so not sure what the idea is there, but anyway, I wanted to give Mel a nose. And now I've given him a nose, so now I'm happy. Okay, so Mel's eyes. Let's hit the fill tool. I don't really want to be in freehand mode anymore, so we'll do that. And now, okay, that worked. Never heard of Tahoma? Well, Tahoma is essentially OpenToonz. It's just a fork of OpenToonz. It's got a few differences, but basically, for me, I jump between the two pretty readily, so I wouldn't say I'm... The one advantage Tahoma has over standard OpenToonz, for me, and oh, come on, what the heck, where's the leak here, folks? The main advantage of Tahoma is that you can cut and paste. So I can be doing most of my work in Krita as far as drawing and painting. And then I can just, if I need to use, okay, so are you familiar with, in Blender, you're familiar with rigging, you know, setting up a bone system, that type of thing. Okay, why that will not, why that will not fill. What the heck is going on here today? Oh, duh. Okay, guy. Oh, brother. I just had a stupid attack. My fault. Bad, bad, bad. Dave, spank me. Spank me. Yeah. I forgot. I'm actually... That's the... I was trying to fill an area that's in a different level. Okay, that was definitely in the realm of stupido. Okay, so... Sorry. Anyway, the main advantage of Tahoma is it does cut and paste with the system clipboard. Yeah, these are your layers. It's an X sheet. There's also a timeline like you see in Krita. I actually prefer the X sheet when I'm working in Tahoma. So, whoops. So that's just a preference. We probably need that there, and then let's make his eyes the correct color. Just a little bit south of white, and then I'm going to go ahead and clean this stuff up. I put my eraser in essentially lasso mode. Clean this garbage out because we don't need it, and we'll get his head in there, and then we'll fix up the body, and then we can do ink and paint on this stuff. Right, right. That's what we can do. So, hitting the B key, close up these shapes. So for me, most of the work I've done recently is in Krita, and generally I do prefer Krita, but the yeah, I'll say this, sort of. This is gonna blow your mind. I'm up to 19 minutes here. I actually have 19 minutes on the front end of the show. So if we scan back, you can see there's this whole episode that's... so the idea is that this was designed to be a 48-minute double-length pilot. So this is the end of the show. When I started doing the actual animation, I actually started at the end and worked backwards while I was sort of breaking in the workflow, and then I switched to moving forwards. So there's enough done now to... Yeah, I do work hard. There's enough done now to release an episode, actually, if it was all sequential, but the problem is I've got about 6 minutes on the front end I really need to finish up before I can call it an episode. So, yeah, there's a bit of work to do. There's his eyes, B key. So generally, I don't know, maybe it sends a mixed signal to the YouTubers. As far as, is it Tahoma or is it Krita or what are you doing? And for the most part, it's both. I got a fair amount of Blender stuff on here too, but oops. But I don't know, the clipboard integration, the ability to cut and paste from Krita into Tahoma, in case what I was asking about, I guess I never did ask my question. My question was, if you are familiar with how to set up a bone rig in Blender. If you are, then you understand that's essentially what the plastic tool in Tahoma does. is it allows you to set up very quickly too. It allows you to set up a bone system and add secondary animation by just, you know, deforming the character and bending things around with bones. So all of the animation capabilities that are, whoa, little leak there, friend. The animation capabilities that are absent in Krita are here in Tahoma, and so the fact that I can just cut and paste an image from one to the other kind of makes it a compelling, darn it, compelling proposition. And there's the stupid leak. Oh, I hate leaks. But leaks are part of your life if you're going to do animation. They just are. Here we go. So, back to work. Oh man, a lot of comments and questions. Yes, Riggs. Though Rigify is better than me. Leaks are evil. Yeah, Rigify. I've actually never used Rigify, but it looks like a really. I mean, I guess I have used it a little, but if you want to have the flexibility, if I want to take this character, for example, and I want to squish and stretch him around and change his expression, the best way to do it, if you're not going to just do it by using the liquify tool in Krita, because Krita's animation capabilities are pretty much limited to frame-by-frame animation, right? There's no translations, there's no bones, there's no parenting, really. You can group layers, but... So there's limitation. Hence, what about when you need more? So, when you need more, basically for me, the most flexible solution is to map images to a plane in Blender and then use shape keys. But I need to hit the B key. Okay, I gotta close this guy up. Oh, come on. You're gonna insert a... Okay. You're gonna insert a key, you villain. Well, that's actually good news, because that underscores the fact that this... I only have to do this frame one time. Okay, I think that's gonna probably be okay. You just check the poor guy's anatomy. Okay, cool. So I just have to color that one time, so that's cool. Alright. Things are looking a little more sensible. So yeah, the shape keys in Blender are really, really useful, and I've got quite a few shots I've done on this show where I've used the shape keys with... Oh, come on. It works quite well. It appears we have a leak again. Well, that's alright. I'm going to ignore that leak for the moment. I'm going to ignore the leak. Ignore the leak. Why don't you just ignore the leak? Okay, I'm doing this the lasso way. Ooh, that worked. That worked. We're doing it freehand style, baby. Freehand style. So, tell me this. I don't know how to say your name, so I'm just going to say Reezy. So what are you doing, and why are you here? What are you looking for? I'm kind of curious about that. Like, why would someone come and watch my live stream? Is it just because of, it's like, well, that's animation, you know, it's kind of cool. Or are you trying to learn something, or like, what's the deal? All right, that and that probably is looking pretty good. So I am curious to find out why the heck people come here. Why are you here? What do you want? I'm kidding, obviously. All right, so Asher is looking pretty good, and Mel's looking pretty... Aha! So now we can get back to just coloring Mel in, so that's a good thing. And I asked the question, and Rizzy's answer is, I'm not really going to answer. Okay. That's what you're going to do. Okie dokie. What is with these people? Could be that some people don't really know what they're looking for. Oh, just see someone who want to make a little show. I want to see how others. Okay. Internet is going weird. Let me ask you. Can I ask you how old you are? Because based on the way you're speaking, I'm guessing you're pretty young-ish. But I'm curious what your age range is. What I really my objective in asking that, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but my reason for asking that is that the way people talk, like you're saying things like 22, okay, male or female. It's hard to see your icon. Usually the icon's a bit of a tip. But so what I'm saying is I'm trying to figure out based on the way people talk to be able to have a better idea of whether they are male, female, and roughly what their age range is. I think there's a lot of people who come here who are pretty young. 22's not that young. I mean, I guess the kids that are 14 or whatever are pretty much dealing with video games and stuff. I don't know how. Okay, so you're a 22-year-old female. Okay, in the United States or somewhere overseas. That's awesome. I've found that the conversation here is a bit more fun when. Oops. Oh, it's a leak. When the ladies hang out, they've got a little different perspective and a little different way of conversing than Dutch. Wow, that's cool. For writing purposes, is that you're asking a question for writing purposes? I don't understand the question. Can you restate that, please? Well, Ton Rosendahl is Dutch, and I met Ton back in. Well, you know who Ton is, right? He's the guy that created Blender. Great guy. Great guy. I met Ton back in 2000, so 20 years ago. I met him at SIGGRAPH. Oh, I still have a leak here. As you said. Not so much for writing purposes. No. More from the standpoint of, because what happens is people come here sometimes on the live stream. Now, obviously, I only generally get like maybe up to 10 or 12 people, okay? But like you just said, ooh, okay. Okay, well that's, for me, that's unusual language. So I'm just thinking about, this is not an ongoing project, okay? I mean, I just thought about this just now, is that I suspect there's some commonality in the sort of the way people chat maps to their age and or gender, and so sometimes it might be a little easier to figure out who I'm talking to if I did a better job of understanding how the way you chat, the stuff you say maps to what kind of person you are. I don't know. That might not actually be that useful. Obviously, we all like to think of ourselves as being pretty unique, right? Oh, it's not Flash, you dummy. These are his eyes. Don't weird. I'm weird. Okay, cool. Weird is good. Weird is good. We're all weird here. I'm an internationally famous filmmaker. I like saying that because it's actually true. I quit making films about 3 years ago and said, you know what? I'm sick of making films. I've been there, done that. I'm gonna make a cartoon. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not joking. You think I'm kidding, don't you? I can prove it. I can prove it. Yep. I'll show you. because actually the film that was the most successful was this film right here. So it's a chick flick horse movie. So that's me, and I wrote it, directed it, edited it, wrote all the music, did the whole thing. And the if you look at my cred, you'll see that there's actually where the heck's the sequel? Here we go. So the sequel that I released a couple years ago, but that's the sequel, and they're both actually available on YouTube, because my film distributor has a channel on YouTube where actually most of their filmography is available for free. So I guess they must be making some money on YouTube, or the movies wouldn't be up there. But yeah, so I've actually written and directed and blah 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 8 movies actually. And then, as I say, I about 3 years ago, I'm like, you know what? I've done that dance. I'm kind of sick of that. I'm gonna shift gears. Now, I may go back and make another film at some point. I mean, I know if I made another horse movie that there we go. You know, that it would sell. The first horse movie did extremely well, but that was back when there was a retail marketplace where, you know, a mother would go to the store and buy a DVD, back when DVDs were a thing, for their daughter, you know, maybe for a Christmas present or something, right? So back when there was a retail marketplace. I'm drawing a blank here. Oh yeah, this is it. And then that all changed about 6 years ago. Whoops. The retail market just crashed. It just gone. Gonzville. And it really crimped the industry actually for quite a while. So a lot of times, and that's the other thing, you know, I have 3 children. One's 30. Well, she'll be 30 this year. So my son is 32, and then my other son is 18. Whoops! Doggone those leaks! Curse those leaks! So I tend to. Okay, yeah. See, that's RIP. Why put RIP? Who died? When you say RIP, I'm thinking R.I.P. like rest in peace. What does RIP mean? So it's a bit fun to talk to young people, because usually young people are trying to figure out like what they're doing in life, where they're going, and to one degree or another they're kind of looking for permission, especially if they're creative people, which I would assume if you're. Oh yeah, totally died. Yes, thank you. So I often, because I work for myself, you know, work at home, and what I do is creative work, I tend to like encouraging young people. A lot of times young people, like yourself, you know, they kind of have some doubts about what their possibilities are, you know, what they can do. Sometimes it's because they're not sure if they're good enough, you know, if they have the talent. Sometimes they're not sure. Young people tend to talk, and a lot of times what they're going to do is they're going to try to talk about the work or the job marketplace from the vantage point of, they're going to say to me, they're going to assert what the limitations are. That's probably the best way I can put it. Okay, so in other words, they're feeling insecure. Okay, cool, good. Well, you will become an animator then. I guarantee it. Okay, so I'm going to hit the G key and sample that. And why in the heck? So this is a little confusing. So this says to me that we're getting some bugginess here. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I see what's going on. Let me go to this one and sample that and see it assign that to color 0. This is not good. So the point I was trying to make before I so rudely interrupted myself is that usually when you talk to young people about what their life prospects are, their possibilities, they try to sound more confident than they really are. Typically, that's what often happens with young people. And that's normally because they don't think of themselves as being particularly empowered. In other words, if I want to become an animator or I want to create a show, very, very few people that I meet look at that from the vantage point of, yeah, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. I'm not only going to do it, but I'm just going to do it, and I expect it to be successful. And I know, you know, in the marketplace, I kind of sort of know what I can expect in terms of what my earning power is or this sort of thing. Okay, so young people are not like that. Young people are the opposite of that, typically. They're usually very uncertain, and they're going to talk to somebody like me from the vantage point of they're really, really, if you could strip away all the okay, this is not good, actually. I'm going to have to make a change on this color. I made a critical error. Fortunately, it's pretty quick to fix by clicking. Click, click, click. So, anyway, the point I'm trying to get around to is that I usually like to help younger people set their doubts aside and realize the way the real world works, because I've been operating in the real world in the media space for many, many, many years. You know, and the reality is that if you want to be an animator, you're going to be an animator, and you can be an animator, and there's nothing's going to stop you. Especially if you're talented, you know, if you're good, you will find your way. This is the best time. Well, no, at 22 years old, though, I mean, you're not really a kid. You do redraw till it will do. Yeah, that makes sense. But have you gone to college? I mean, at 22 years old, you've either been working or going to school, I would assume, right? I don't know quite how things work in the Netherlands, but so do you in other words, do you have like a day job, you know, you know, what's your occupation? Are you a student or what? What are you doing? Okay, you're studying. And you are studying animation, or you are studying something else? Oops. I said B key.
You villain, you absolute villain.
Oh, you're studying live action. Oh, okay. Oh, I could teach you all kinds of things. Oh my goodness. There's so much that people do not understand about filmmaking, about how to get production value. Connected there for just a moment. So yeah, those movies were made for a complete total cost. The entire cost of making those horse movies was $8,000 US. So you got an outward cost of $8,000, and that was all 100% of that money was given to the actors. It was all to pay the actors. And the first chick flick horse movie, the first one, made about $1 million at retail. So it made a return of many, 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 hundreds of times more than it cost to make. That's kind of been my shtick in the filmmaking world. There's kind of a story behind that, the reason I had to sort of learn how to get the most production value, but hold on, I gotta think here, gotta think about what I'm doing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, live action. Okay, so when you say live action, I assume you mean film, like film school. Is that the deal? Film school. Message retracted. Hey, who's retracting messages around here? What's going on? Boom, boom. Okay, here we need to put a border. So when you say you're okay, so you're studying live action. I assume that means it's like film school kind of thing. How to run cameras, how the technology works. College, yeah, they teach. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, see, I use Sony Vegas for my editing. I've been using Vegas for 20 years, so I'm a Vegas man. Yeah, Photoshop. I mean, I haven't really used Photoshop in quite a few years, actually, myself. Did I just do that? I did. That's supposed to be that color. You know, you got to get your colors right. Otherwise, you're a silly goose. Alright, let's do this. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Shift Alt R. And what I meant to do was... Oh, come on. Come on! I meant to do that. There we go. So there's Asher's hand. Okay, there's Mel again, so... Well, that's cool. Yes, right. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna find there's quite a few people who hang around here that are, well, I should say there's a few people who are pretty big on Clip Studio Paint. And I'm not. I've got Clip Studio Paint on this machine, and I don't particularly enjoy using it. I have consistently found the interface to be, as I like to say, inscrutable. But the people that like it, that get through the learning curve with it, seem to really, really, really like it. So there's definitely something to consider there as far as Clip Studio Paint. It's obviously a very, very widely liked application. Nice brushes. Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I've got it on this machine. I pop it out every once in a while, and I would say, you know, it doesn't feel to me like the brushes are any better or smoother, or, you know, whatever than Krita, really. Now, this program, Tahoma or OpenToonz, is a little different because of the way it deals with color, because the color is procedural, meaning that if I change the color right now, you know, it's like the Blender grease pencil, actually. You can change the colors after the fact, so that's pretty useful. Boom, boom, boom. Done. All right, what do we got here? Yep, one more frame, and then we got to go back and do the and plus the brush engine in Krita. I mean, the shot I did, gosh, I would say, let me go to the recent. I got to scan through a few things here because I was just doing some work for a client, one of my commercial clients on their website. Oop, that's not what I wanted. I wonder what the shot is. I want to look here. This is a little annoying. Let's go back. I was looking for maybe this shot. Let's look at 320 or 384, I think. This is a good one. And this is the kind of thing that obviously somebody could do in with the Blender grease pencil for sure. And there's quite a few shots actually in this show that were done with the Blender grease pencil. But all in all, I don't really like the way things wind up looking as much. So this is 312. So quick diversion to Krita. Let me just check this out. Half a second. Yeah, so this is somewhat typical in that you've got the ability to put the character in a group, for example. The background is pretty much just an oil paint type paintbrush. And then you've got, so let's turn that off actually. So you've got a color layer, ink layer, shadow layer, and then just a sort of a post-production effect. So, I mean, and then from the animation standpoint, I mean, obviously, if you're into frame-by-frame animation, which I think is mostly what you're going to do in Clip Studio Paint, then, you know, I mean, I think Krita, Clip Studio Paint are pretty close in most respects. The thing Clip Studio Paint has probably over Krita at this point would be two things that I can think of. One is that the animation tools have become pretty rapidly more sophisticated than Krita's by a pretty wide margin, I think. And the other thing would be I suspect that the vector implementation in Clip Studio Paint is like 10 trillion times better than Krita's. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. So, I don't know. At some point I may go back and revisit Clip Studio Paint. I mean, if you want to do frame-by-frame animation, TV Paint's pretty awesome too. That's what Aaron Blaze uses. Oh, come on. Come on. Where's the leak? Where's the leak? I think Reezy is right. Leaks are evil. Evil, I say. Boom. Boom. That's better. Let's see if that leaked. It did. Oh, curse you. The gremlin of leaks plagues me day by day. There's no escape. Here's the problem right here. There's no escape from the gremlin of leaks. Oh, curse you, gremlin of leaks. Every time I think I've found every leak, another one appears. Ah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Ah, there we go. There we go. All right, Dave, you're starting to have a little too much fun. A little too much fun here today. Don't be having too much fun, little fella. Okay, hold on a second. We got a leak again. Dang. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, you blasted leaks. Is there no escape from you? Is there no relief? All right, F key. Boom. There we go. So now what I need to do is jump into freehand mode and just put a little lasso around a few of these spots to fill in the gaps. So it looks like Reezy's gone a little quiet. Reezy Rosalie. Oh, I'll bet you Rosalie is actually the first name. Yes, it's actually Rosalie Reezy, I bet. I would be willing to bet a whole $1 that that is actually her name. Rosalie Reezy. Ah! I knew it. Oh, you're working on a scene too? That's cool. So are you live streaming? I want to see the stuff you're working on. And if you're not live streaming, why not? Because all the cool people are live streaming at the moment. That's one thing I haven't tried is, you know, like I'm live streaming while someone else is live streaming, and you're kind of like commenting on each other's live streams. We got a few people here who, hey, Jeff Leo, that looks like you're a new visitor to the channel. Okay, so we have a little bit of a definite hiccup here that's kind of annoying, But that's okay. We'll solve it. We will solve it. Let me just go down here. And obviously I colored his eyes the way I did so that the color would just be easy to see. But I need to fix... Oh wait, no, those... So I guess it is this head. Okay, so let's get in here and fix this. There's another human here. Can you believe it? I know. I know. It's amazing. Okay, I'm in freehand mode, which is probably working slightly against me at the moment. Oh, come on! I think that's the only languishing leak. The languishing leak. Okay, and we gotta go up here. Okay, so bottom line is what I wanted to do was go to one of these shots where we see Mel's eyes, hit the G key and sample that and see, yeah, see, it's assigned it to color 0. So that actually means that's not colored. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this kind of the stupid way, which is I'm just going to work back linearly. Okay, so now these heads are on this layer, so I'm sampling that color to see what that is. And so it's color 6 here. But okay, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to just call this Mel Eyes, and I'm going to copy it. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to go over here, and now I'm going to go in here and paste it in. Okay, so now at least I've got that in there. So now the question for me is, are they sticking it in this palette as well? It doesn't look like they are, so that's good. So we're going to take Mel's Eyes, and we're going to hit the F key. Oh, come on. Really, dude? Why in the world would that have colored? So I think we have an indexing problem. Yeah, that's actually a catastrophic problem. That's the kind of thing that, yeah, I don't think so. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, once again, we're seeing why I tend to favor Krita and not not Tahoma, but we're still giving it a shot. All right, so I'm gonna retract my decision and delete that out of the palette, and let's just name this Eyes, because the people, anybody who's watching this who doesn't like know what the hell's going on is going to be going, what in the heck is he doing? Because it looks like a chaotic mess, and I'm going to tell you, it is a chaotic mess. It's a chaotic mess because of a little bit of weirdness in how the software is handling the palettes. Like the data management under the hood is a little sketchy. Just a little sketchy. So I'm going to use this stupid bright green color to just get his freaking eyes colored in so I can move forward and get this scene done. It's my own fault to a degree, though, because earlier when I could have been a little bit more methodical, I think I hurried and I accidentally colored in Mel's eyes with the color from Asher's eyes, which in and of itself is not a big deal, but the problem is it made it so that I was in the wrong palette all the time. I kept jumping around in my palettes, so life can be a bit confusing. A bit confusing, people. Alright, checking the... Isn't the head in column 3? Yeah, the head only for this shot here. I just put the head in column 3 for that, but good eye, Darren. How the heck you picked up on that? I don't know, unless maybe I did that yesterday. Yes. Darren, dude. All right, I'm telling you what. Okay, so first of all, I want to say this to Rosalie. Rosalie, are you still there? I'm going to give Rosalie 30 seconds to answer and indicate that she is still around, because Rosalie is a 22-year-old student that's kind of learning Blender. Okay, Rosalie, the software I'm using right now, Tahoma, if you want to learn everything there is to know about it, okay, like everything, subscribe to the guy. He comes around and tells me the stupid mistakes I'm making. Oh, thank you, Darren. You're it's just the reason I laugh is that you show up, you take one look at the X sheet, and you know exactly what I'm doing wrong. It's like, man, hey Steve, he doesn't miss a beat. That Darren T. Okay, so I got to get these guys colored. Well, how are we gonna do that? Should we give them their own palette? I think so. I think so. I think we're gonna just give them their own palette. I'm gonna call this Soldiers so that you guys can learn how to deal with palettes. Okay, so now it is kind of interesting that the initial palette in OpenToonz and Tahoma starts you out with two colors, color 0 and color _1. It's interesting to me that the other palettes don't have that. So because of some of the unique properties, Darren, you may have a comment about this. Because of the unique properties of color 0 and color 1 does make one wonder, yeah, exactly. There you go. Darren T. I know what Rosalie's doing. She's checking out Darren T's YouTube channel. She's going, oh yeah, this guy knows a hell of a lot more than the guy I'm watching. This guy I'm watching obviously doesn't know anything about what he's even doing. But I do have one advantage. I'm actually creating a cartoon. That's what makes my channel unique. My channel is all about you're just watching a real guy actually do the work, which is just more interesting to me. My mission in the age of COVID-19, now to be fair, I've been working at home for 30 years. Okay. But my mission vis-a-vis the age of COVID-19 is to just create something out of nothing, man. I am creating something out of nothing. That's what I'm doing. And that means I'm creating cartoons. So it's all good. It's all good, baby. Okay, so I'm actually going to make this really bright red again, just so I can see what the heck I'm doing. So, oh, very good. Very good. Love the opportunity to introduce people here on my YouTube channel. So being that I'm the one creating the cartoon, I'm sort of the common I'm the common thread. I'm the guy who brings all the software freaks together, because I wouldn't say that I'm software agnostic, because I'm not. I definitely use what I use, but at the end of the day, I would probably be quick to switch if there was a really compelling reason to. Oops, there's another leak. Doggone leaks. Now, by the way, I should mention, if you hit, okay, sorry, I just hit Alt F. Okay, so my hotkeys are a little different here in Tahoma than they were in OpenToonz. There's this little thing here called the fill check, which is actually quite useful. It's not 100%, but the fill check at least will tell you what areas are closed shapes that will fill successfully. As I say, it's not 100% because it doesn't really give you a way to see if a given shape inside of this area is not closed. So I don't use it a ton, but I do use it sometimes. I'm going to color his hand just like that. Now I've got to make some color choices, actually. I'm thinking, you know what? I think I'm actually going to make this two-tone. You're creating, Dave, and that really is unique. I'd like to think so. I don't know. I've been down the road of being a software guru or a tool guru. In fact, Rosalie, since she's doing Blender, she may find it interesting. I've mentioned this before, so sorry to bore you guys, but that I actually was the first human being in the world to create a Blender training video. First guy on the planet. And that would have been in the year, that would have been in roughly 2000-ish. And let's see, what do we want to do? I think this should be that. So yeah, I've been around the block with Blender for years and years and years and years and years. It's just not really the right tool for the job right now. And by the way, Rosalie, I've spent a lot of time with the Blender grease pencil too, doing 2D animation. And at the end of the day, I just don't find it to be a satisfactory tool for what I'm doing. I just don't. I just don't. I can't help it. So that's that. But let's see here. I want folks to actually see what you can do. Just put some time into your projects. Well, yeah, I appreciate that, dude. Right. Well, you think about it. Just think about it. If everybody in our little community was able to, actually, I think I'm going to use that color there. If everyone had no doubt at all, right? No doubt, had absolute certainty that whatever it is I want to do, you know, because look, everybody in these creative realms that we operate in, everybody's got a vision. Everybody's got an idea in their mind. They've got something they want to do. They want to make a cartoon. They want to make a movie. They want to do this. They want to do that. And this is why I talk a bit about Rosalie, that is bad. More cool features. Oh, with the grease pencil? Yeah, well that's true. I mean, it's going to keep improving. That I have very strong confidence in. Let's see, I want to sample this color, and then I want to actually go a little lighter, and I would say probably a little bluer, and again, we can always change it after the fact. But those cool features, especially with open source software, those cool features can be a long time coming. So I generally try to steer people towards, you know, learn your tool of choice and get busy on something, because you might be waiting a long time for the cool features. So, well, I mean, frankly, the Blender grease pencil is not that new. I mean, for me, if you explore my channel much, you're gonna find my opinions about this. For me, most of the functionality that makes the grease pencil cool was there in version 2.79. You know, in other words, the pre 2.8 Blender had most of the capabilities that I personally think are useful with the Blender grease pencil. And I have reasons to say that, because if you, let's get his eyes back to a manageable color, and let's add a color that's almost black for the mouth region. Actually, you know what? Strike that. Turn that back off, Jack. I am not going to do that. I am going to actually hit my eraser, and I am going to erase this dude's mouth, because his mouth should not even be in there. He's going to have that animated. Think, Dave. Think. You need to begin to think. Okay, so now we do have a little bit of a problem over here. So let's go. I'm going to hit the G key so I can sample these palette colors, and that way I can come back to this guy and just break him up into the appropriate pieces. And obviously he's just a background character, but you know, but he still has dignity. He's still a man. So let's go. I'm giving him a full cloak, and I guess I'll just kind of give him a belt. And perhaps, I think that's fine, because he's going to be in the background anyway.
So let's just start filling in some colors and see what happens. Let's just see what happens. One never knows what one will discover
Along the path of Tahoma. Alright, this would be that. Hitting the G key to sample that palette entry so I have the right color, hitting the F key to fill this in, G key to sample that so that I can poof, hello, F key, fill this in, G key to sample the flesh tone so I can hit the F key and fill in his hands and blah blah blah. This is basically paper. I'm just going to use that color for lack of a better idea. And now we're going to zoom out and see what we have. It looks like we probably need to fill that as well. And that's not too bad. I actually don't mind that color scheme. The only maybe little caveat would be if we sample this. Actually, let's sample that. And then let's put a shadow situation here. Obviously, we are going to put in normal shadows. So actually this should be that color, and I need to hit the B key to make a little border right here and then fill that, and yeah, I mean that kind of sort of worked. Okay. So I don't understand Rosalie's last comment. I mean the serious one. Again, young people's lingo leaves me a bit befuddled. I'm just going to put in a little indicator. Morning, Val. Put in a little indicator of the fingers. So Valerie just popped up. What time is it? 7:19. Yeah, I'm guessing she's going to be going back to bed. I'm guessing she's probably just going to be up for a moment and then back down again. Okay, so yes, the lovely and gracious Valerie. The lovely and gracious Valerie. My precious, precious woman, whom I love with a love that is undying. Okay. Yeah. If you take the grease, now I know you're not like really into the grease pencil, like it's a really big deal and it's all your life and everything, okay? I get that. If you take the grease pencil from 279 and you combine it with taking images like these that you might render out either as a sequence or just static images, and you map them to a plane and then use shape keys and then obviously lights and everything else that goes with it, like volumetric effects and all the rest. It's my opinion, my very strongly held opinion, which is probably not a popular opinion, that everything that you can do with Blender Grease Pencil 2.8 Plus does stuff that you already could do with images mapped to planes combined with the Grease Pencil in the pre-2.8 version of Blender, and the pre-2.8 workflow actually works a lot better. And if you ever take a grease pencil object in Blender 2.9 and then rig it up with bones, you'll find out how really immature those tools are. Like, to me, basically useless. They're pretty much useless. I have not yet to this day been able to get you know, just like when you assign a, I actually, you know what, I'm gonna actually take a minute and demonstrate this. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about now. Gotta check something here. I'm pretty doggone sure on the old reliable P drive. Yeah, I mean here we have 2.91, so let's go with that. That's fine. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Okay, so come on down here, baby. Come on down here, baby. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a new, because I've kind of ranted about this a few times, so I'll just show you what I'm talking about, and I won't make this too complicated, but let's take one of my characters that I'm working on right now. Let's take Asher. Okay, so I'm going to draw Asher in the Blender Grease Pencil. Okay, so now it is absolutely true that the brush engine in Blender Grease Pencil 2 is really good. I mean, the feel of these brushes and stuff is in my opinion quite nice. And there are new capabilities with 2.9 that are, you know, pretty impressive. So Shift, what is it? Control Tab. Yeah. So I want to go into actually edit mode. Some of the hotkeys are a little different than they used to be. Like I cannot stand the rectangular. Hit the G key, stretch that out a little bit. Let's go back to draw mode. Okay, so here's Asher. Okay, and now let's say, just because I'm trying to make this quick and simple, let's say what I wanted to do was I'm going to use bones, but just because you don't usually put bones on a head, but I'm just going to use bones to kind of stretch him out, let's say. And I'm going to do this in like the dumbest possible way you could do it in order to make it easy to demonstrate. Therefore, let's go to our palette over here, and let's see, actually, what is it up here? Yeah. No, that's the brushes. Doggone it. I gotta remember. Those are my layers. And I'm looking. Ah, here we go. Okay, so solid fill. Let's go ahead and make this kind of a flesh tone just so it's a little more palatable to look at. Okay, we're going to make this kind of quick, and I'm just going to drag that up there so that it's also the same as the stroke color, even though there's no stroke on here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I think what I probably want to do is, yeah, I'll just do that. But we'll put this on right here, so it's draw behind. Okay, so that means that whatever I draw is going to be stuck behind the character pencil marks that I did. Okay, so this makes it easy. Alright, so we're going to go like this. I'm just going to draw the shape. And okay, so now he's colored it, right? Okay, so now this is where my rant comes to full fruition. I'm going to take the Blender grease pencil object, and what I'm going to do is Shift A, and I'm going to add an armature. Okay? Alright, so Blender does its default thing in terms of creating the armature, and I'm a little bit handicapped here because with Blender 2.9 especially, but 8 to a lesser degree, there are hotkeys that have been present in Blender for 20 years that all of a sudden they've changed. There are defaults that have been changed that, you know, it used to be we always selected things with the right mouse, not the left mouse. And so I get why they did it, because, you know, it's kind of the modern way, and you got to. Okay, so what does that do? And by the way, this is Blender 2.91. I may find out that I'm wrong, and I'm going to find out within the next 1 minute. Okay, we'll find out if I'm wrong. Okay, back in the day, if I had taken this, if this was a mesh object, a regular polygonal model, or an image mapped to a plane, if I did this and parented this picture to these bones and then started moving the bones around, these bones are going to deform this in a very intuitive, commonsensical way, where this bone is going to kind of catch this whole area, this bone's going to catch this area, but the space between them is going to be evenly divided so that this is going to turn this head into rubber. It's going to work exactly the way you would mentally expect it to work. However, what happens when we do the same thing with a grease pencil object? Let's find out. I'm going to grab the armature, and now I'm in pose mode, and I hit the G key, and look what happens. Okay? It is useless. It is not dividing evenly. It's not dividing the range of influence between the bones. So what I'm kind of directing to you, Rosalie, but to anybody that's into Blender grease pencil, I'm telling you that for 20 years, well, okay, at least 15 years, the ability of bones to grab a polygonal model and very elegantly, not perfectly, but very, very close to perfectly on the first try to divide the range of influence that right now I would be able to take. For example, I could jump out of pose mode and just move. Let's see, I want to go into object mode. Now, if you think about it, I just took a grease pencil object and parented it to this armature. So theoretically, that means if I move the armature object, the entire grease pencil object should go with it. Not because the grease pencil object is parented to the armature object, but because all the individual points in the grease pencil object are so perfectly mapped to all the bones that actually on a point-by-point basis, it just so happens that all the points get dragged along. That's what you would expect to happen because the bones are doing a perfect job of dividing the range of influence between the bones so that the entire grease pencil object is encapsulated by its influence. That's what automatic weighting is. Okay? And it is exactly how it works when you're dealing with the armatures influencing a polygonal model, which we have had for 15 years plus. Let's see what happens. Okay, that works. So now this is very confusing because it means that the armature object does in fact have full control of the entire grease pencil object. Yet, when I go into pose mode, I mean, it's a mess. It's beyond useless. And the Blender guru out there is going to say, oh, but Dave, you can do weight painting. Or you can set up vertex groups. Yeah, I know that. I've been doing vertex groups for 20 years. All right? I don't need to know that you can do vertex groups. Vertex groups are old news. They work really well. It's just that the implementation of them in the Blender grease pencil is utterly useless. That's all I'm saying. So there's my rant for today. So anybody who comes around and wonders why you don't use this tool or that tool, believe me, it's usually pretty well thought out. I've probably spent way the hell more time with that particular tool than you have. I'm not talking to you, Rosalie. I'm talking to the hypothetical Blender, fanboy. I've probably spent more time with it than you have, and I've figured out why it doesn't work that well. It might work pretty well. I mean, again, I use Blender for a lot of things, but the Blender grease pencil, and the only reason I rant about it is this: when they did Blender 2.8, the ability to use armatures, you know, with the grease pencil, the way we've always been able to do with models, was one of the selling points. Oh, it's going to be so amazing. It's going to be so great. It's going to be, as Rosalie said earlier, a cool new feature. Well, okay. You want to spend 2 years waiting for the cool new feature to be actually useful? Okay. Seems to me it makes more sense to spend those 2 years making a damn cartoon. Okay? That's my opinion. End of rant. If anybody disagrees, you're absolutely totally welcome to weigh in. I don't really do the flaming thing. I'm always open to a different opinion. But especially because with what I just demonstrated, there could be something about my usage of the tool, you know, the Blender grease pencil, doing, you know, setting up the armature, blah, blah, blah. There might be something I'm missing. You know, there might be some new information that maybe I'm not aware of where I did something wrong. But usually, to a degree, I kind of know what I'm talking about. Just saying. Okay? Been around that block a few times. Alright, so what we've got now, hey Dirt, we can get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. This is really amazing because, remember, if the goal is to create a... okay, so my ultimate goal is I really want to be able to reliably knock out a 24-minute episode. Well, definitely all by myself in 3 months. It would be better if I could do it in 2 months. And I had mentioned this yesterday, but if I'm going to take this, if I'm going to crank out this, hey Maria, if I'm going to crank out this quality work in 1 month, hey Maria, I know you're busy. You just keep rocking and doing what you do. If I'm going to do it in 1 month, then I need a team. I need a team. If I have 6 people, I kind of touched on this yesterday, but I've kind of run the numbers in my head, and this is the deal. If I'm going to be cranking out an episode every month, I would need a team. My estimate would be that I would need 6 to 8 people. Okay, so let's just toy around with this a bit. Let's say that you know, Darren obviously is our resident OpenToonz or Tahoma expert, You know, maybe somebody out there like Ed Tadeo is, maybe he's your backgrounds guy. Okay, whatever. But you say, okay, if I had 6 or 8 people, if you really look at the workflow timing, you could actually create an episode. I have to run the numbers again. I actually think with 6 or 8 people, it could be done in a week. You could actually crank out a 24-minute episode every week if you had 6 or 8 people, 6 or 8 reasonably talented people. Okay? So now you might be going, wait, how is that possible? Well, and by the way, what I need to do now is start thinking about backgrounds. So what I was getting around to is that yesterday I live streamed for 8 hours. Okay, in 8 hours I got this sequence to the point where I got about half the ink and paint done. So now the ink and paint is done. I still need to do shadows, but essentially all I need to do is backgrounds. Now, if you look at the script, according to standard Hollywood convention and what I have always found to be true, is that 1 page of script equals 1 minute of screen time. Okay, so that means that the sequence I'm working on right now, it happens to turn out, is almost exactly a minute. So that means that once this stuff is animated, we add the lip sync and everything else, we're going to have, this is actually going to come out to about a minute of show. What is it now? It's pretty quick. So there's a lot of holds that are going to be going on, but let's say this is 1 minute. Now, if I actually get the backgrounds painted today, that means that I've actually gotten about a minute of show done in 2 days. Now we're getting to the level of output that I think would be necessary if I'm going to do 24 minutes all by myself, just me, in 3 months. Why 3 months? Because if I worked for 6 hours a day, and I know from a lot of experience over the last few months, I know that the average output is about 5 seconds per hour. So if you sit and work for an hour, you're going to put out 5 seconds of show. Finished cartoon, finished animation. Backgrounds, everything's done. Except all the post-production. Okay, so 5 seconds in an hour means what? Means 6 hours is going to generate 30 seconds. That means 2 days is going to generate 1 minute, and that means 48 days is going to generate 24 minutes. So you got 48 days. Well, 48 days means you've got about 5 weeks-ish. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm assuming 6 days a week. I'm assuming you have a day off. 6 hours a day, 6 days a week. That's kind of how I run my numbers. So that's actually 8 weeks. So that leaves 4 more weeks. What do you do on the 4 more weeks? On the 4, you've got 1 week to write the script, and you got 3 weeks to do post-production and create the music, the score. That seems like a very realistic target to me. So what I was getting around to with this point is that yesterday was pretty encouraging, because by just sitting here and just rocking and rolling for 8 hours, I actually front-loaded today by probably a couple hours. And if it comes out to about a minute of screen time, then that's really good news, because that means that I am now, without really working too hard, I am now fairly reliably able to generate enough output that I would be able to actually create a show in 3 months. This show is a bit of an anomaly because it's actually, I'm going to try this right here in Tahoma, by the way. This is double length. Okay, so kind of stupid, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have fun with this. I'm just going to have fun. I'm going to just create a raster level, and I'm going to do the backgrounds right here in Tahoma. Screw it. I'm just going to go. And I'm probably going to paint multiple backgrounds. So I'm going to try to make this background painting process as fluid as possible. So how are we going to do this? This is going to be actually fun probably for some of you guys it'll be really cool. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this ink pen. Now, this is a My paintbrush, so just to be accurate and clear, let's jump back to actually version 1 of My Paint.
Just for demonstration purposes. Just for demonstration purposes.
So this is version 1 of My Paint, and so these brushes, this is just again for demonstration purposes. Let me hit the what is it? The G key? Yeah. Okay, so in My Paint, okay, so what do I like about My Paint? Well, My Paint is actually, that turns the, let me see, got to remember my hotkeys here. So you can zoom in and out with the plus and, or the, yeah, use the minus and equal sign. And then I can use the, adjust my brushes very quickly with the, what do you call these? The brackets, I guess the brackets. Okay, so this is actually, and this has been around for many years, but this brush right here is a pretty darn good oil paint type brush, actually. Surprisingly good. And by the way, since you can cut and paste, I could take this right here. Actually, what I could do is, I say, look, you know what? My paint is actually really stable. It like hardly ever crashes, so of course now it'll crash today, but you know, I like the full screen interface. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually, I'm just going to go like this. And now when I jump back to Tahoma, I'm literally going to be using the same exact brushes because Tahoma has the My Paint brushes built in. So I'm just going to go Control C, and now let's kind of see what happens if I come back over here and hit the S key to be in selection mode and then hit Control V. And up, there's my Paint painting. Cut and pasted right in from My Paint to Tahoma. Now, how useful is that? Well, it depends. You know, it depends on what you're wanting to do. But, and so now I get all the benefits of Tahoma by being able to move things around and animate them and all the rest. But if I want to, I can just do my painting in My Paint. So that's why I kind of bounce between usually. Now, in practice for what I'm doing today, this is not actually all that useful. So I'm going to close My Paint. There's no reason to keep it around. We will discard our painting. But sometimes when I'm just roughing in an animation concept or something, I don't mind using My Paint. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to just keep this sketchy and loose and fluid, and I'm deliberately keeping it this way. One of the great things about creativity, okay, people worry about making a mistake. People worry about well, failing, actually. And I do too. Everybody feels that. But there's one thing you want to consider, which is that it's always easier okay. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Darren. I mean, ultimately, look, here's the deal. I try to speak very openly about what the projections are, okay? So the projections on this cartoon are a first-year revenue prediction of somewhere in the neighborhood of somewhere between $12,000 to $8,000 is what's projected. Not by me, but by my distributors to say, based on what the market's doing, based on what other properties are doing, this is kind of the guess, best guess estimate of what one might earn with a complete finished cartoon the first year. Now the good thing about cartoons, it's the same as horse movies actually. The good thing about cartoons is they have a really long shelf life. Like my sequel that I released, I guess 3 years ago now, but that movie, that horse movie, its earnings have been extremely consistent month to month for 3 years running, and it isn't going down and it's not really going up. It just kind of is what it is. Well, when you're creating a property like this, that's what you want. You want something that provides a steady cash flow. So you can just, you know, just keep doing your work, right? We all just want to be able to do what we do and have fun doing it, hopefully. And, you know, if you make a buck, that's great too. So getting back to failure. Well, actually, I was talking about failure, and then Darren commented about getting involved here a little bit, and so I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about that for a bit. The point on failure was very simple. It's always much, 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 much easier to take something that you did badly and fix it than it is to think you're ever going to get it right on the first try. So that's why it's usually best you want to actually fail as quickly and as often as you can. You want to actually fail a lot. Now, I will tell you this. If you don't take a half a second to think really critically about what went wrong, proactively so that you can conscientiously improve it, so you know why it failed, and now you know what you're going to try different. You might fail again, but you're going to try something a little different in your technique or whatever, maybe your reference material. References can be incredibly helpful. But you have to be conscientious about how you're going to try to fix what broke. If you're conscientious, you will learn and improve. If you fail but don't think conscientiously about how to improve it, I'm telling you this from personal experience working with this animation stuff, then you can actually find yourself making the same mistakes over and over, maybe for years actually, and not improving much. So you do need to be really thinking proactively about what went wrong and how can I improve it. Okay, so having said that, back to the numbers. Here's the deal. If the distributor's estimate is right, then that means that a 24-minute episode has a market value of... What's interesting about it is, if you think about it, and obviously this is based on the first year, but what that means is that the projected market value of the property is about $500 per finished minute. Well, that's kind of an interesting number to me, because that's always been about what you get for doing corporate video, or if you think about doing an explainer video, some sort of animation for a client, that's kind of the market value. It can be higher. It can be up to maybe a couple grand per finished minute, and it can be really, you can get into Fiverr territory. But what I've found is that usually the price pretty much does map to the quality. So you're not going to get on Fiverr, I don't know what the price would wind up being, but you're not going to go out on Fiverr to get an explainer video that's going to be actually that good. It might be good, and this is where it gets kind of funny with things like this. It might be very good from the standpoint of being effective as a teaching tool, and it might be effective as an advertising tool, and it might get you customers, and it might be actually very successful in that regard. So I'm speaking strictly from the standpoint of the quality of the animation and the visuals, okay? So this is very subjective. You're not going to get a good product on Fiverr. You might get somebody who can create a good product on Fiverr, but then once you actually get into the negotiation, you're going to find out that you're not going to be getting it for any $5. You're going to be getting it for actually a price that's going to wind up landing somewhere in the neighborhood I'm talking about. So I'm saying somewhere between $500 and $2,000 per finished minute. This has been the going rate for, say, like for corporate video and stuff like that for 20 years, 30 years. I mean, it's just always been the price. It really has. Forever. If you go to, you got a store on the corner that says, "We buy gold," and they say, "Well, we want to advertise on the local cable system." Say, "Okay, well, we can create a commercial for you. In fact, if you buy $20,000 worth of commercial airtime, we'll produce the ad for you. We'll send our cameras out and we'll do it for you for the modest price of $500." Well, think about what they just told you. And this is common. These numbers are really common numbers. What they just told you is we're going to do 30 seconds of finished video production for $500. Well, yeah, you've been able to get that for $500 for all day long for the last many decades. That price is nothing new. Okay, so now what I want to do is I'm just fiddling around a bit here with my colors while I'm seeing it. I'm kind of thinking about if I want to add a bit of a brown component into this wall, or if I like this sort of rusty color. And plus I was also thinking about vignetting it. I'm vignetting it the hard way by just painting it in. Okay, so at $500 per finished minute, that means that the market value of a finished cartoon that's 24 minutes long is in fact, lo and behold, who knew, $12,000. Well, I find it an interesting coincidence that that's the exact number that the distributor had projected, not based on a cost per finished minute. That was based on current revenues that one could expect from the property in the marketplace, which, by the way, means the number needs to be doubled. Okay? You double the number. The real number is $24,000. $1,000 per finished minute, if you will. Why is that the number? Well, because you're going to be splitting 50-50 with the distributor. Okay? Everybody needs, you know, all you young people out there who don't know how the real world works, you need to understand this. You know, if you're going to have the help of a distributor, then you're going to be splitting with the distributor. And right now, this wasn't true 5 years ago and earlier. The splits would be something like 70-30 or maybe 60-40. Nowadays, because of the way the market's changed, the splits tend to actually be 50-50, pretty much. So the distributors are not sticking it to the producers quite as bad as they used to. That's a fact. And that's really a function of the fact that the distributors, I'm talking mainly about film here. I'm not talking about animation per se, but in the film space, what you have now is a much more crowded marketplace. So there's way more product. Because obviously, for the last 10 years, the technology's become so cheap that more and more people are going, oh, gee, I could make a movie. And they're right. They can. And they do. So you got a lot more product in the marketplace, but most of it sucks pretty bad. Okay, well, that's perfectly natural. I mean, some of my films suck pretty bad. You know, it is what it is. You have to learn as you go. However, getting back to my story. Let's just say, hypothetically, let's just say that my distributor's estimates are right. Okay? What that means, I'm really directing this to you, Darren. Okay, what that means in practical terms is this. If you can generate a show, let's say his numbers are really optimistic. Let's say his numbers are stupidly optimistic. Let's say he's off by a double. Okay? Meaning $6,000 the first year is the real number. Okay, so I'm actually making this up in my head right now as I go along, just to see where it leads me. Okay, so let's say $6,000 is the number. Okay, well, what that means is if you can crank out an episode in a week, that means you've generated ostensibly, it's going to be amortized over a year. Duh, obviously. But ostensibly, you have created a revenue stream of $6,000 in a week. Well, if you've got a team of 6 people, then that means you've generated $1,000 a week for each of those 6 people. Now, there is a limit to it in the sense that, you know, once you've created 24 episodes, let's say, you know, you're going to start running out of gas. You know, in this case, with this cartoon, I've only mapped out 12 episodes. I'm thinking of it as a 12-episode epic that I'm creating all by myself, and therefore I'm going to be working on it for 3 years, 3 months per episode. But again, if you have a team and you can do it, and you got, you know, talented people and everybody's kind of doing their part, then theoretically you could be generating $1,000 a week for each person on the team-ish. Not exactly, but I mean, those are ballpark numbers, right? So that's not too bad. I mean, that's kind of like, okay, I mean, we can live on that. You're not getting super rich, obviously. And then, of course, in the real world, you have all the questions that go with, well, wait a second, is everybody in the group getting paid the same? How do you dole out who gets paid what? So this is the thing that gives me some pause when you think about a team. The part for me that's difficult is, well, how do you figure out how you're going to dole out the winnings? And my thinking is, I would actually just initially just ask the team. I would say, well, you know, how do you guys think this should work? Who should be getting what? I mean, I know I'm going to be working hard, okay? But I also created it, right? You know, I'm writing the musical score, I'm writing the script, I'm doing half the voices, right? So yeah, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of an equity to a degree. But the question for me is, well, yeah, but at the end of the day, in the long run, what matters is that everybody's happy and feels that things are reasonable. So what's that going to look like? Cool. What's for breakfast, Maria? And I'm not asking you to answer that question now, Darren. I'm saying these are the questions that occur to me. You know, how do we divvy up the workload? How do we divvy up the winnings in a way that's equitable and preferably sustainable? You know, you're trying to create a situation where everybody can be doing work that they enjoy, creating something they can be proud of, hopefully for kind of a long time. But again, these things do have a shelf life. Typically a couple, 3 years really, and then they tend to run out of gas, and then you're on to the next project, which may be done with a different group of people or whatever. But I think the idea of a YouTube or internet-based business model, ooh, sounds great. My usual breakfast is essentially it's a granola. It's oatmeal with a big handful of almonds, big handful of walnuts, little smidgen of cinnamon and maple syrup, and half and half cream. And oh my goodness, is it yummers. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so good. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just thinking about how I can get some light. I want to get a little bit of light cast onto this wall. Where's my color? My color isn't quite what it's supposed to be. Okay, I'm letting a little bit of a tan brown type of tone squeeze in there, and so I'm not doing this with, you know, an airbrush or something. I'm literally, just for fun, I'm allowing myself to just sort of paint this on the hard way and just see how it goes. So to me, sounds yummers. Yep, exactly. I think that's what I said. So my thinking on this property, on Salt and Light, well, what are you going to do with Salt and Light? I'm thinking actually a few things about this. Number one, probably it might be wiser to approach a group business model. Might be better to do that on a different property. Not really sure about that. Not opposed to that at all. I have been thinking I really do want to approach Ed Tadeo and ask him if he has an interest in getting involved with something like that and what it would cost me. Because he really is a talented guy, and he uses Krita. You know, I could send him a Krita file, and I know that he's going to be able to open it up and just get to work. There's not like a big education. What I don't want to do is educate people. I've done that. I've hired people, and you know, they're really not quite up to scratch in their skill level, and you think, well, you know, I'm going to help them along, and I'm going to give them advice. I'm going to do this. Bullshit. It ain't going to happen. Sorry. Been there, done that. What happens is, if people want to get good at what they're doing and want to take pride in their work and want to contribute, they will do it. They will take the time. They will learn for their own reasons. And by the way, that creates, well, the thing about Ed mainly is that his YouTube channel has exploded because he's got over 100,000 subs. That's the main thing with Ed. I don't think, from the standpoint of the professional work he does, which is mainly in the like manga or comic type world, I think, the animation stuff is pretty much relegated to YouTube. So what you see on his YouTube channel is what he does, but it's kind of expanding. So he's in a growth mode, and it could well be that YouTube itself is becoming a full-time job for him. So he may not have very much interest at all in getting involved with, you know, an actual animation project other than what he's doing for his YouTube channel. And frankly, I wouldn't blame him. You know, if he's able to just sit there at home and make YouTube videos, and he's, you know, he's got a Patreon thing going, he's charging $1. You know, for $1 a month, you can be one of his patrons, right? Or patrons. So I think Ed's got a really good thing happening, and so from my perspective, it would be fun and or interesting to have a conversation with him about it. But my suspicion is he may have his hands full right now. You know, it's hard to say. Hard to say. Have to talk to the guy. Now, I would balance that in my own mind. The way I would balance that is I would say this. Usually the people that are out there that have a lot of activity actually aren't making anywhere near as much money as you might think they are. And you might find they're surprisingly open to other revenue streams. I mean, obviously he created a Patreon for a reason, and obviously if he's charging $1, it's actually a great idea, because with 100,000 subscribers, which is roughly what he has, think about this. Okay. Normally, if you really want to get an ROI on a critical mass item, like in other words, back in the day, if you were talking about, you know, an advertising campaign, let's say. Okay. So a good ROI on an advertising campaign would be 1/2 of 1%. Okay. So if I send out 100 items, well, okay, let's use a number that's actually plugs into the math well. So if I reach 1,000 people with my advertising piece, I would expect to get 5 responses. Now that doesn't mean I'm going to get 5 sales, but I would be looking for a 5% return, and those numbers have held pretty well through many, many years. Okay, so now from Ed's perspective, if you've got 100,000 fans and you take the 5% rule, well, he doesn't, now to be fair, he doesn't have 100,000 fans. He's probably got 1,000 fans. He's got 100,000 subscribers and about 1,000 fans. It's probably about 1%. Okay. So that means potentially you could have 500 patrons, which means it's probably realistic to think that he's actually making, at this point, several $100s a month on his Patreon. I would guess. He's not making much money on YouTube proper, but he might be making a few $100 a month on his Patreon. It might be less, you know. But I mean, those are probably not outrageous numbers. Who is Ed again? Ed Tadeo. I'll put his name in the comments. But he's an animator who uses Krita. He actually just sent me a message today because he's reaching out to all his subscribers about his Patreon. So he is actively asking people, hey, you want to spend $1 a month and be one of my patrons? Now, if he was just rolling in the bucks, he probably wouldn't be, you know, sending personal messages to subscribers asking them to be patrons. So, you know, for me, it just all boils down to, you know, what do you got going on in your life, and, you know, what do you want to do? So YouTube's a little funny that way. It's one of the reasons why I've basically done absolutely nothing at all to grow my YouTube channel. Because that's a business venture, and any business venture is essentially a full-time job. If you're going to do it, you know. And so now at that point, your focus isn't on creating a cartoon. Your focus is on growing the YouTube audience and growing the YouTube channel, and maybe curating your content in such a way as to optimize your views. Nothing wrong with that. I think it's great. And I may do it at some point. I just don't want to do it now. It's not what I want to do. I want to get this freaking cartoon done, get it to market, see how the market responds, see if it grabs an audience, and if it does okay, then it'll make sense to say, okay, I kind of know what my numbers are. Now I can consider the idea of building a team and speeding things up. That's basically my thinking about it. Make sense? So these things all take time. They all take time. Yep, in our theater group, we have to create the same balance between running the business and creating the work. Well, yeah, and anything creative. I have a little advantage over most people that are into the creative stuff because I do actually make my living from work that's essentially creative work. Part of a little bit of it is because of the movies that are, you know, they're on the shelf and they're generating revenue every month, but, you know, not a lot. A few $100, maybe as much as $500 a month. It depends on the month, but, you know, so it's okay. It's okay. But my commercial media clients are really who pays my bills, actually. And that ranges from, it's all kinds of stuff. Mostly it's telephone message on hold. You know, I've got customers all over the country who, when you call them and, you know, they stick you on hold because, you know, they're fielding a lot of phone calls. And while you're on hold, it's my voice that you hear saying, hey, thanks for calling XYZ company. We're glad you called. Hey, did you know, blah, 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 blah. And that's actually been the bread and butter for many, many years. Okay, I don't like that highlight at all. I'm hitting Z. Okay, I just need to put Asher back in and see how this... I like the texture. It's obviously it's too simple, but as far as a backdrop texture, not too bad. Not too bad. Let me think about this for half a second. We're going to let this be, let me see here, we're going to let this be where the thing gets slid under the door. So yeah, so this pose, we're going to actually allow this to be the same background. So I do want to be careful to say, you know, let's make sure this background looks pretty good. I wish I could do what you do. I say, you can. You can do exactly what I do if that's what you want to do. Just do it. And of course, it's hard. It is hard to a degree. But in the age of COVID-19, it's not that hard if you're stuck at home anyway. The problem most people have in the commercial media space is sales. They don't want to get on the phone and call. They don't want to get on the phone and make sales calls. To which I say, okay. Then figure out the social media advertising thing. Go that route. I've always done the calling thing. You know, I've always called customers, prospects. You know, take abuse on the phone. Well, it's been worth it. Well worth it. And I've done so much of it that it doesn't, you know, most people are sort of afraid to make sales calls. And I'm not, because I've just done it for so long, and I've dealt with so many different types of businesses and business owners, and you know, it's just like, to me, it's old news. Which actually I think is the interesting takeaway, in the sense that, oops, I think that's there's something really interesting to be learned from that. Meaning, if you look at something you would want to do, I guess Tony Robbins kind of talks about this in his materials actually, but if you think about something you'd want to do and then you ask yourself, well, wait a second, somebody who's done it for 10 years, like to them it's old news, they've done it, they don't have the anxiety about it that I have. Well, that means obviously that it's possible to not have the anxiety about it. It's possible. So if it's possible, then the question should be, what do I need to do, or what do I need to know so that this thing that makes me anxious doesn't make me anxious anymore? Because I know that's possible. In fact, if I had already done it for several years, probably I wouldn't be anxious now. So what do I do, or what do I need to know to get myself in that headspace so that I'm no longer scared to, you know, do this thing or try this thing that I wish I could do? If it's been done, then obviously it's doable. Oh, well, yeah, it would cost you too much money. Oh, those guys, you know, they've got a big team. You know, blah, blah, blah. Excuse. That's, by the way, is Rosalie still here? If Rosalie's still here, that is what I was trying to say earlier, when I was talking about young people and what young people tend to say when you talk to them. They're always going to say, well, yeah, but they'll tell you what the limitations are, right? They'll tell you what the challenges are of the thing that they want to do, as if they freaking knew. They're not telling you what the difficulties are going to be. Hey, Rosalie, young people don't tend to tell me what the difficulties are of this thing that you want to do or the thing you want to become. They don't tell me what the challenges are because they actually know anything. They tell me what the challenges are because they're intimidated by me. They know that I know more than them, and they're trying to look like they're not stupid. The problem is that I already know that they're not, it's not that they're stupid, but they are ignorant. They don't know because they don't have experience, and that's perfectly fine, right? There's nothing wrong with not having experience. Of course, I know you don't have experience. That's why I try to encourage young people. I say, listen, all the things that you got stuck in your head that you think are limits that are going to stop you from doing whatever it is you think you want to do, it's all in your head. It's all in your head. Just try. Just go. And when you bump into a real barrier, because remember, right now all the barriers are in your brain. They're in your brain. They're completely just you telling yourself, and you're a little bit rattled maybe by the fact that you don't know what you're going to encounter when you go out there and actually try to do it. So my advice to you is just try to do it. Just go. And find out for real what the challenges are, what the barriers are. In some arenas, there are real barriers to entry. For example, in the animation space, if you want to, the question is, what do you want to do? If you want to work in Hollywood, then there are barriers to entry. But the only reason there are barriers to entry, at the end of the day, if I was, I don't know. I mean, I am a filmmaker, but I'm not Spielberg. Okay? So if I'm some big shot, what do I actually care about? Let's say I want to create a cartoon, and I'm not going to do it myself because I'm the big shot, right? So I'm going to hire a bunch of people, a lot of whom are fairly young, to do the work. Okay, so the question is, what do I actually care about? I've talked about this a little bit before. What I actually care about, Rosalie, I'll tell you this because you're going to deal with employers. What I care about is really essentially three things. Number one, what's your level of talent? And I'm gonna actually give this little speech I've given before because I think people find it useful, and I think you, Rosalie, at your age probably need to hear this. There are three things that matter in the real world, basically. What are they? Your talent. How magically, wonderfully good are you at whatever it is you think you're doing? That's one thing. That's not the most important thing. It is one important thing. Your talent, your work ethic, and how you get along with people. Okay, so here are the three. Talent, work ethic, get along with people. Okay, those are the three things that matter. And the rule is the following. If you're amazingly good at one of the three, in other words, you're an incredible, well, adaptability to work kind of ties in with work ethic and talent, actually. And actually it ties in with all three. You have to have some talent to be able to absorb new skills. You have to have a work ethic to apply yourself to those skills and come up to speed on how the team is operating as a team. And you've got to get along with everybody and realize that we're all works in progress and different people maybe are adapting at a different pace. So there's a lot of things to consider there that tie into all three of those things. Here's my point for young people like Rosalie. If you're strong in one of those three, you're going to be fine. But your ability to be fine will come at a certain cost. Like, in other words, if you're incredibly talented, but like you're a really crappy person to deal with, you're still going to be okay if you have like world-class talent. If you're like really talented, people will still want to work with you even though they, basically think you're a miserable person to be around. Similarly, if you're actually of only modest talent, you're just mediocre. You're just okay. I mean, let's face it, the truth is most of the world is that. Most of the workplace you're going to go work in is mediocre people. That's the truth. Most people are just average. Exceptionalism is actually pretty rare. Okay, so if you're just average and you recognize that and you're not too rattled by it, you go, oh, yeah, I'm just an average talent person. I'm always trying to improve, but I'm just not one of those people who's gifted with ridiculous talent, which, by the way, is very, very rare anyway. Most people who are really good at something get good with lots and lots of practice. But some people, like we were talking about singing yesterday, some people are just born with a good voice and it is what it is. But my point is, if you're of modest talent but you're really, really a hard worker, man, you put your nose to the grindstone, you're a tough cookie. You just keep on going, you put in the hours because you're just determined that, I'm just going to do a good job. So you got a really great work ethic. Okay. You're going to be fine too. If you are a person who people just enjoy working with, they just like being around, you're just a fun person, you always brighten up the room when you walk into it, yada, yada, yada. Okay, you're going to be fine. So now here's the magic rule. Rosalie, are you listening? Here's the magic rule. This rule will shape your life. Are you ready? Let me know, Rosalie. This is for you. Getting ready to hit you with some really magical information here. Gotta know you're paying attention. Okay, here we go. Here's the rule. If you have one of the three, you'll be okay. If you have two of the three, you're going to be very successful. And if you have all three, nothing can stop you. If you have lofty, and most people, by the way, have two. Actually, most people tend to have two. They might be very talented and they might be really intensely into what they're doing, so they're a great worker, but they're actually fairly shitty to get along with. You know, partly because they're sort of in their own world, right? If you have two of the three, you will definitely be successful. You're going to do just fine. If you have one of the three, you know, you'll be okay. If you have none, you're kind of hosed. Because there's no reason for anyone to work with you. There's no reason. But if you have one of the three, you'll be okay. Two of the three, you'll be successful. All three, nothing can stop you. Fortunately for me, I almost have all three. I actually don't have all three. I've got two. So can anybody guess what my weakness is of those three? I'll give you, this is a question for the class. What's my weakness? Is my weakness talent, work ethic, or my ability to get along with people? I can't wait to see what people think. I know exactly what the answer is. What is Dave's weakness? Is it his talent, his work ethic, or his ability to get along with people? Which is it? I think we probably know what the answer is. I can't wait to see if anyone guesses. I'll bet you Darren knows. Okay, I'm going to zoom out here and see. Okay, gosh, I kind of went too far. Darn it, I was zoomed in too far. I blew it. I'm just trying to give this wall some character and some... Yeah, I really went too far here. Okay, so nobody's going to guess. Nobody's going to guess. Doggone it. What is Dave's weakness? Talent, work ethic, or ability to get along with people? Nobody's going to weigh in. Nobody's guessing. Maybe nobody cares. Based on what I've seen, communicate really well and you work hard, you have talent, willing to learn. I think you have to. Okay, good guess. It's not an unreasonable guess based on what you guys have been seeing on YouTube. But the answer is work ethic. The reality is, if I can pull down, you know, a reasonably good living and only work a few hours a day, if that, then I have a tendency to do that. Okay, so I learned a long time ago, because I did get comfortable with sales work, that if I pick up the phone and shake it, money falls out. I'll find customers every time. I just will. And so will you, but most people are afraid to actually do it. You know, they're sort of intimidated to do that. So it was fairly easy for me. It was tough at first. The boot up, you know, this is back in the early 90s, but getting it going was challenging because you have to make a lot of sales calls to find those customers. But anyway, yeah, it's work ethic. You're seeing that change. Actually, it's an interesting thing. There have really only been a couple times in... Remember when I said, maybe yesterday or the day before, I said, I find it interesting that most of the productive output of the Beatles all happened within a couple years, actually. People don't really realize that. It was really just 2 or 3 years where most of their output took place, right? And I find this is usually the case. So what happens is people get hungry. At some point, they just get the itch and they just get moving. And then it doesn't actually last that long. Okay? And so right now, for me, this is an interesting season of life because I'm actually getting hungry and feeling competitive for the first time in quite a few years. you know, I've kind of been coasting along. I've given myself a wide berth to learn this animation stuff, to really develop the skills and develop a workflow that, to me, the one of the most important things about it is that I enjoy it. If it's not fun, screw it. I'm not going to do it. It's not worth it. No amount of money would be worth it if I'm miserable doing it. Okay. So anyway, so what you're seeing, Maria, it is true at the moment, but broadly over the most of my life, it hasn't really been true. I tend to go in fits and starts, but yeah, right now it is true though that I'm going through a competitive, you know, once I saw this cartoon on the editing timeline in Vegas and I'm going, you know what, I'm really starting to see that I think I can do this and it's going to be good. So I feel good about showing it or selling it or talking about it. If that's in place, I start to get the itch. So I kind of have the itch on this thing. And I know me. I know me, and I know that when I get the itch, shit tends to happen. So I just know me. I've just seen the pattern before. So I'm in a good place in that respect. You know. Okay, this really looks pretty good. Let's see if the... This is not bad. So now I want to go in, I think, with a different brush. And I want to add some details. I think this brush would be a really good choice. I think what I want to do is I want to give a paneling concept to this. So, okay, here's a bit of a color rule that I found is quite useful. If you've got a gradient situation like this, pick a color right in the middle, like this, and then what happens is that gives you a highlight in the dark areas and a shadow in the light areas. Okay, the shadow part of it didn't quite work that well, did it? So really I didn't pick a color that was quite dark enough, but that tends to be a useful technique. There, you see it there. Now, I probably should turn these guides off because they're actually sort of clouding the picture a bit in terms of... Okay, so... But yeah, I would say I'm definitely... Yeah, I mean, my work ethic right now is off the chart compared to what it was for a long time. I think that, honestly, when I went through a divorce, which would have been, boy, 7 years ago now, that situation pretty well shut me down because I really didn't want that situation. It happens. You know, it happens to a lot of people. Thanks, Val. Appreciate you doing that. Valerie just got Zuko up. I was going to do that at 8:30, and you beat me to it. So Zuko is getting up. So the people who are new here are going, well, who's Zuko? Isn't Zuko a character in Avatar: The Last Airbender? Yep. Zuko is an African gray parrot. And he's named after Zuko the Prince from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Right, Zuko? And he's a very good boy. Okay, I want to just dial in this. So yeah, I would say that I really ran out of gas when I went through the divorce. I think it was such a drain on me. Because again, it was not a divorce that I wanted, but I you know, in hindsight, I'm glad it happened actually. I have to say, I'm in a way better place. I think she's maybe in a way better place, but I'm not sure of that actually. But it was what she needed to do, and I respect it. So that's that. But that really shut me down for some time. It would actually maybe be interesting and or therapeutic to talk more openly about what that period of life was like. Let me see. How nice. When we were growing up, my sister converted our front porch to a home for parakeets, parrots, and other birds. That's super cool. Yeah, Valerie is quite experienced with birds. She worked in a pet shop, and they used to have her handle all the birds because she was so good with them. She's very good at reading their body language. which I certainly am not that great at. So I hope you guys don't mind watching me just, you know, I'm painting more slowly than, obviously, those who've been around much know that I tend to go pretty fast. I'm really kind of enjoying just the brushwork. Oh, really? It's kind of strange that he said Wolfie during the show, because usually the birds, I tell you what Zuko does is, if I go start talking to him, and I just start saying some word that I want him to learn, what'll happen is, he won't say it, and we will never hear him practice it either. He doesn't rehearse, but then, out of nowhere, about 2 weeks later, he'll just say it, and he'll say it perfectly. It's really amazing. So yeah, I want to put this, I'm kind of in the zone that I get into when I do actually organic, you know, like acrylic or oil or watercolor painting. And yeah, it's a good place. So I'm just taking a little more time today, moving a little slower, just to enjoy the brushwork, enjoy the process of seeing a painting unfold. And as I work through it, I'll probably think of some things I want to tweak or change. Probably here, actually, we've got a little conflict here in terms of what the light's doing, as a matter of fact. So I think I'll try to balance it by having it cut both ways. So it's backlit a little bit, but the main light really is coming from the center of the room. So it's gonna flag the borders of the door a little bit on both directions, I would say. So yeah, Zuko will wait 2 weeks, and then poof, all of a sudden he says it. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. You really can't get African greys anymore here in the United States unless they're actually bred here. But I mean, we got one of the last African greys to actually come from the Congo, I think. I'm actually not 100% sure that he did come from there, but there's various reasons having to do with importing the bird trade. For one thing, there's been a lot of fraud in the bird trade. You can find people selling African gray parrots online who, you know, there's really no bird. They want to get your money, and then you're never going to see your money again. We almost actually got fooled by somebody like that, because they're pretty good at it. They've got it down to a system, right? And they know how bird lovers are in terms of what buttons to push to speak the language so that you're convinced that they really are bird people. I am not a bird person. I don't claim to be. I'm just a guy. I'm an artsy-fartsy guy. But I do spend a fair amount of time with Zuko. I taught him to fly. Actually, I taught him to like fly across the room and land on my finger, that type of thing. So yeah, definitely part of the family. Part of the family. So anyway, take inventory of yourself. Do you have exceptional talent? Do you have a good work ethic? How do you get along with people? Okay. So Martini, okay, was actually an African. You say African parrot, I assume you mean a gray. I'll assume you mean a gray. Okay, yeah. Horses, birds. What is it with animal people? Yeah, my ex was a horse person, actually one of the most accomplished dressage instructors in the region. Very, very good. Very, very good with horses. Quite accomplished trainer. And she still is. She still is quite a good dressage practitioner. Okay, so I would like to put some kind of handle on the door, but first I think what I'm going to do is let's grab this brush again, and I want to just add a little texture to the door. I want to add a little wood texture. Let's put a little hole in the door right here, maybe a little bit. Not enough to put an actual hole all the way through the door, but just a little something to give the door some texture. Texture is nice. Makes it feel real. And I'm going to hit the N key so I get the, okay, well, ooh. Okay, so that's actual size. Okay. So I definitely need to be a little careful to put enough texture in here to Wookie, huh? Wookie the guinea pig. Wookie. Looky, looky, Wookie, Wookie. If you're good, you'll get a cookie. It's interesting that this gets back into sort of traditional matte painting mentality. It's the idea that if you just put little suggestions here and there, then in the back of your mind you just accept it for what it is. You really don't want too much. You want just little suggestions. Little suggestions. You do too much and it just becomes overblown, and like right there I just did exactly that. And by the way, I probably should save my work. I think that's looking pretty good. So here's the N key. Thinking I want to do the same thing on this, so I'm going to hit the R key to sample that color because it's a little darker. Actually, I think I'm going to get the real dark one right there. And then let's just kind of roughen up the door frame a bit. So the thing you want to do is, like you say, this is my neutral color. There's my mid-tone. And you can kind of see over here, you know, if you go a little darker, that's going to give you your shadows. And, you know, you go a little lighter and you're going to want to get the highlights. Now, the thing about highlights is, this is actually a good color for the highlight, probably right there. If you're going to have anything that represents a texture, then it's got to catch a little glint of the light. So you want to be thinking about where the light's actually coming from and how the light would hit that thing that you're trying to draw. And it's very, very simple, actually. It's very easy to put in little details that make it look much, much better. Improve it a lot. Okay, so now what we need to do is get the shadow in there. I tend to, like right now, this is a little bit in reverse to what I prefer. Normally I find it more intuitive to put in the shadows and then come back in and plop the highlights over top. But it's not like it's a rule. Okay, I'm going to look at Maria's comments. 77 is Dobie. Oh, his dad was Obi-Wan. That makes sense. My parents refused to call him Alec Guinea. Alec Guinea. There you go. That makes all the sense in the world.
Feel the force, Luke. Feel the force. Trust your feelings, Luke. You must trust your feelings.
Alright, try to catch you later. Hey, man. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that. And remember, Steve.
Trust your feelings, Luke.
Everybody's Luke. Oh, yeah. We live in a land of Lukes. I'm actually going to put a little bit of... Now, that is... Okay, this is pure gold. Guys, look at that. By just putting that little tiny highlight there, I mean, you could maybe even come back and make a real divot in the door. Maybe even darker, but... Boy, that adds a lot of character to the door frame, doesn't it? That stupid little line. That's insane. That is insane. Wow. Huge difference. I am impressed. I'm going to put a little one there. And even one there that's crooked. That's what I'm going to do. Now, I don't want to do too much. You do too much, you're going to wreck it. Calm down, children. You just want a little bit. And here, okay, I want to kind of share what I'm thinking of here. If these textures of wood are crawling vertically through this door frame, then you'd have a little break here like this. You'd have these little breaks, wouldn't you? I think you would. So I'm going to do that, and then here I'll just kind of put the highlight like that, and I'll bet you when we zoom out, it's starting to look really real, you know, really organic. Now what I'd like to do is maybe actually even have something like that here as well. Little touch. Okay, so I'm just going with a light color. Frankly, the hue does not matter much. What matters is the value. Okay, so now that is a good looking door. The only thing I'm kind of having a problem with is I feel like some of our details are a little bit too fuzzy. They're a little bit too blurry. So I'm going to try to crisp up those details a little bit. By the way, I don't know how long I'm going to be live streaming today. I'm feeling my eyes have been doing well. So I was wearing, you know, I've been wearing these blue filter glasses for months, and they work really, really well. I mean, if you stare at, especially in my case, because I got 3 screens. So the last couple days, I've had one of the screens turned off, because I think what was happening is I was looking at the upper right screen, and the upper left screen, some of the light from it was able to sneak in to my left behind the glasses, if you will. I think that's what happened. So I started getting a little touchy when I did a bit longer live stream the other day. So I'm like, I better be careful here. Boy, that looks good. Dang. I'm really liking that. Now, by the way, it seems to me that, gee, wouldn't you have a bit of a shadow under the door? Yeah, I think you would. Okay. I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to keep... Now that I don't like at all. That's just, the highlight's just working against the shadow. Just the tiniest... I don't even like that, actually. I think that one... Yeah, I should think it might catch a little highlight down there. Yeah, that's probably okay. But it's got to be very, very subtle. So it's... You know, all I can say is it seems to me that the more you do, you just sort of get more and more sensitive to when to quit, you know, when to quit. So, 8 concurrent viewers, but nobody's saying too much. Who else is here? Who else is watching right now? Identify yourself. Identify yourself. Identify yourself. I like to know who's out there hanging out on my YouTube channel. And I'm also always curious, as I was discussing with Rosalie earlier, what exactly, you know, what are you here for? What are you looking for that would bring you to my humble YouTube channel? I'm always curious to know what people want to... Well, Dirt, I always know you're here. Dirt is hilarious. Dirt, every once in a while, just weighs in with these one-liners that half the time they're sort of cryptic and you don't really know what Dirt just said. But gosh, this is so cool. I'm really having fun. I'm having fun painting. I've been actually having the same experience with organic, you know, regular watercolor and acrylic painting. Just I think maybe you reach a point where you're able to kind of make things look cool, and it's just a lot of fun to be able to do that. You know, it's kind of a, after so many years of kind of being frustrated. So Chris Foltz is here. Heck yeah. Yep, Rosalie's still here. Heck yeah. Thank you for sharing your time with us. This is great. Hey, Chris, I appreciate that. Now, I'm not really usually all about painting. I'm usually all about the animation process. So, if you guys are curious, I'll just throw this out there. I'm not fishing for it because I'm having a lot of fun painting. But if you guys want me to take like a minute and scan through the cartoon and kind of show what I've been doing for those of you who don't really know, then I will do that. But I mean, you guys, if you guys ask for it, I'll divert for a minute into that and just say, okay, well, here's most of the work that I've been doing for the last few months. Okay, so now I need to, methinks, pull out here. Let's put Asher back in the shot. I got to do the shadows too. So this is going to be a little bit. This background painting is going to be real similar to this one. In fact, I think it would probably be prudent to. Gosh, I'm going to make a duplicate of this, and I'm going to just spin this around. Let's hit the not the A key, the S key to select. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go like this, and I'm going to stretch this way. And maybe, let me see. I'll go ahead and let a little hint of the door be in there just to see how it feels, but I don't think I'm going to like it. I think it's going to probably look stupid. Now, it's not ridiculous though, actually, because if you go back to the storyboard, this establishing shot shows the monastery that they're in. There actually are doors all around it. It's a bit of a compound, actually. So the idea that there would maybe be multiple doorways isn't really ridiculous. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit the S key, select all. I guess we'll have to do it that way. I think I'm going to go ahead and stretch this there, so just so we're getting a little less of it. I just want to see just a little kiss. Just a little kiss. Sweet little kiss of the door. Oh, yes. Okay. So now what we're going to do, this is interesting. See, this is where we're going to see how much work we're going to save. Because this shot, this is a close-up. So, heck, this is just going to be a variation like that. And I was really impressed when I watched Emperor's New Groove last week. How Front Yardian says, what is his editing software? My editing software is Vegas, Sony Vegas. About Vegas Pro. Vegas. I've been using Vegas for many, many, many years. And most of the cartoon is done in Krita. But the last day or two, I'm working in Tahoma. The main difference between Krita and Tahoma is Krita is basically a painting program that has animation bolted onto it. Pretty good. And I get most of my work done in Krita. So I showed this actually shot as an example. Right? So this is all just done in Krita. Whereas Tahoma is more of an animation program where the painting tools aren't quite as sophisticated as what we have in Krita. And let's see, this one, I'll tell you what, right here, is this my airbrush? I think it is. I mean, yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is my point about the Emperor's New Groove was that there's a lot of backgrounds in that movie that are really, really simple gradients, actually. But for this, I'm going to do that for this shot. I'm going to use an airbrush. I'm using a big airbrush, and of course it's bogging things down a little bit, but I'm just going to really simplify these colors and also give it a little more saturation. Make it more of a... Now this shot doesn't look as good as it ultimately will because the characters don't really look right yet because they don't have their shadows. For some shows, and by the way, speaking of Disney, one thing I've noticed with many Disney movies is they don't put shadows on the interiors of the characters the way you see in anime. For what I'm doing, I kind of do the shadow thing. Okay, so it's all just a choice, but I like this contrast. Now this, oh man, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to flip it. I'm going to flip this. So let's hit the S key to do a selection. And can we just do it this way? Take this horizontal value and just make it -100. Ta-da! Flipped it. Alright. So there's that. And then here, that doesn't belong there. This is probably going to be... See, this is what I told you guys the other day, is that once I get into this and start doing the backgrounds, you're going to find out that we have a lot of leverage. Okay, now what I want to do here is I'm going to make a duplicate. Okay, this is kind of important actually. Alright, so I'm going to delete that. I don't want that in there. But this one, I really want this centered. Okay, so what we're going to do is grab this. And by the way, before I get too far, I need to really make sure that I'm not going to change my mind about this painting since I'm making all these copies of it. I think we're okay. I think the shadows are going to really sell it. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. Just move that over. And then I wonder if I can, I suspect I cannot really get out. I don't think, yeah, it's not going to remember. Maybe it is. Yes. Yes or no? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the S key here. I'm just going to grab a section of this guy. I'm going to hit Control C. And then I'm going to go into this painting. And I'm going to hit the S key, which is the selection tool. And then I'm going to hit Control V. But now what I'm going to do is reverse this, whip this around about like that, and smack it over here. I think actually what I'll do is I'll just put it there. And then I'll just patch the transition zone between the two. But that gives us, yeah, I mean, that looks fine. Okay, so now I'm going to hit the B key. I want this to be actually 0, meaning sort of like the neutral natural brush size. R key to sample a color, and now I'm just going to go in here and just patch the gap, baby. Just patch that up, and we're in good shape. All right, R key here, B key to paint with, B for brush. Duh, you guys knew that. Okay, and I actually like the way this is almost. It's like there's a shadow, but there's also light creeping under the. Actually, think I accidentally did something good there. Whoops. So you've got this. There's a little bit of light creeping under the door. Even though, and you know what? If I have to make some adjustments to this background painting, I can do that any old time I want. And if there's a little bit of variance between the different poses, if you will, that's not going to matter. The audience isn't going to remember that. They're not going to notice that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Because remember, the letters are being shoved under the door. And so I'm just gonna tighten up these edges. I'm going to go around and tighten up edges a bit. I just think I should. So I'm hitting the this. Okay, Dave. You might want to make a little adjustment there, Dave, because you know what? Your lines are slanted there, fella. All right, the way I need to do that is to hit the Control key so that I only move the upper corner. Boom. Fixed. Let's go here. These are probably okay, actually. There's a little bit of variance there. Now this painting, again, not so sure about this. It would have been better to use number 2, so I'm gonna, or I'm seeing, I just had a dyslexia moment. I meant number 5. What I'm gonna do is take number 5 and make a duplicate. We'll call that 6 and move 6 back here and just see how that feels. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do is, I think what I shall do here is, again, move this. Let's see. Well, the original door was over yonder. So actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try this a couple different ways, but I think what I'm going to do is, let's go into the drawing panel and engage in some risky behavior. Oh. Alright, now what I'm going to do is actually stretch this away, and then stretch this away, and I'm just closing up the distance on those. Let's see, that would probably be about there actually, and I'll just do that. That's fine. Boom, we'll keep it, and then that's going to give us some more wonderful, wonderful patches to make. Let's do that fast. Ready? Here we go. We're going to go. This is going to be some fast patching, baby. Here we go. Little bit more red. Alright, there's that. Okay. Now we're rocking. Now we're rocking. Now we're rocking. I tell you, we're really rocking. We're really rocking. Gah. Okay. Nobody's saying too much in the comments now. It must be because they're just so amazingly impressed with my amazing work. Alright, okay. Animating that. Probably less than stellar. I'm going to hit the delete key, extend that, and pop that back in order to make up for my stupid attack. Oh, I see. I actually needed to move. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. This should probably be squished around a little bit. We'll see what I do. I might actually just okay. What could I do with this? Watch this. You guys are going to be stunned and amazed. Watch what I'm about to do. I'm going to hit the Alt F key, which puts this in full screen mode. And then I'm going to go like this, so it's actually taking up the full screen. And then I'm just going to go Alt print screen. I think it's Alt. It might be Control. I can't remember. And then what I'm going to do is jump over to Krita. Where are you, Krita? Krita, Krita. There you are. Okay, and it appears that this, okay, jumping over here, I'm going to go File, New. Yep, I'm going to create it from the clipboard. And there it is. Okay, so why did I do that? I did that because I want to use the liquify tool, and then I'm going to paste it back in. So watch this. I'm going to hit the A key, and then I'm going to go into liquify mode, right? Liquify! And then that way I can just go like this. Oh. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Nice. Nice. Ooh, that's good. I like that. Oh, man. That feels good. Right. Oh, yeah. Right on, baby. Ooh, yeah. A little more of that. A little more on the right. A little more on the right. Oh, yeah. A little more on the right. A little more on the left. Boom. Okay. Little problem here. Let's shrink our brush, and I'm hitting Shift and just dragging. Little problem right there. Okay. And then, by the way, as long as we're here, and this is such a tight view on the wall, should we add a little extra texture while we're here? Well, let's actually hit the B key to go into brush mode, and let's grab our oil paintbrush. I mean, come on, as long as we're here, let's just have some fun. Let's have some fun. Why is the stabilizer on? Alt Q. I do not want the stabilizer on. That is utterly obnoxious. Okay, little fix up here, little control, little bit of contrast. But let's just turn, little down on the saturation. Oh yeah, just a little bit. There we go. Save that. Oops, I don't want to save that. I'm not going to save that. I'm literally just going to cut and paste it from Krita into Tahoma and not even worry about saving it. Don't care. Don't care about the save. Nope. Don't care. I don't care. I don't care. And you can't make me. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, just a little gentle. Okay, so now the question really becomes, are we going to sort of integrate a little bit more texture into the walls? There's really no reason we need to, other than the fact that it just looks a little bit interesting. So the level of contrast needs to be extremely low. I mean, this needs to be something that you wouldn't really see it as much as feel it. You know, it's just like just a little bit of flaw here in the paint job, if you will. You know, just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm stroking down because the way Krita manages the paint data, it's got a little bit of funkiness there on the bottom. So now let's take our oil paint brush and just kind of smooth that out a bit. just a little bit more texture. Oh yeah, just a little bit more. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that too. Oh, that feels good. That feels good. I like it. I like it muy mucho.
Yes, I do. It's very, very wonderful. It's great to watch, Dave. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to lower your volume and get scripting.
Well, yeah, girl, you need to get your writing done. Let me tell you something, Maria. There's nothing more important. There's nothing more important. All these guys that are like into the clip studios and the blenders and the Tahomas, and they're all worried about animation. They don't realize the most important thing by far is the freaking script. Screw up this, and Anastasia, I talked about it yesterday. Anastasia proves it. Here's a movie where the technical execution is absolutely gorgeous and the movie sucks to high heaven. Why? Because the script sucked to high heaven. The script was terrible. I mean, I watched the movie and I'm going, geez, I can see, I wish they'd had me rewrite a draft, because I tell you what, I would have improved it. I guarantee you. It's that bad. All right, I'm going to hit Control A and I'm going to go Control C. Jump back to Tahoma, hit the S key so I'm in selection mode, and then go Control V. And it appears to me that nothing happened. Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. My bad. My bad. I am a fool. Let me check this. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Let's check this. Okay. This is what I want right here. Hitting the S key, Control V. And yeah, paste in place. There we go. So there's our improved painting that we just cut and pasted from Krita. No, I mean, I'm telling you guys that you really, between Krita and Tahoma, you pretty much aren't really going to go wrong. I mean, everything that you could want to do in animation, for the most, if you want to get into CGI and 3D, then forget it. Go learn Blender, because believe me, Blender is by far the best. And I think that it's quite literally the best game in town. And you know, I'm telling you, I back in the late 90s, I had about $3,000 into, actually about $3,500 I had into 3D Studio Max. No contest. No contest. 3D Studio Max didn't even come close to Blender. In fact, what actually happened was around 1999-2000, I discovered Blender online, and I actually gave up on 3D Studio Max and adopted Blender, even though a lot of the tools in Blender at that time were still a little anemic compared to 3D Studio Max. But in total, I just, that was it. I didn't look back. I became a Blender guy. I became a Blender guy. Okay, so I'm going to go like this. Ultimately, obviously, you guys, there's going to be a lot of timing adjustments here. I probably would be wise to get the... hello? I said give me this drawing. I would probably be wise to get the shadows in there. And then probably the way we're going to edit this thing, okay, is going to be to... What if you in Tahoma, if I grab any keyframe like this, if I want to stretch this out across the whole timeline, I can just hit Alt down arrow. Okay, I want to just say, by the way, what I just told you is wrong. Okay, and the reason it's wrong is because what I just said works in OpenToonz and it looks like it's broken in Tahoma, which is a fork of OpenToonz, and that happens fairly frequently because there are some, you know, some choices that have been made in the development of Tahoma that have sort of broken some things that we maybe were used to how they worked in OpenToonz. Given a is a massive, massive benefit. Okay, so now one question here is he actually going to just stand up straight, or are we going to have a slightly different background? I'll tell you what, I'm just going to not decide. So anyway, what's been true for the last couple of years in OpenToonz is I can click any frame, and if I hit Alt down arrow, what happens is across the entire, all your layers, everything just gets moved down. And you can hit Alt up arrow to do the opposite and actually take frames out. So you can kind of do some rudimentary editing right here in Tahoma or OpenToonz. For whatever reason, the hotkeys for that aren't aren't working in Tahoma, which isn't a big shock. So I'm thinking at this point, okay, I need to do this background painting. So this is going to be a completely different background painting. And this is going to be the floor. So let's knock out the floor real quick. Let's do it this way. Let's cheat. We're going to cheat. So what I'm going to do is, I want to cheat. So I'm going to go S key. I'm going to grab all of this and just Control C. Now I'm going to come back here and I'm going to hit the B key so that I can start painting. So basically it created a painting for me, if you will. Now I'm going to hit the S key, which is a selection tool. I'm going to hit Control V, and I just painted that, or copied that painting in there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stretch this like that. And the only reason I'm doing this is so that I can steal the colors from the earlier frames. And I'm going to save my work just in case, because it looks like Tahoma's being a little hesitant. Doesn't want to let me commit to that change that I just made. Hello? Hello? Okay, Tahoma boogered. Let's do that again. Let's do that again. I'm going to stretch it tall, not get too fancy with it, and just hit enter and see what happens. Hello? Tahoma. Okay, I'm going to look at Chris Foltz. Chris Foltz, whose name is spelled K-R-I-S, I assume is a female. And Chris Foltz, where are you from, Chris Foltz? What country? More worried about art versus story. Okay, okay. I'm guilty, but I've never been a storyteller either. Trying tango for the game in my comic with little talking, all action. Hey, nothing wrong with that. That sounds like a cool concept. I got familiar with Gandhi as I think this came up the other day from Samurai Jack. That was my exposure to Gandhi. Gandhi or Gennady, or I'm not sure how the name is actually supposed to be said. But okay, so basically Tahoma's being stupid. So I've used the selection tool and I've resized this and I'm hitting enter, and for whatever reason the changes that I made are not taking. You see that? Now they took, and actually this is a bit shocking. Actually, wow, okay. I'm an idiot. This drawing, this angle is actually probably better. What I was going to do was I was going to have essentially the door coming around this way, so you're looking down, like you're looking down in this direction at the floor. But having it straight ahead like that kind of works. I don't know, let's try it both ways. I think what we'll do is, let me jump back here to Krita. Let's do this. Just because I can. I'm going to just wing it a bit here. And let's see what happens if we just do a little cut and paste operation. So I'm going to hit the A key to select all. And I can, what I want to create, I can create one heck of a lot faster in Krita than I would be able to in Tahoma. So I'm going to just do that. This is the shot I had in mind. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to hit the liquefy tool, make it really big, and just give this a little bit of an angle like that. Okay? So the idea was that you're kind of looking out and you're getting a little lens distortion, if you will. Okay? And now here in the background, I'm going to hit Control A and grab my... Actually, I might as well do a fill. Just fill that. Come on. Am I in solo mode right now? Yep, I was in solo mode. Silly me. Silly me. That something is a little funky here. This is in normal mode. I'm going to bake it. Boom. Bake it down, and it... doggone it. Folks, I am actually a little confused. It's not very often in Krita that I bump into something where I go, what the heck is going on? And right now I'm having that moment. So I'm missing something obvious. I am missing something obvious. If I solo the layer, if I isolate the layer, I see it. If I don't isolate it, I don't see it. If I have it in isolate mode and I toggle between the layers, I see them both. But when I just do the normal thing, which is see both the layers, this one is not wanting to be visible. Even if I turn the opacity of this one down, what I'm seeing right there is kind of one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Well, maybe there's a solution. The solution is I'm going to hit the S key just like I do in Tahoma, go Control C, jump back to here, and go Control V and see what happens. And it actually creates another layer over top, and when I hit, okay, that'll work. This is kind of bizarre, but okay, we're going to go with it. That's fine. B key, sample that. All right, let's just fix this. Let's clean this up. Okay, let me check something. Okay, actually this is kind of wrong, by the way. This is actually supposed to be the door. Stupid. So I'm going to hit the Control M. I can't believe I did that. Oh, I'm just having a I'm having a bad day here. I'm making stupid mistakes. Alright, so what I'm going to do is go to the hue adjustment. And I'm just going to rotate the hue of this a little bit like that. Okay? Sorry, guys. I don't need to save it. I'm living dangerously. I'm deliberately working in a single layer, and I'm not saving my work. I'm literally winging this in the most dangerous possible way you can. Just because, you know what? It's kind of fun. Alright, if I lose my work and everything goes to, you know, hell in a handbasket, why? Then I will admit that I was being a little bit stupid. Okay? But now what we're going to do is we're going to go here. We're going to darken this a little bit, and let's just kind of just give a little texture here. A little texture. Okay? Let's roughen up the floor a bit. Roughen up the floor. Okay, so now that's right there is a little bit of a anomaly because of the nature of this brush. It's a blend brush as well as a paint brush. It mixes blending and painting together, which is a bit of a can give you some anomalies at the edges because you're pushing the paint away from the edge. Alright, and now what I want to do is just a little bit of, as I said earlier, I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, I guess if you settle on choices, writing should be fine. But how to settle? Well, that's a good question. I was actually having this conversation to a degree with my 18-year-old son yesterday, because I know that I'm a weird case. There aren't any. I know that there are not very many people who can write a screenplay, shoot a movie, direct actors, edit the film, write the musical score, and do special effects as well, because actually a couple of my films have had a lot of like tracking shots and virtual backgrounds and things like that. So to a degree, you know, I could see somebody saying, well, you know, I can't do all those things. Well, you have to find somebody who can then. I mean, what are you going to do? You got to find a friend. Okay, so this looks good. All right, this looks good, so let's commit to this. I'm going to hit Control A, I'm going to hit Control C. Now let's jump back to Tahoma, we'll paste it in, and then we'll get the paper in there. Hope that makes sense. So I'm going to hit the S key again and hit Control V. And I'm going to paste it in place, so there's my painting. Okay, for that shot. Dirt. Dude, I swear, for every time that I know what the heck you're saying, there's 10 times that I don't. So my advice to you, Rosalie, would be, you know, just try. Try writing. Why not? What could go wrong? Now, if you really strongly feel like, well, I don't really even have a story I want to write. I just care about, you know, because somebody could definitely say this. They might say, I just like animation, man. I don't care about the story. I like the idea of letting it be someone else's story. What I care about is just doing the animation work or whatever. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly legitimate. That is a perfectly legit perspective. But then, you know, you just need to find a friend who's like into writing and say, hey man, why don't you like chop together, actually, do we want to do it this way? I think I'm going to try to make it look more or less like a single sheet of paper. Okay, so I don't know what's about to happen, so I'm going to save my work. And I'm going to hit the fill tool and just see what happens. Boop. Oh, it filled the whole darn thing. Okay, that's not good. I want to turn my fill depth down way low. Okay, that's actually what I wanted. That's actually what I wanted. Cool. Good. I can live with that, right? Actually introduces kind of a neat texture into the paper, doesn't it? Okay, so B key. I'm going to sample this color now, which in Tahoma you do with the R key. That's RGB sampling. And so now what we're doing is we're just going to smooth this out a bit. So yeah, my strategy or my philosophy was always that I like the challenge of trying to do it all. And it's not that I'm not a good team player, actually, because the I've had many situations where I've helped out on someone else's project, and I actually really like coming to that project with the perspective of, okay, this is your project, and my role is to try to make you look good. My role is to help you make your thing the best it can be, whatever that looks like. You know, that's why I'm here. So I'm not going to muscle in and try to tell somebody how to do their thing. I think it's all good, you know. And I love it when other people have strong opinions. I love it when people have a strong vision. It's like, hey, I don't want to screw up your vision. I'm here to help you make your vision come to life, right? To me, that's a cool thing. It's a cool thing to be able to do for someone as well. Yeah, I'm thinking that's actually working. That's working, baby. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is take this harsh brush, and now I'm going to go back and look at the things for a minute. Steve Riggs is back. Hey, there it says cheese. So you're making your own animated show. I thought this was freelance for some reason. Sebastian, can you please clarify what you mean by freelance? I don't know what you mean by freelance as opposed to making your own show. I don't understand the distinction. And then, based on how you answer, I will clarify. I kind of actually explained a lot of this earlier today here. But I'm happy to, because I was talking a bit about sort of like where the show goes from here, assuming it does okay in the marketplace or whatever. So what do you mean by, what's the difference between someone making their own animated show versus working freelance? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying you thought I'm making this on behalf of someone else or some other company or that sort of thing. Is that what you mean? It's actually both. Okay, freelance means you're employed by someone who doesn't take any part in your work process. I guess that means you're making your own vision. Yes, I happen to be fortunate in that I can do that, right? Because I have some street cred as a filmmaker, which I kind of showed earlier. IMDb, if you go IMDb, David Matthew Weiss, what you discover is that I have some street cred as a filmmaker. Okay. Having made 8 films, all of which were made, written by me, directed by me, edited by me, music is all by me, scored by me, the whole deal. So here's, what the heck does that look like, one wonders? That must be a real piece of crap. Yeah, maybe. See what you think.
You or your horse?
What's it matter?
That's
My mom
Sean Young,
hates
by the way.
horses.
Sean
The way
Young.
I see it, Jess, it's your dream. Can you try?
She's
I can
best
try.
known from Blade Runner. She
I
was
know
in
what I
Blade
want for my
Runner.
birthday. A horse.
That's me.
Need no rescue. I need a school horse.
You need a project.
It's perfect.
Mom put the kibosh on your horse dream?
I have to go to camp for 2 whole weeks.
We are completely booked.
Keep dreaming. You just never know how your fortunes might turn.
I'm your son-in-law.
It'd be so good for Jessie. She's obsessed with horses.
Is the best birthday present ever.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
It's almost as if you promised her a horse.
I want you to meet Grace.
Did my mom like horses when she was a kid?
I don't really remember. I was gone a lot. I should have talked to you first.
So what else haven't you told me, John? It's time to get you home.
At least I can count on you, Grace.
You needed a dad.
I needed you.
Can you try?
I can try.
You can lose sight of who you wanna be. I'm gonna saddle up my horses and ride.
That's me singing, by the way.
While I got time, got dreams I'm
So yeah, that so because of this movie, let's go back here a little bit. Let's go back a little bit. Okay, so that's a sequel. That trailer's from a sequel, and this is the original, 2012. So, okay, so the way it works is that because those movies have made so much money, frankly, for the distributor, that they give me a pretty wide berth to do whatever the hell I want to do. So if I basically came to them and said, hey, by the way, I'm doing another horse movie, they'd be like, yeah, cool, let us know, we'll definitely want to distribute it, blah, blah, blah. And so based on a conversation that took place around a year ago, I said, hey, but, you know, I'm kind of thinking about this cartoon concept. Exactly, it's not my type of movie either, I'll be honest with you, Steve. It's not my bag. I wouldn't watch it. I wouldn't watch it. But I'm making it for a marketplace, and I can enjoy every aspect of the process. I can enjoy trying to write a movie script that, you know, touches your heart to some degree. I can enjoy the cinematography. I can enjoy the editing. I enjoy doing the music. In this case, I enjoyed doing some acting in it, you know, because I was the guy with the beard. And, which is really hard. I don't recommend, by the way, acting in your own film. Yeah, Clint Eastwood does it, but it's tough. So I can enjoy all parts of the process and try to make the best movie I can, but yet it's not my cup of tea either. Absolutely. So a year ago, I say to my distributor, who handles these horse movies, I'm like, dude, I kind of got this idea for a cartoon. And I had pitched him on the idea 5 years earlier when the marketplace was rather different, and he was not too into the idea at that time because he just didn't think that the market would support the idea or the concept of this type of a show at that time. And I think he was probably right, so I'm going to redo this. I got to do this painting now, by the way. And that changed, you know, that with the advent of platforms like Tubi and some of the ad-supported platforms, it's become more viable. And so I basically said a year ago, I'm like, well, you know, what do you think about this idea? I mean, what do you think the numbers would be? How much, you know, will it sell? Yada, yada, yada. And at that point, I said, okay, I'll get to work on it. And that was that. So yeah, it's totally my option, what I want to do. And I don't get paid to do it. They're not paying me to make this show. But when they distribute the show, basically we split the money 50-50. So they're highly incentivized to get out there and sell the darn thing, you know, and make it as successful as possible, that's for sure. Okay, so now I want to look at Sebastian and Steve's comments because I find those interesting. This stream really enforces my anti-capitalistic views, considering you can't even get full creative freedom after paying for your life. Well, yeah, but I think I understand what you're saying there, Sebastian, and I do... Yeah, you're seeing it a little differently than I do. You got to realize, here's what, let me tell you what happened. This is, I really, really get where you're coming from, and I don't agree, and so I want to tell you why I don't agree. Making the horse movie was completely my choice, okay? I actually had made a comedy. It's a bit of a long story I won't bore you guys with, but the long story short is I had made a movie independently that was just an idea I had come up with kind of thing. And it got picked up by this cable network, and, you know, over a period of time I became friends with one of the key players at this particular second-tier cable network, and they were looking to kind of fund original programming. And so they were looking for an independent filmmaker who could get the job done, really. You know, who could actually get the job done. And I had sort of become friends with this guy. So blah, blah, blah. You know, what happened was because we were friends and he needed somebody to solve this problem for them, he came to me and said, you know, are you up for this? And so I said, yeah, let's rock and roll. You know, for a given cost per film, you're going to pay me this much money to make a movie, and then I absorb the costs of making the movie. I don't really like what's happening here with this brush. So I had to absorb the costs of making the film, and but they're giving me the money. I mean, they're giving me a big chunk of money to make the movie, and then I'll make the movie for however much I can make it for. Like, I don't know why that looks like that. That looks pretty nasty. Let's go back to this brush just to keep things simple. Okay? So for me, it was like, here's an opportunity. How many people who are out there making films, you know, say I'm maybe a college student that made a short film or something, how many people that are doing that all of a sudden get the opportunity for a cable network to come along and say, hey, by the way, we want you to make 6 movies. And we're going to pay you for all those 6 movies, but we own the movies, but we're taking all the risk because we're going to give you a fairly substantial sum of money to do everything it takes to make these movies. You're going to write them, you're going to produce them, and you've got some latitude. You got actually quite a lot of latitude in terms of what the content of the movies is, with the caveat that our cable network is kind of a faith and family format, so we need movies that are pretty positive and uplifting sort of concepts. Well, if you're a young, you know, person who's made a short film and you get that opportunity, you're going to say, yeah, I'm down with that, because what's going to happen is you're going to learn a ton in the process of getting paid to make those films. And plus, not only that, but if you do a good job and you learn and you apply yourself and you try hard, you're also going to probably build up a certain amount of street cred in the meantime, because people suddenly realize that, hey, here's this guy who, you know, who can generate a movie and deliver it for a pretty modest cost. You know, that's a cool thing. Well, there's one other piece of the equation. So here's what happens, Sebastian. Here's what actually took place. I made 2 films, and it was completely my option. I mean, I wrote the scripts, I came up with the ideas, and the movies were pretty bad. I mean, they were pretty mediocre films. And I said to myself, this really is exactly what happened. I'm not joking. I'm telling you exactly the way it was. I said to myself, if I don't figure out a way for the films that I'm making here, these cheeseball little independent cable made-for-TV movies, if I don't find a way to turn these movies into actually a moneymaker of some kind for this cable network, they're probably going to cancel the deal, or they're not going to keep wanting to do this with me. They're not going to keep wanting to pay me to just generate movies and have all kinds of fun, just having fun, you know. They're not going to want to like keep doing this forever. This is going to stop. So I need to figure out, how can I make these guys some money so that they say, whoa, these movies are worth way more than we're paying this guy, and we want to keep doing this thing. And meanwhile, like I said, you can keep building up your street cred. You know, I keep getting better at what I'm doing, and all of a sudden maybe that'll create other opportunities in, you know, with networks, or either networks, platforms, or distributors, one of the 3, obviously. Okay? So that's what happened. So I thought, well, okay, how do I do that? So what I did was I said, well, why don't I go meet, I know this other guy. I know this guy who made a movie that got distributed, and it didn't get a lot of, you know, it wasn't really well known or anything. It didn't do that well, but, you know, he at least he got it distributed and he got it out there. That's pretty cool. This would have been back around 2011 maybe. It's almost 10 years ago. So I call this guy I know and I say, hey, listen, who's your distributor? Who's like your contact there? He says, oh yeah, it's this guy. He says, he's a real good guy, you know. I said, okay, cool. I'm going to give him a call, and I just want to kind of talk to him about the films that they're putting out and what, you know, how things are going and what's selling well and this sort of thing. So I drive 3 hours, and I meet with this distributor. And I said, look, here's the deal. I want to make a film. I've got this deal to make 6 films, but I want to make sure that the next one I make, that it's going to be one that you are going to want. It's not just going to show on the cable network. It's not just going to show on TV. I want this movie to be one that you are going to say, hey, by the way, I want to distribute that movie. I want that movie because that movie is going to be a moneymaker for us. So I said, what is selling? Like, for you guys, of all the films you make, what are the characteristics of the films that are selling well? Tell me what that looks like. And he says, so I'm telling you guys this because you, as young people, in many cases, you know, this is not an outrageous thing. You know, you could do this. You know, go to the people who are actually selling the product on the street and just talk to them. Just ask them, look, what's working? What's working? What's not working? If you go to a distributor and you ask them, you say to them this. This is, I've told you guys this before, but this is what you say. You say, based on what's selling well for you guys, if I made a movie that was like that and it didn't suck, would you distribute it? I guarantee you the answer is always going to be yes. Of course we would. Why wouldn't we? Now we might have to work out the deal. We might have to pound out some details, but basically, of course we would. That's a stupid question. Why wouldn't they? Okay? Yeah, but Steve, I'm not young. I'm 54 years old. Come on. I've been around the block plenty of times, man. Age doesn't have that much to do. I mean, you might be a little older, you're a little younger, but I mean, anyway, I won't belabor that point. But so I go to the distributor. I say, look, what's selling? And he says, well, there's this. Well, you want to have a movie that probably has a tragedy in it, some kind of tragedy. It'd be good if it focused on kind of a young person because a lot of our market. Okay, good, 56, great. So they say basically most of our market is people are going into like a Christian bookstore and they're looking for a DVD for their 13-year-old daughter. That's our market. Okay, most of our sales come from the retail marketplace where soccer moms are buying a DVD for their kid. Okay? I said, okay. So what does that mean? So you want to have a tragedy? What about horses? He says, yeah, horses. Horses are good. I said, well, that's amazing because I'm married to a really accomplished horsewoman. Okay, great. Yeah, definitely. Let's do something with horses. Okay. I'm like, well, what else? You know, so it's like you want to have this theme. You want to have. You see, I came away with about 6 things. This is only a list of about 6 characteristics. That it's like if you want to have the best chance, you probably want to try to roll these things into your script. So to speak back to Sebastian's comment, yes, it's true that to a degree the content is constrained a bit by the market we're trying to serve. That is true. But I don't see that as a bad thing. I mean, that just shows your creativity and your ability to be a good worker who can adapt the product to the marketplace in order to, you know, at least potentially make it successful. That's just good business. You know, why wouldn't you do that? You say, well, I'm an auteur. Somebody said the word auteur here earlier in the comments. There's nothing wrong with being an auteur. You know, it's just that in the real world, a lot of times being an auteur means you're also really poor. And if you don't mind being poor, there's nothing wrong with that. That's your choice. Nothing wrong with it at all. I think if somebody wants to have such a strong concept of their own vision that they're absolutely not willing to compromise for any reason at all, I cannot criticize that. I think that's great. Do it. Rock and roll, baby. No problem. I do not criticize that in the least. For me, I'm a little more pragmatic. That's why I said if I was going to change this YouTube channel, if I was going to change the name, I'd call it the Pragmatic Animator. Because I'm not religious about the software I'm using. I have software that I like, that at this point I'm sticking with because I don't have a good reason not to. But I'm not religious about it. I just want to get the job done, man. I'm not focused on the tools. I'm focused on the work. So anyway, yeah, so this is what happened. So I go, the guy gives me kind of this tick list of, you know, what would you put in a movie if you wanted to probably, maybe, kind of, sort of have it turn out to be successful. It's going to maybe sell well. What would you do? So we figured out what that would be, and I said, okay, I'll go do that. And then I went home and I wrote a script. I said, we'll just roll all these things into the story. Just put them all in there. Let's throw them all in. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but all of them. Throw everything in. So that's what I did. The movie makes $1 million. I'm not shitting you. I'm not even joking. At retail, through the retail sector, the movie it earned about $1 million. Why? Because I'm a great filmmaker? No, it's not even a great film. It's a pretty good film. It's okay. Frankly, the sequel's better. As far as movies go, the sequel is a much better. You know, it was a couple years several years went by. My craft had improved. I'd gotten better at what I'm doing. Like right now, if you gave me a concept, if you and I sat down, Sebastian, you and I sit down, or Steve, you and I sit down for 1 hour. I've said this before, but I will guarantee you, if you and I sat down for 1 hour, between the two of us, you and I together would be able to pound out a very perfectly good, serviceable concept for a TV show or a movie. I've done it many times with many people. It's like stupidly easy. Any fool can come up with a good concept. That's why I say that ideas are a dime a dozen. They truly are a dime a dozen. Any idiot can come up with a cool idea. Cool ideas are easy. Execution, that's hard. Turning the cool idea into a cool script that has good flow, that carries you through, where the characters kind of pull you in, that's what's hard. That's what's not so easy. That takes practice. Unfortunately, I think that there is no shortcut. I think you have to write at least a half dozen screenplays before you have a prayer of writing a good one. Now, sometimes people get lucky and or are just talented, but usually I don't think so. Usually you've got to, it's just really hard to, you just develop a craft. You just learn how to pace a story and make it funny and make it, you know, inject different characteristics that people tend to enjoy. So yeah, to a degree, I sold my soul. I sold my soul to this distributor by saying, yeah, you're telling me this is what'll sell, so I'm not even thinking about my artistic vision. All I want to know is what's going to sell, because I want to come up with something that I think is going to turn around and make way more money for my cable network than the amount that they're spending on the movie. So most of the money from that movie that made $1 million did not go to me. It did not go to me. It went to them. But that was my purpose. That was exactly what I set out to do. I kind of regretted it in a way, but I would have had to have made the film on my own nickel and at my own risk if I would have wanted to have all the reward. Right? So those are your trade-offs. I mean, as young or talented or creative people, these are the trade-offs. This is reality, okay? So quit glossing it over. This is reality. There's a trade-off between risk and reward. If you're going to have someone else take the risk, then you're not going to get most of the reward. Just the way it works. And that's okay. With this cartoon, I get all the reward. I'm taking all the risk. I'm doing it on my own time, my own nickel. So in that sense, to answer your question up there, I think it was either Steve or Sebastian. Yeah, it was Sebastian. So what I'm doing is, because I talked to the distributor, I said, hey, this is my concept. This is what I think would be my idea that I'd like to do. And based on that conversation, the distributor said, you know what? At this point in time, I think that concept would probably do pretty well. We think that that show, that cartoon, would be successful. And here's basically the amount of money we think it would earn on a quarterly basis if you did it. And I said, okay, that sounds good. Stop the presses. I was working on an anime at the time. I said, stop the presses. I'm going to stop working on the anime. I'm going to write the script for this cartoon, and I'm going to shift my focus on this cartoon, because the marketplace has reached a place where it will support this concept. So that's what happened. You know, and here we are almost a year later. You know, it took me a long time to get the workflow figured out and get the, you know, get satisfied with my own work. Like, I felt I was doing a good enough job that I could be happy with. Because if I think it sucks, then, you know, even though obviously I have sold my soul to the man by trying to create a product for a marketplace, I still want to do good work. You know, I still want to do it well, whatever it might be. You know what I'm saying? So I think I'll put another tier of the building right here. Just see how this flows. We're kind of wrapping around a building that's circular, And I'm deliberately making this so that the tops of the buildings here and the edges are, to a degree, and the ground are sort of fading away into sort of an atmospheric perspective. So anyway, that's the deal. That maybe explains where I'm coming from. Now this show could get out into the market. Well, okay, put it this way. I know that the show's going to get into the marketplace. One way or another, it's definitely going to be out on the common platforms that you would expect. Is it going to be successful? I have no idea. I hope so. I think so. I have reasons to think it will. But it could fail miserably. Could turn out that the revenues are terrible. We just don't know. It's all risk. So now I'm going to risk 2 years of my life on something that might fail miserably? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. And if the first episode does, so at that point, if it's modestly successful, then it will make sense for me to say to some of you guys out there who are more talented, hey, by the way, we kind of know what the revenue picture is on this show, and I'd like to ramp up the time frame so that instead of taking 3 months to do an episode, we'd like to be able to do it in a week. That means I need half a dozen of you to join with me to work on this thing. What does that all look like? Well, we don't know what that looks like, but it's a possibility. That's what I was talking about earlier. So yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like, okay, you know, maybe we're going to go ahead and put a team together. But I'm not going to put a team together completely on my own risk on a property that I have absolutely no idea how it's really going to do in the marketplace. That's what they call stupid. That's what they call stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm fairly risk averse, actually. Make sense? Now, where I'm fortunate is that I've worked at home by myself for 30 years. You know, I'm used to this routine. I'm used to having a fair amount of risk in the situation. You know, with my commercial media business. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know everything. The one thing I'm not good at, okay, there's lots of things I'm not good at, but one thing I'm not good at is growing a company. I don't see myself as being particularly skilled at growing a company because I've never really wanted to. Classic has reconnected and disconnected a few times. Really want to have a situation that's going to be beneficial for all involved if we're going to go down that road. Even if it were to fail, you would have learned so much and you'd have a workflow you can use on future projects. Well, the other thing is, by the way, Ajax, I think even more important than that is street cred. Like if I went to almost any distributor today and said, okay, I'm going to make this film on my own nickel, and you're a credible distributor, would you distribute my film? Almost any distributor would be like, highly likely, not 100%, but they'd be highly likely to say yes. Unless they're a really big distributor like Samuel Goldwyn or something like that, they're going to be more selective. They're looking for films that are costing somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 up to $5 million, pretty much is kind of what they're looking for. Well, that's not my forte. My forte is films that look like, if you look at the film I just posted, or that I just showed you the trailer for, most distributors will look at that film and you say you're connecting like a lot. So I don't know why we're getting a lot of that going on right now. But Sean Young, I guess I shouldn't say what I paid her, but Sean Young is best known for, oh brother, what was the film with Jim Carrey? Ace Ventura, the first Ace Ventura movie she was in. And then, of course, she's most well known for Blade Runner. But I hired her to be in that movie that I just showed the trailer for a few minutes ago. And she just basically flew here to Indiana for a day, and I wrote 4 scenes. We wanted, basically for sales purposes, we wanted to have a name Hollywood actor in the movie. So I'm like, so we kind of did some research, and we were looking at their IMDb popularity numbers and things like that, and it was just kind of a pragmatic decision. So one of the people I talked to who I didn't hire was Dawn Wells, who Dawn just died, actually. Dawn just died of COVID-19. And she was most well known back in the... And so I'll tell you, Steve would know Dawn Wells. Yeah, cool. That's awesome. I think I know who you're talking about. Did he do Your Name by any chance? Oh my God, what a great movie that was. What a movie. Your Name was amazing. He did such a good job on the script of that movie. Just capturing the emotion and the angst of trying to reach across time was just, oh my gosh, what a great movie. I can strongly recommend that one, Your Name. Yes, that guy, oh my gosh, what a talented kid. I mean, he isn't a very old guy. I mean, I guess he's actually not that young, but oh my gosh, he really knocked it out of the park with that film. Just incredible. Can't say enough good about Your Name. Anyway, so I talked to Dawn Wells, who was best known for playing Mary Ann on Gilligan's Island. And I know that Steve knows who Dawn Wells is because he probably watched Gilligan's Island in reruns when he was a kid, just like I did. And so we all know who Dawn Wells was. And she and I had a wonderful conversation. You know, now it would have been about 4 years ago. Because she actually wanted the role. She really wanted to do it. And I was like, you know, I was considering it, but basically it was purely a clinical decision based on the IMDb popularity numbers. And Sean Young was doing better. She just seemed like a better bet. In hindsight, probably Dawn Wells would have been a better choice because in the sort of faith and family marketplace, she's probably just the kind of person that audience might be more either familiar with or excited to see in a movie or whatever. But so anyway, so I did not hire Dawn Wells. I hired Sean Young instead. And she was great to work with. So she has a reputation in Hollywood as being a bit of a, you know, a bitch or something, or just hard to work with. And I didn't. It's not true. Not true at all. She was great. She was really great. In fact, the funny thing about Sean was, and her name's not really Sean, it's actually Mary. But the funny thing about Mary was, I don't know if you guys enjoy these stories, but I find them kind of funny actually in hindsight when I think about it. So she's here, and you know, I'm basically this like budget filmmaker, and everything I'm doing is like on the cheap. So she's like, well, what about the hair and wardrobe? And I'm like, well, actually, Mary, there really isn't any wardrobe people. Yeah, when we go to the set, which was like a really, really cool looking tack store where they sell horse supplies, I said, we're going here, and yeah, there's pretty much nobody else. It's actually just you, me, and a couple other actors. That's it. Well, what about the lighting people? I'll do that. Well, what about sound? I can kind of run a camera and hold the boom at the same time. She was freaked out, man. But she had a great time. We had fun. It was just our little team of like 4 people. And we just did it, man, you know. And we knocked out 4 scenes in one day, and the cast had a really good time. It was fun for them because, okay, vaguely remember Gilligan's Island. Well, Dawn Wells played Mary Ann. But anyway, she just passed away like last week. 82 years old. Apparently got COVID, and there you go. So Mary and we just did our shots, did our scenes, and this is the door, obviously. So I'm kind of deliberately, again, what I'm doing is, this is why I said I'm kind of having fun painting today. I'm kind of fading this color into this, which is letting some of the background bleed in, so I'm actually allowing sort of atmospheric perspective to kind of carry the day here a little bit. So we want to give a little bit of a tint to the door. It seems to me that the door was trending towards the browns and the wall was trending towards the red, so I want to be careful not to get too much rust color in there. But so I mean, in the sort of low budget filmmaking world, this is the sort of questions people will ask me sometimes, like, you know, how do you get a Hollywood actor in your picture? So if anybody wants to know how to get a Hollywood actor into their movie, you can ask in the comments, and I'll tell you exactly how to get a Hollywood actor in your movie. If you don't care, don't ask. I won't bother to talk about it because I don't want to bore people and make it sound like I think I'm the shit. I really am just like talking about stuff because I'm sitting here painting and just getting my work done, right? So it's up to you guys. If you want to talk about something else, we'll talk about something else. I really don't care. I really don't care. Doesn't matter to me. Do. So this feels pretty good, actually. This feels pretty good. I'm liking the way this is coming together. Now you might wonder, where's the city in the background? Actually, if we look at this, if we look at the storyboard, in point of fact, the village that we've seen in other shots is down here, and then this thing that looks a little bit like the Taj Mahal is the castle. So the monastery is actually way up here on a hilltop. So that kind of explains why you've got this sort of edge that we're sort of seeing around the building, like I said before. And we'll pick up a little bit of the sunshine probably, or a little bit of the specular highlight right here, just on the edges of the building. But so, isn't a Hollywood actor expensive? Yeah, and that's the question people always ask agents. So the answer to your question, since you've asked, I'll go ahead and answer the question. If you want to get a Hollywood actor, here's what you do. It's going to cost you a little bit of money. You're going to have to spend about $60 to get on IMDb Pro. Because all of the Hollywood agents, you're not going to get a Hollywood actor without going through their agent. Okay? So what you do is you call the agency and you say, hey, I'm interested in having so-and-so in my movie. Okay? So we talked to a number of people who were like maybe TV stars back in the 60s, 70s, or 80s. We talked to a number of people, one of whom, what's the name of the girl who was on Cheers? She was the star of Cheers. I can't remember her name. It escapes me at the moment. But we talked to her agent. They really weren't. She just wasn't really down with the idea of the show, the movie. So she passed on it, which is certainly her prerogative. So what happens is you get on IMDb Pro, and now you've got the phone number to all of the agents in Hollywood, because they all list their phone numbers on IMDb Pro. That's what they do. There's other ways to reach them, but basically the easiest way is through IMDb Pro. Okay, so you're going to call up this agency, and what you're thinking is you're thinking, well, you know, I'd be happy to get, you know, name your Hollywood actor. I'd be happy to get them a copy of our script so they can look it over and see if they, you know, if they spark to the material, if they're excited about the property, they want to be involved in our movie. And the agent is going to say to you, is this an offer? And all of a sudden you're taken aback. You don't know quite how to answer that. Well, wait, what do you mean? Is this an offer or not? Okay, so we saw this over and over and over. This is what happens. The thing you want to understand is that Hollywood actors are actors. That means that they're sensitive souls, and they just want to work, typically. Unless they're tied up in a show or a movie that they're currently busy with, generally speaking, they want to work. If they can get $1,000 to go somewhere for a day and just kind of let their face be on the poster of your movie so that it sells a few more copies, they all get how that works. They all understand it. They don't care. They just want to work, typically. Now, if your concept really sucks, if it's a real snoozer, they may have no interest just because of the property itself. But typically what happens is when you contact a Hollywood agent, they don't care what your script is. They don't care. They will immediately say, is this an offer? And they want you to send them an email that says, here's what I'm offering. So literally the first step, there's no negotiation. The first step is, I would like, doggone it, who was in Cheers? What was that girl's name? Shelley Long. Okay, because Shelley Long happens to be from my town. So we thought maybe she'd be interested in being in the movie. Turned out she wasn't. But anyway, so you call up the agent, you say, listen, I see you handle Shelley Long. I'd like Shelley Long to be in my low-budget movie, and I'm willing to pay her $1,250 for the day. Okay. Get back with you in a day. That's actually how it works. All they care about is this an offer? We don't want to talk about your stupid movie. We don't care about your cool concept. We don't care how great it's going to be. Screw all that. We know that's all just BS and your movie's probably nothing anyway. They get it. They really get it. That doesn't mean we don't want to let our actor be in your movie. It's just that we don't care about your stupid script. We don't care. All we want to know is, are you making a cash offer to have this person work for a day or 2 days or whatever it is? Yes or no? If you are, then please email us the exact offer you're making, and then we'll get back with you shortly and let you know if she's available. That's it. They don't want to see the script. They don't care. They know your script sucks, right? Basically. Now, it might not suck, but statistically it will. You know, most of the people come along who want to hire Shelley Long for a day have a movie that sucks. They just do. Not criticizing your concept. I'm just telling you the reality is, if you've only written 2 scripts or only 1 script, chances are your script's not that good. And if your script's not that good, your movie's not going to be that good. But my own film being an example, if you create the right movie for the right market, even if it's kind of just okay, it still might do very well. So marketing factors into it, or not marketing, but the market does factor into it. You know, horse movies tend to have a good place among a certain demographic, and they also tend to have a good shelf life. Does that make sense? So the answer specifically to Ajax's question is, in my experience, most of these Hollywood actors that you have in fact heard of, okay, they're not going to be like A-list people. These are B and C-list people. They're people who were in a TV show. They were kind of famous for a year back in 2002, you know, and they were in a TV show that was pretty successful. But they really haven't had a major role that's kind of kept the train running since then, so they've sort of faded a bit. That's who we're talking about. Those people, you're going to spend about $1,000, somewhere between $500 and $2,000 a day is pretty much the number, I would say. So, not horrible. So in my case, again, I guess I shouldn't say exactly what I paid Sean Young, but you know, I paid her for a day, and when I knew she was going to be in the movie, I immediately, this is what I did. I'm telling you guys exactly what I did. I looked at my script and I said, okay, I see what's missing in my script. We've got this girl who's got a problem. You know, she's a teenager with all the angst of a teenager, and she loves horses and everything that goes with that. So what's missing from the story? Okay, well, we need Obi-Wan Kenobi in our story. That's what I literally said. I said to my friends, I'm like, you know, I think what we need, what I want to do in my script is I'm going to add an Obi-Wan Kenobi character, because that's a logistical win. It'll make the story better, because there's a couple things emotionally with the main character that I could tighten up if I had this other character who's like the seasoned tax store owner who's been doing horses for many decades and has seen them come and seen them go, and she's got good advice for this young teenager, and she kind of takes her under her wing and is a friend to this young teenager. I'm thinking, if the script had that character in it, I think it would make the script a little stronger. And now the cool thing about it is I can bring Sean Young into this movie, and we can shoot all of the scenes in one place, because they all take place in the tack shop. Because when Obi-Wan Kenobi gives her advice to the young girl, it's when the young girl is, you know, pining away. She's mad at her mother, and she goes to the tack store to just pout. She's going to go pout at the tack store for a little bit and look at bridles and saddles and things like that. Right? So that's what we do, is we just practically think of ways to adapt the story to the situation so that the actor doesn't cost as much. You know, so that we can keep them busy all day long without having to drive 85 miles. You know, the more you're driving, the less you're shooting movie. Now, in the case of that one, actually, the way it turned out, we did have a fourth scene. So there were 3 scenes that were in the tack store, and then there was one scene that was back at the barn, which was actually about 50 miles away. So we did have to do some driving, if the truth be known, in that case. But, you know, it all worked out. We got it done. So I was able to bring Mary in for one day, pay her for one day, and you know, I bought her first class airline ticket, and everybody had fun. You know, it was fun. Everybody just did their job and had a good time, and she thought it was weird. She said it was the weirdest shoot she was ever on, because she's never been on a shoot ever where there's no wardrobe people. I told her, just bring some clothes that look like you're going to go hang out in a barn. Right? Just bring some of your own clothes that kind of fit that profile, and don't worry about it, wardrobe. We'll make it work. And we did. So she was she was freaked out. She said it was the weirdest shoot she ever did, but she had fun. It was fun. So there you go. That's what happened. That's what happens in the real world. Okay, so I want to put a little bit of a lip. Okay, guys, I'm going to duck out for like 3 minutes, okay? I'm taking a 3-minute break. You can guess why. All right. I am going to have to get up here in a minute to go get my tasty beverage. The first tasty beverage of the day is typically coffee, and the second is water. And the water is actually heating up, so I want to turn this on, see how these guys are sitting in the mix. Actually, I think I'm going to put a little bit more of a, yes, I'm going to do this. I'm going to chisel into this a bit to sort of sell the idea that there's a ledge, because there really is. Okay, so by the way, you were saying on another stream that you couldn't find anyone streaming themselves animated movie. It says, I found one other person who does that. Really? Who is it? I'll subscribe to him or check him out or whatever. there have been in the comments over the last few days, a few people have mentioned other such things. But, you know, and part of it speaks to this idea of ultimately maybe at some point here before too horribly long, maybe going to some sort of a team concept. And so I want to know who's out there doing this kind of thing, who might actually be able to contribute, you know, materially to a project. Oh, on Twitch? Okay. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Curated. I'll check it out. I'll just type in Twitch. I don't really do the Twitch thing, but I've heard it's a pretty good platform, and I see Curated. Okay. Whoa, nice work. Dude. Yes. Yeah, not too bad. Looks like he's doing some 3D stuff. Definitely, yeah, a lot of 3D. So there's definitely a CGI component here. Nice. He applied and got a $20,000 grant from the Unreal Engine people. Okay, good. Yes, right. It looks great, though. I mean, I think it's really good-looking stuff. So Sebastian, great question. Great question. I would say this. Like, for example, if you say, well, okay, I'm gonna learn Tahoma. That's the software I'm using today. I tend to favor Krita, but I've been experimenting the last 2 days with doing more directly in Tahoma, just because Tahoma is forked from OpenToonz, and I've been using OpenToonz for the last couple of years here and there, more on the previous project than on the current project. But if you're going to learn Tahoma, I would say to gain basic facility, this is not going to improve your talent or your skill, but to just learn the software, which is what you're actually asking, I think a month is all it takes. It'll take a month. Take a month. Give yourself a month to learn, to kind of find your way around the software and learn the tools. And then, yes, okay. Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, these topics come up all the time about what software. People ask me constantly. Well, not constantly, but oftentimes people ask me, well, why don't you use Clip Studio Paint? That's the one they tend to mention the most. And my snarky answer, especially the last couple days, has been, I don't use Clip Studio Paint because I'm getting shit done in Krita. And it's the getting shit done is my reason. It isn't because of the software. I have Clip Studio Paint. I don't use it because when I've poked at it, I kind of don't really enjoy the interface too much, and it doesn't look to me like the tools that are there are particularly anything better than the tools that are available to me here. So why am I going to switch softwares? But whatever software you pick, my advice is pick one and really learn it. The best all-around software for animation, especially in the open source, you know, free-ish realm, in my opinion. Well, yeah, you can. Exactly. Rosalie is right. I'm using an XP Pen Digital Artist 15.6 tablet screen. But you can use a traditional tablet as well, a Wacom. Well, you know, I shouldn't say a Wacom. When people say Wacom, normally nowadays they're talking about a Cintiq, which is a screen. But a traditional tablet works fine too. It doesn't matter. Whatever you get used to, you can deal with. Okay. All right. Let me just check. Let me put these guys back in here. I just want to kind of scan through. Okay. We definitely got to get those shadows in there. He reaches down to get the paper, picks up the paper, and obviously we got to put dialogue in all this. I'm feeling pretty good about what I'm seeing. So I would say, Sebastian, give yourself 1 month of really focusing in on the software. Do not get sidetracked. Like, okay, so here's what's going to happen, my friend. Clip Studio is what I use for the comic work, but hey, it's a tool. It's just the people I work with. So, well, exactly. Absolutely, Steve. No question. Use whatever's the tool at hand for the job you got to do. Sometimes you have to adapt yourself to the group, which is kind of what I was saying about filmmaking and distributing earlier in response to Sebastian's comments is, you know, if you want to be able to do this stuff, you know, professionally or whatever, then sometimes you just sort of have to go along with what works for the people you're trying to work with. And in the distribution sector, that means that you've got to create something that they feel they can turn around and go sell, you know, in the marketplace. So, okay, so I'm going to go the G key and sample this eye color so that I can then go into the prior frame and hit the fill tool and get his eyes filled in. Okay? Because I found a mistake. It could be that in the long run, maybe Clip Studio Paint is the better choice. I don't know. At this point, I would say that if there's ever a shortcoming in my work, it sure isn't because of the software. It's because of me. It's because I need to either get better with the tool, or I need to get better at drawing, or I need to get better at timing, whatever it is. You know, it's up to me to have, you know, develop the skills to be able to do the job at hand, right? So 30 days. 30 days of good, solid focus on a tool, and when it gets hard, what's going to happen, Sebastian, is you're going to get a little ways into it, and all of a sudden you're going to start running into roadblocks where the software doesn't quite work the way you thought it did, or you don't understand why it does this, or you get a little frustrated because of the occasional crash, and you're going to want to quit, and then you're going to want to spend the next 3 years poking at TV Paint, poking at Clip Studio, poking at Blender, poking at OpenToonz, and you're never going to get anything done, and you're never going to really learn any tool. So, and I know because I've been down that road. I've done it myself. Don't do that. Pick a tool. This OpenToonz or Tahoma. I think Tahoma is the best software available for all-around animation, and here's why. Number one, yeah, the whole problem of learning to draw and or animate is a whole different thing than learning a tool. Okay, good. So what I'm saying is, don't give up on the tool because you run into the roadblocks, because the roadblocks always happen. It doesn't matter what tool it is. It doesn't matter if you paid $1,000 for it, which you'll pay if you buy TV Paint, or if you spend $300 on the full version of Clip Studio Paint. It doesn't matter what you pay for it. It doesn't matter if it's free. You're still going to run into problems. Now, I've heard that Clip Studio Paint is very, very stable, and so maybe Clip Studio Paint is a great choice. All right, so now, by the way, here's what we're going to do here. I'm going to create a vector layer. Boom. And we're going to call this shadows. This is where our shadows are going to go. I'm using a vector layer because what I want to do is just draw shapes. So I'm going to use the brush, but I'm going to turn on auto fill, and I'm going to use black so that, for example, let me just zip in here. What I'm going to do is maybe draw a shape like that. Okay? Now I'm going to take my black color and I'm going to tone the shadow down and just dial it into where I want it to be density-wise. Okay? And then on top of that, when I render this thing, I'm going to add a post-production effect, which you can get if you open the schematic, which the usual hotkeys I'm used to don't seem to work. Okay, if you open the schematic, there's two. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Hit the Z key to undo that. Okay, there are two schematics in OpenToonz. So this is the educational part of the day. This is called the stage schematic. So this is a node-based representation of your scene. And by the way, this is not a modal. Okay, yeah, XP Pen makes really good products, man. I have two actually. I bought a second XP Pen Digital Artist 15.6. Yep, you're good to go. I bought this one and I liked it so well, and my son was kind of wanting to poke around at drawing on a tablet, and so I just bought two so I have a backup, so if one bites the dust I can just plug the other one in. They're about $350. I think the 12s are probably I'm guessing $2.99 or something. So this is the stage schematic. So this shows you the visual representation of the structure of your scene. Yeah, Wacom is overpriced. They are pretty stable and reliable and everything else, but from what I've seen on YouTube videos, honestly, if you look at the interactivity, in other words, you look at somebody's stylus actually drawing over the screen, usually in Wacom videos, or videos that are showing the scene, I'm going to describe something here that some of you may be offended by if you're an Apple fan. And trust me, I have a sister who has worked for Apple Computer. She works for Apple and has worked for Apple for 20 years or something. And so I don't have anything against Apple. But one thing I've always noticed over the years, going back many, many years with Apple people, is they tend to be kind of in their own world. Yeah, Huion's okay too. In the sense that, and in a way this is a good thing. Apple people tend to be in the Apple world. But what that means is, for example, if we go back years and years, what you saw was that a Windows person would be used to the idea of hotkeys. I'm just going to either have hotkeys or even macros that speed up my work. Whereas the Mac people, they were just so used to, they had a one mouse or a one button mouse back in the day. And so they were just used to clicking. Everything was click, 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 click. And so you really couldn't talk to a Mac person and go, it seems to me that it's like you're taking a long time like constantly clicking through menus where I can just hit a hotkey and do the same thing. And what I would find is the Mac people kind of, they just didn't see that. They really were happy in their Mac world. So there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine if that's what they like. I see the same thing with Wacom. People who have been using Wacom for years really think, partly maybe because they're expensive, that they're the best. But there doesn't seem to me to be any actual evidence in the marketplace today that says Wacoms are the best. It seems to me that the other cheaper competitors are either just as good and maybe even better. Now that's my opinion. Others may disagree, blah, blah, blah. Let's get back to work. So this is a structural. The stage schematic lets you do some things that are somewhat magical. For example, if you want to do parenting, if you're familiar with Blender or you're familiar with the idea of parenting, you can use the animate tools in such a way that, this is just hypothetical, but let's say, like in this situation right here, here we have a situation where his head, let me just see, okay, there is Mel's head. You see it over here in the level strip. So here's his head, and here's his body. Well, in most situations, if you're going to do puppet style animation, you would want the head to sort of be the child of the body, right? So if I take this layer right here, this level, and I pipe it into this one, now if I move the body with the animate tools, the head will be dragged along just in the way that you would expect. Okay, so that's what the stage schematic is for. It's for the structure of your scene. If you click this button here, you're switching now to the effects schematic. And what the effects schematic does, let's go back up here, and here I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to use the brush tool, and I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to draw this shape for this shadow, like right here. Okay, so I'm going to put a shadow here, but I'm just going to go like that. So now you can see it's overlapping. You say, oh, that's a problem. You're right, that is a problem. But it's not really a problem, because we go into the effects schematic. I'm going to make sure I have the right layer here. Which layer is this? It's this one. Okay. So now in this layer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine these two layers using a node-based, because this is a full-blown node-based compositor. So if you say, well, how do you do your compositing? Well, you can do your compositing in Blender. You can do it in Natron. You can do it in After Effects. But you might want to at least be aware that there's a full-blown node-based compositor built into OpenToonz and Tahoma. So now what I'm going to do in this case, there's actually like 2 or 3 different ways to do what I'm about to do. But what I'm going to do is the one I prefer is this one. Layer blending INO, which is kind of like in-out. And I'm going to choose the plugin of multiply. Okay? So now what's the foreground? Well, actually the shadow would be the foreground, and then this would be the background. Okay, and I like the multiply INO because, let me see if I double click on this. Where do I get to the properties? This is again acting a little different than what I'm used to with OpenToonz. Anyway, I think I'm probably okay to just do this. So if I look at this in render mode, and we need to remove the pencil test. Okay, so now that we're in render mode, you can see what has happened is we have, this is clamped. So it's, the shadows are going to stay inside the character when I render. Now there's one problem that I do see, which you guys probably see too, which is that why does the shape that I drew have a more dense outline than the interior color? And that's definitely a problem. I'm going to move this up to the other screen. Actually, okay, what I was looking for popped up on my other screen, so that's my fault. This is what I was looking for. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, I don't want to have that little change in density. The truth is I don't know why that's there, but we can fix that. The way we're going to fix it is we're going to go over here and we're going to change this color so that it's no longer transparent. We're going to make it solid black. Okay? But then in the properties of the plugin, and again, the little window keeps disappearing, by gum. There it is. In the plugin, I'm going to take the opacity of it and make the effect, oh, something like that. Now when I render, there we go. That's what we were looking for. So now that's the way my shadows are going to look. The truth is, things are not as performant when you draw in Tahoma or OpenToonz in fully rendered mode, but I think for doing shadows it probably doesn't matter. So let's find out. I'm going to take my brush and watch this. You see, you don't really see the shadow. I guess you do, actually. So there, and then it blinks for a minute because it's got to actually render it. So this is how we're going to do shadows. So yeah, there's a little blink every time. When I do this in Krita, I don't see the blink. You could use a smart raster level and then do what I did before and just make your shadows semi-transparent, like this. But if you do that and you don't want to use the schematic, then you just have to be really careful to stay inside the lines. It's your choice. There's really no right answer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave my shadow here semi-transparent so I can see what I'm doing, so I don't have to look at it in fully rendered mode. And then when I'm ready to render, I'm going to switch to fully rendered mode and just turn the opacity back up. Okay? Got it. So there's that. And then just for drawing purposes, we'll leave it like this, something like that, just so that the interface is a little more responsive. And I don't have to see that flashing blink every single freaking time I draw a shadow. Okay? Making sense, people? I hope so. I do hope so. So now I'm going to just kind of put this in shadow. Whoopsie poo. There's a glitch. But I'm just going to ignore that glitch. That glitch doesn't really matter. This little overlap, it's not going to matter. That's just because the opacity is building up on itself. But when I render, remember, I'm going to go like this. Boom, boom. And then it'll look correct. Okay? So, for our purposes right now, I should also be able to probably take the eraser and go like that. Okay, so that kind of destroys the closed shapes, which is a bit of a bummer. So, I do have to be a little more careful than I otherwise would. Let me consider doing it a different way. Okay, I'm going to turn this layer off just so I can demonstrate this. If I do the shadows this way instead, so I'm going to hit the B key and boom, now I just created a Toonz raster level or a smart raster level. Okay, so now I'm going to do the shadows this way. I'm going to draw the shadows, but I do have an additional step, which is I need to hit the F key and fill it. But then I can go like this and just turn the opacity of it down and it looks perfect, and I can just dial it in. I think I'm going to do it that way. I'm not going to dick around with vectors because they tend to be a little bit stupid. And I can also take this layer and pipe it through the multiply plugin exactly the same way I did before. So let's do that. I'm going to hit I'm not going to hit F3, which is what I used to do. I'm going to just do it the hard way like a Mac user. I'm going to go through the menus and click, click, click. And that's because the hotkeys are not set up in here the way I want. where's the schematic? There it is. So I'm going to open the schematic, and as you can see, what I need to do now is grab this layer, which is, yeah, it's this one. I'm going to take this, I'm going to make this the foreground, and now my multiply works just fine, but with one caveat, which is if I double click on it, sorry, I got to double click on the header up here. Come on. Boom, boom. Nope, that didn't do it. I guess I got to double click on the blue solid area. Okay, because I'm putting the transparency in the actual color that I'm drawing and filling, I'm just going to make the opacity 1 on the compositor because I don't need to add transparency there. See? What I'm going to do is I'm adding the transparency by just turning down the transparency in the color itself. Right? Got it, folks? Everybody understand what's going on here? So that's how you do shadows. You don't have to use the Multiply INO plugin. There's actually at least 2 and probably 3 different ways to do what I did through the schematic. They all work. So do what you want. Alright, so now I hit the B key so I can just draw my shadows. So I'm just going to boom, boom, boom. And that was a boo-boo because I'm in that mode. And then again, the only caveat is if I'm going to do it this way, I actually have to hit the F key and fill the shapes because there really is not an automagic way to draw shapes and have them fill themselves in a smart raster level. But this is where you're going to see the cartoon start to look good. This is where it's going to start looking way better. Because the shadows, frankly, I got to make sure I close that shape. Let's see if I closed it. Looks like I did. And as you can see, so we got this, we're outside of the lines here, but you'll see when we render it, that disappears because of the combo plugin I added. So it's all good. Now, this job, frankly, that I'm doing right now is easier to do in Krita because you can use the freehand path tool and just draw filled shapes. So they're just filled right from the get-go. You don't have to take the second step of manually filling them in. So what I have to do here is just basically be careful to make sure I'm creating closed shapes so that when I hit the fill tool, they actually fill. And I'm going to add a little bit of shadow there as well. And the cool thing is we can dial these shadows in. We can adjust the density of them anytime we want. We could give them a tint if we wanted to. You could add a tint color. I mean, if you wanted to, you could actually add a little bit of a tint, and instead of using multiply, you could use like overlay mode so that the shadows actually cause a little bit of an increase in saturation in the underlying colors. There's all kinds of things you can do. Like I said, the compositing that's built into OpenToonz/Tahoma is very, very, very capable. It's a very solid node-based compositor. I'm not lying to you. I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. Alright, so I'm just going to do it the way I usually do it when I'm working in Krita and just slam these shapes out. I kind of have to draw the outline here though so that I get a fillable shape. And let's just zoom out a little bit, see what we got. Yeah, and by the way, see, another thing here is that you'll notice that these shots are all sort of variations of one another, especially this one. So I'll be able to draw the shadows on this drawing. I'll be able to draw the shadows here, and then just let this stretch to the next frame and not even change the shadows on on that fourth key. Yeah, I tell you, Ajax, I would say this. How do I say this? Okay, in the real world, there's a lot of people who use After Effects for a lot of things, and it's a very capable, time-tested program. I would broadly say, though, that I think most people who do compositing for a living probably greatly prefer a node-based compositor. I think that's probably... And by the way, here, as you can see, I can just do a loop-based erase. Okay, and the loop-based erasing did not work. Oh, it's because I need to erase lines and areas. That's a cool thing that you can tell Tahoma what to erase. Lines, areas, or both. Very, very flexible. So yeah, I agree with you. Actually, learning a node-based compositor is not a bad idea, because when you understand the flow, the main difference between a layer-based compositor and a node-based compositor is simply this. And it's a big, big, big deal. With a node-based compositor, I can run this path into here to my output. And I also can stack layers. So I could have something going on here, and I could have something going on behind here that then stacks on top of this. So I could have one thing feeding into the next, blah, blah, blah. That's what layers do for you. What you can't do so well is have this output branch off and come back in somewhere else, and having things branching in all different ways, combining in all different ways that you could imagine for whatever problem you're trying to solve. That's where a node-based, and you know, there's ways around that. You can make it work. For example, in Krita, if we look here, you accomplish the same thing. This is actually kind of an important point. You accomplish the same thing in Krita by using groups, because one thing you may not realize is that in Krita, a group becomes a self-contained compositing environment. So that any compositing, any layering that I do in this group, including a group within the group, gets composited by itself as a group, and then that group is then what gets composited with whatever blending modes or whatever you have on top of the next layer. So it is a vertical flow down through the layers, but each group is a self-contained compositing, well, I guess group is the word. And because of that, the compositing in Krita is actually really, really flexible. If you just think it through, you can almost always find a way to do what you're trying to do. Like, I'm telling you, you can. I know, because I've been doing it, like, a lot. Krita never lets me down. Never lets me down. Okay, so I'm probably doing more work here with the shadows than I technically need to. The reality is, I noticed this when I was watching a couple different Disney movies this week. Those guys, they don't really do shadows like you see in anime. If you look real close, you're rarely seeing shadows on the characters within their bodies. They cast shadows, of course, like onto the ground or whatever. But I was kind of surprised. In Beauty and the Beast, I was surprised in Emperor's New Groove. There ain't no shadows, people. There's no shadows. Where are all the shadows? Nope, there's no shadows. That really surprised me. I wasn't really expecting that. So, kind of interesting. So what I'm drawing right now is a bit of a nightmarish shadow. So what I'm going to do is hit the fill tool, and instead of trying to do a regular fill, I'm going to switch it to freehand mode, and then I can draw a lasso around it, and it'll figure out where the area is that I'm trying to put the shadows on. And of course, you know, I may decide that there's some tweaks or changes that I want to make, or I'm not happy with something about these shadows. So again, hitting the fill tool, I'll just do the lasso thing. It works. Hit the B key, boom. Let's smack a shadow around there. Fill tool, whoop, done. B key, just kind of feeling it. F key for fill tool. Up, there we go. All right, and gee, why don't we put a shadow? Why don't we put the shadow of his hands down here on his shirt? So let's just kind of go like this. Let's do it like this. We'll just fill in this whole area like that. Fill tool, once again, drawing a lasso. Boom! Same thing again. Just kind of make another shape here. We'll extend this down here so that we can kind of have the cast shadow onto. Zuko, what are you doing over there? You're making a lot of noise there, buddy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, as Zuko would say. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so this is a bit of a problem because for whatever reason we've got a closed shape that Tahoma doesn't quite know what to do with. Doing Tahoma is, instead of drawing shapes and filling them the way I'm doing, what you could do is hit this paintbrush tool, and that basically takes the current paint. This is probably a more intuitive way to do it, actually, by kind of a wide margin. And just paint it on. Just paint it on. This is actually probably a better way to go, because you can still use the fill tool. I can still wrap a fill tool around that. And why did it erase? Okay. So there's a little bit of software gremlins at work here, it would appear. We'll just pretend that didn't happen and say, okay, we won't do it that way. What we will do is just paint in the shape of the shadow, and then if we don't like the shape, we'll just hit the E key and lasso it with the eraser and chisel it back out. I do that all the time in Krita, actually. Just draw what you intended. The problem I have here is that the Smart Raster Paint tool for years in OpenToonz has been mapped to, unless I did it myself. Actually, I have to think about that one. I'm going to fix that right now. I'm going to go to Configure Shortcuts, and I'm going to go to the Smart Raster tool. Okay, Smart Raster Paint tool, and that is supposed to be the V key. I don't care about the skeleton tool. I never use the skeleton tool. So now I can hit the V key, and things work as advertised. Again, if I paint outside the lines here, doesn't matter. When I render, it all gets clamped to my character. So I suppose I'm going to actually erase this too. A little tweak there, a little tweak. The only thing I'm missing, I would say, is I'm hitting the V key so I can again use the Smart Raster Paint tool. I do want to have his eyes fall into shadow here. So I'll just paint it in. We'll just paint it in. And then all in all, I would say my shadows are slightly too dense. So I'm just going to roll back the opacity of my shadow color, and we're in shape. Okay, I'm going to take 5 seconds now and look at the messages. Steve Riggs, if I was going to buy another tablet, I would go for a Huion. You know, from what I understand today, the Huions are quite good. I would say at the time that I bought my XP pen, I actually had a Huion, I believe, for a day. And of course there was Unova as well. And there were some driver issues. I think they've got that figured out, though, so it's probably 6 of one, half dozen the other. But for me, I've been pretty happy with the XP pen products. I have a Wacom Intuos, and yeah, I use a Wacom, can't remember if it's an Intuos or a Graphire on my laptop, so it's a regular tablet, it's not a screen. It's about 15 years old. Works fine on Linux, works fine on Windows, works fine on every version, doesn't matter. Agree Wacom is very overpriced. Cintiq 32 Pro, that's a big screen. That is a big screen, man. You know what? I have to say, for me, that probably would be a big win, because I'm stuck at HD resolution on this thing. I need to get my head around OpenToonz big. Okay, I already read that. And then color blending is so easy to use. Just plug it in, put the style numbers, and you want to blend. Okay, Soda Pop, I'm going to ask you a question here. Oh, the color blending node. Okay. Okay, that you want to blend. Okay. Gotcha. So the way I'm doing the shadows is a little different technique than what I would call color blending, because this is more or less just a, well, it's a multiply in terms of how the colors are blending. But yeah, I've heard that from someone else, that the OpenToonz or Tahoma color blending node is a pretty cool tool. So I'm not going to fight you on that one. All right, so I'm going to hit the B key so it creates a new cell. And now this time we're going to kind of do this the fast way. Now that we've sort of kind of figured out our workflow, we'll just paint in the bloody shadows. We'll just do it. Just get them in there. And then if there's a shape I'm not completely happy with, I can take my E key and just chisel it out. And that works fine. Actually, that was more than I intended. Right, people? So right here, for example, this is a good example. You know, if you're going to paint it, you're going to have this extra noise, so then you just say, oh, let's just chisel that out, and boom, looks good. So, now there's always more than one way to skin the cat, as they say. So I'm just checking the prior frame to kind of see what the shadows were doing there, so I keep it consistent. And I'm feeling pretty confident that what we're going to do is we're going to wind up with a series of shots here that are going to look pretty good. And then what we're going to do is we're going to actually do essentially some editing here in Tahoma by stretching some of these frames out and get the timing worked out. And then we may even complicate things further by using the plastic tool to add some secondary animation and create some tweens. Like, for example, this is a good example actually. If I took this shot and added the plastic tool, I could maybe I could maybe bend his head back a little bit, and let's see, and then maybe even bend his arms up a little bit and use that as a tween to get from here to here to just add a little bit more transition. So there's no rule. I mean, it would probably look fine, and it would probably look good with the tween, and it would probably look good without the tween. It just depends on how much snap you want in your animation. So it's all about the snap. Well, it's all about the snap, do do do. All about that snap. You thought it was all about the bass, but it's not. It's all about the snap. It's all about the snap, Do do do, do 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 do. I'm gonna actually make that a shape and see if the fill tool. Actually, I guess I have to lasso it, and that's gonna cause that one to break. Yeah. I'm going to hit undo, and it will not undo. So, okay, so what you just saw, people, is a BG. There is no scenario in the history of the known universe where what we just saw happen would be considered correct behavior on the part of the software application. Now I have to do everything over. Why? Well, because I tried to do a fill operation. Yeah. And it wasn't actually because I did a fill. If I actually go like this and create a shape, as you will see, okay, well that's going to erase no matter what. So I'll bet you this is in, it's in freehand erase, but it's not in, okay, auto paint lines. I bet you that's what's going on. Let's find out. Because the smart paintbrush should not have any problem with fill operations. But it wants to erase them no matter what. If Darren was here, he would know why that happened. Where's Darren when I need him? Darren, where are you, Darren? Darren T. And by the way, was it Agic? Who was it that said they were wanting to learn whatever software it is they want to learn? I can't remember, but whoever said it is that I was giving, advice to. If you're gonna learn OpenToonz, then you need to subscribe to Darren T's channel, because Darren is he's got a lot of really good material there for learning OpenToonz and Tahoma. And by the way, he doesn't pay me to tell you that. Nope. So what I'm curious about is this. What if I don't use lasso mode? So what if I hit the fill tool, but I just go back to normal mode? Now it works. Okay, I thought it might. Okay, so that's probably a good thing. What's bugging me a bit, though, is when I'm hitting undo right now, it will not undo, which could mean this is a horrible, horrible thing to contemplate. But it could be that if I keep hitting undo, what it's actually doing is it's going back to earlier drawing I was doing with the brush tool on other layers where I can't even see what it's doing, and it's undoing it. So you got to be really, really careful. The undo in OpenToonz is, as we have seen over the last couple days, is a little sketchy, a little questionable in terms of the integrity of the software code. Well, I'm actually going to favor, for what I'm doing here, from here on out, I'm just going to favor doing it this way. I'm just going to paint the shadows in and just have fun. Just have fun painting. Let's have fun painting. Let's not worry about having to do stupid fill operations and all the rest. Let's just freaking paint our shadows and be done with it. Okay. Why? Because it's easier. It's more reliable. I'd rather have reliable than fast, because 9 times out of 10, anybody who's followed me on YouTube for a while knows this. I'm always trying to do things fast, and it always turns out that the fast way is the slow way. Why? Well, you just seen it right here. I'm trying to do it faster by using the fill tool, but it just turns out in this particular situation the fill tool is kind of buggy. And so then I wind up having to redo it, and all my time I saved using the fill tool was utterly and completely wasted. So 9 times out of 10, you do it the slow way, and it turns out everything just kind of works. So your mileage may vary, but that's my story, and I'm sticking to it at this point. Okay, so his fingers, I kind of chose to do it this way. So yep, we're doing it the hard way, because the hard way is the easy way, and the fast way is the slow way. This is the Zen, or is it Zen or is it Tao? I guess it's the Taoist Taoist truth about animation. Do it the simple way. Less, not more, is the way of the Tao. It's not what you can add, but what you can remove. Okay, so I'm going to take a risk here. I'm going to take a risk, and I'm going to go like this. I'm going to close the shape, and I'm going to use the fill tool, but I'm going to click. Ah, that works. So you just don't want to use lasso mode. And there are technical reasons I could explain where I think I know exactly why it did what it did, but it's not really worth trying to explain technically what the problem is. Just suffice to say, if you're going to do fill tools with the raster paint tool, the smart raster paint tool, as opposed to the brush tool, you probably want to do the clicking thing and not the lasso thing. Just saying. I'm just saying. You do what you want. Do what you want. Hey, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing here. Okay? There's that. Let's grab that. Put a little bit of shadow action here. What the heck? It's all good. Maybe even here, and then take the eraser and just chisel that back out like that. Ooh, that didn't work. I guess if I'm going to do it, I need to kind of have it under there. So we'll go. Now this is a tween, so this is only going to be on the screen for a pretty short period of time. So I'm going to hit save, hit the V key again, and just go back to, well, actually I do have to hit the B key so that Tahoma automatically creates a new cell for me. So, and then I can switch to the Smart Raster Paint tool, which in OpenToonz is known, believe it or not. It's a little confusing, and that's why Jeremy, when he did Tahoma, he's the guy that has written most of the code, he changed the name of the tool to the Smart Raster Paint tool, because in OpenToonz, this is the brush, and this is the paint brush. Yeah, I'm not joking. That's really the truth. Which is, you know, questionable naming convention for your tools, but, you know, I mean, what are you going to call it, right? So, generally the regular brush is for generating lines, and then this is for filling in areas. But this will generate lines as well. So, pick your poison. But I'm a little ahead of schedule, I would say, so for me today, I don't mind just kind of going a little slower and having fun. Fun with painting. We're having fun with painting. So we've got the caught shadow, if you will, and then we have the cast shadow. So this is going to be something like that. And since we're feeling frisky, we're going to go ahead and use the fill tool and put a little shadow action in there, little shadow action under there. I'm getting kind of hungry. What time is it? 10:45. I mean, I guess I had breakfast around 6 or so. Feeling a little hungry. I'm feeling hungry. Wanting a little food. Okay, I got to be careful here, because if I'm going to allow this to come into sort of shadow area, I guess I need to approach this a little strategically. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw this shape, and as you can see, we've got a mistake here because his hand doesn't have color on it. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to loop this down here and kind of let that bite into there a little bit, and now I should be able to fill that. And oh my gosh, it doesn't look to me like... Okay, there we go. That's what we intended. It was tinted a bit from when I was yakking about it earlier. So again, I'm hitting the V key. I'm going to go whoa up there, and then I'm just going to loop this around so that we're getting the cast shadow like that. Let's zoom out and see how things are looking. So now you can see, this is what I was telling you. You see how it's starting to pop? It's starting to actually look like a cartoon. Yeah. Yeah. Like, kind of a big difference. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about. All right, V key. We'll just keep adding some little bit of shadow. Just making it feel good. Make it feel good. Look at me, he says. Okay, and now here what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to hit the D key. So what I did was I kept all the shadows from the prior frame. And actually I'm going to fix something else too. I'm going to go over to this layer. And you can see what's going on with his hand. I'm actually going to watch what you can do. Watch what you can do. I'm going to hit the S key. And I'm going to loop around this whole section. I'm going to hit Control C. Go up to the prior frame. Hit the S key again because you do need to invoke the tool. I'm pretty sure this won't work unless you do. And then Control V, boom, just paste it in. Good to go. So that fixed that in a hurry, didn't it? Okay, so now here all we need to do is hit the erase tool and just loop around here like that and get rid of everything that's different. And now we have, I'm thinking we've just saved ourselves hours of time. No, actually, I didn't do that to save time. I did that because if I repainted all the shadows by hand, then there would be a little bit of a chatter between this frame to this frame, where because you're never going to paint them exactly the same way twice in a row. And so you'd get this little bit of chatter that, sometimes that's desirable, but usually I find it's probably not. So I'm just going to repaint the stuff that's changed, like so. So, anything going on? Everybody's watching. We got 12 concurrent viewers. That's amazing. I love it. So many concurrent viewers. I'm guessing, I guess I would just assume that probably people are just kind of enjoying watching the process unfold, maybe? Is that what's going on? Sometimes it's weird, you know. I can't imagine these people that have like 1,000 live stream viewers. You have to wonder, like like, why are you here? What are you here for? I always wonder that. What are you getting out of it? How is this helping you, or whatever. Sometimes it's just inspiration. I certainly find when I watch YouTube videos, a lot of times it's just to sort of see someone else doing it, and that kind of in a way encourages you that, gee, I could do it too, kind of thing. And that's certainly a legitimate motivation. Okay, let me think here. This is a ticklish situation. Just listening while you work myself. It's funny that I've been hearing, people have been saying that a bit. Which is, so it's almost like a podcast. So for whatever stupid reason, apparently me sitting here blabbing like an idiot must be entertaining in some way. Because if you're not looking at it, which I think the people that have made that comment, I don't think they're actually watching. They're just listening. Hence, being the devoted public servant that I am, I keep on yakking like a maniac because, I want you to enjoy what you're listening to, I guess, right? E key. Hey, Val. Didn't even see you over there. Didn't even see you. Valerie just snuck right by me. She snuck by. Yeah. She's a slippery one. He is a slippery little tiger. Alright, guess we need some shadow action there. And I'll confess, I actually, the other day, after a fairly long live stream, I went back and listened to my own live stream for a little bit just to see, I wonder what it sounds like when I'm like yakking along. And I realized, actually, I probably, if somebody else was doing what I'm doing, I probably would do the same thing. I would be like, just the audio it's fairly peaceful. Sometimes I get into fairly controversial topics, but I think for the most part the content's easy on the spirit, if you will. It's just listening to some musings about life as well as the animation process. It's all good. Okay, I said earlier that this is a little ticklish. It's ticklish because, well, it's actually not ticklish. Okay. I'm probably going to have to do a second shadow layer for Mel's head because his head is on a different layer, and I don't want to do multiple shadows if the only thing that changes is his head. But I might change my mind about that. So we'll see. We'll play this by ear, as we like to say. I'll go ahead and do it. I'll put the shadows in there, and then I'll revisit shortly to see if that turned out to be the right choice, which of course speaks back to the advice I've been doling out today, which is that you got to just try this stuff. See what works for you. See if you enjoy it. Oh, she put Zuko over on the... Zuko's over on the playset behind me. I didn't realize she had moved him over there. Well, it's always good for Zuko to get out and be able to socialize a little bit more and say hello. Right, Zuko? How you doing back there, handsome man? Can't give you the webcam. Can't introduce you to Zuko today because with OBS Classic, which is what I'm using for the live streaming, the webcam, it does see the webcam and everything, but I haven't taken the time to go in and figure out how I can position it and resize it properly. It may turn out that it's not actually possible to in this ancient version of OBS, and essentially it's a good trade-off to be able to have less flexibility in terms of how I present versus having strong reliability in the sense that it doesn't keep cutting off like literally every minute. Yeah, that's a pretty good trade-off. So Maria says, cool thing. Oh wait, if you Google econs storyboard template, use a lot of free templates to use. Oh boy, there's been a lot going on here in the chat. Oh, glad you've got it drafted out. For the first time, I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate the script into my animation. Nice. Right now, I'm looking at copying and pasting text into columns, but oh, I see what you're saying. You know, I've thought about that. In Vegas, for sometimes I've actually used titles, like, you know, regular titles to just sort of cut and paste the script in. On balance, where I've landed is I just do this. I just toggle between the animation timeline and the script. You know, I just bounce between them. Because, something went wrong. Because trying to keep them integrated in some way looks to me like it's going to be just more of a pain in the butt than it's worth for a marginal benefit. So, but if you figure out a way that seems to work well that you like, let me know. I'd be curious to know how you solve that. If it was up to me, in a perfect world, what would happen would be the script would be in a text format that my animation and or editing software could understand, so that it can actually, you know, it would be really cool to be able to actually run them in tandem, so that when I move forward on my editing timeline, it actually, I keep saying the word actually, sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to cut those two out, hit the D key here, and keep moving forward on this basis and just see how it works out. I'm not going to know until I work out the timing. Now, if I was working in Krita, all these shots would be in separate Krita files, and so it would be a non-issue. I'd be rendering out each little clip and doing all the editing in Vegas. Doing it in Tahoma the way I'm doing it kind of invites a situation where a certain amount of editorial decision making is taking place in Tahoma before I ever get over to Vegas. I may regret that. That may turn out to have been a waste of effort, but we'll see. I just don't know. Okay, so same thing again. I'm going to hit the D key. So what I'm doing is I'm making duplicates. D for duplicate, I guess. And then just correcting the only thing that's changed between those cells, which is Mel's head. But yeah, I'm definitely getting a little bit hungry. Okay, storyboard, or making animatic, blah, 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 blah. You could do it, for example, in Blender. You know, you could do an animatic using the Blender grease pencil You know, I wouldn't be so much trying to do finished animation art. Believe me, I've tried that 10 zillion times, and I've actually done it a lot. And there's some stuff in this show and in the anime I was working on that are done that way. But the point I'm getting at is you could use Python in Blender to integrate a script with you know, text objects or something like that. But that would be quite a bit of work, you know, to program that. So, to each his own. Whoa, I didn't mean the B key, I meant the V key. A storyboard is kind of like a comic. And by the way, I can recommend the Fast Stone Image Viewer. The thing I like about the Fast Stone Image Viewer is that the way it orders the images in your folders on your hard drive, you can choose custom sort, which allows you to take images that you've drawn and just literally drag them around in a different order, so you can actually block in a rough animatic in your image viewer, which is quite useful, actually. I just said that because I want to make sure I say the word actually at least 45 trillion times today. Well, getting into the trillions is, of course, the American way. We love our trillions. Trillions and trillions of dollars. Nope, I'm not getting into the socio-political conversation today. Not gonna do it. I did mention this morning that the extent of my socio-political commentary today will be this, and so I'll repeat it for the benefit of those who've come in late. Yesterday I said that if I posted just a rational question for my Trumper friend, just to see if we can have a rational discussion, you know, I said he's going to do one of two things. He will not answer the question and engage with good data to tell me why my perspective might be flawed. He's not going to do that. What he's going to do is he's either going to say nothing, he's going to go silent, predictable. And I'm actually looking at his page right now. I'm double checking just to make sure that maybe he hasn't responded in the meantime. And indeed, yeah, I've seen this, yes. And he's posting more. So one thing he has posted after his Bible verse was a story that asserts that there is a leftist rioter who masqueraded as a reporter and urged the assault on the Capitol. And I'll tell you something, that story, the trend has been that those types of stories have gotten debunked pretty readily. But I'll tell you what, if that's true, that guy needs to have the full weight of the law come down on his ass just as much as anybody who's a right-winger. I don't care what side you're on. You go doing that stuff, you're going to wind up in prison. That's not cool. I mean, come on. 6 people died. Wait, I said I wasn't going to get into this today. So, I actually appreciate that my friend posted that. I have no problem with contrary information that sheds, you know, potentially a negative light on people who are, say, on the progressive end of the spectrum. I think that's great. Now, we'll find out if the information is true, because this guy does tend to get his information from sources that have repeatedly given him bad information that has very quickly turned out to be bad information. So, but you know what? You know, it might be right. You never know. So you got to be open to that. There are good people and bad people on both sides of the political spectrum. And I refuse to put everybody in a box. I will not do it. I think most people are actually well-intentioned. Most people do mean well. When they get a little too... what's the word? I don't know what the word is. When people get too militant or too overconfident, it's usually because they're scared. Now, they might be scared for stupid reasons, where they've been fed a pack of lies about what they should be afraid of, you know, by a candidate who wants them to be afraid, terrified of the other side winning. That happens all the time, and I'm not criticizing it, really. I don't like it, but it's perfectly understandable. I mean, what else is a candidate supposed to do nowadays? That's what they do, is they just are going to craft whatever story they have to craft in order to get you afraid of the other side winning. Usually when people fall back on that, though, I have to say it's because they don't have a strong message about their own platform. So rather than touting what they bring to the table, they just put all their energy into making you terrified of what's going to happen if the other guy wins. You know, I find that, you know, that falls a little flat for me. But it is understandable. I mean, I understand it. I can see why you would do that if you got no other card to play. Alright. Boy, what do we got here in terms of change? Yeah, it's pretty different. I think I'll hit the D key just to see what's similar, and then just modify it a little bit. I think would be good. This part's probably okay. Obviously all of this probably should be erased and redrawn. We'll get rid of that, and I'll actually take the S key and just move this a little bit, just give that a little bit of variety. Back to the V key. So now I'm going to look up here. Okay, I appreciate your guys' yes. Oh, Rosalie, you're so right. Leftist rioters. Yeah, I mean, you know, again, it could be, Sebastian. It could be. I don't know. The friend that posted this, I will tell you that after the riot happened, he was the first guy to post. You know, he was right out there in a hurry on Facebook, claiming that the Trumpers didn't do anything bad, and everything bad that happened was Antifa who had infiltrated it. So, I mean, he was out there posting, and that was debunked very quickly. That was definitely not true. So, you know, we're talking about a guy that's posted a lot of bad information over the last 60 days. But that doesn't mean the thing he's posting now is wrong. It might not be, you know. So, Rosalie says, Americans crazy. Rosalie, tell me this. Why do you feel... I mean, I tend to agree with you. We are crazy in a lot of ways, and especially we're going through a crazy time right now. But as a 22-year-old Dutch woman, what is it about Americans that you think is crazy? I'm very curious, actually. Of last week, it kind of went past being a game, and it got a lot more serious real quick. Real serious. Like, okay, we're not... This isn't funny anymore, okay? We've been putting up with this bullshit for quite a while. We, of course, allowed the court process to, you know, let's let it take its course. Let's let the rule of law prevail. But boy, last week it all of a sudden is like, okay, this is not funny. This is not a game. You know, people are dying. This is beyond the pale. That's how I felt. No, laugh my ass off. There's no way a leftist had to do the storming of the Capitol. The only benefit was to give Trump leverage. Well, yeah, Sebastian, I tend to agree with you. The evidence that's come out so far, again, the initial lie was that Antifa had something to do with it. And it's not that maybe they didn't to some degree, but this idea that, oh yeah, the only people who did anything bad were actually leftists, and they did it because they just want to make us rightists look bad. They just want to make Trumpers look... the argument is so non-credible. It's such a stupid strategy to begin with that it makes absolutely no sense. But, so that story was thoroughly debunked in a hurry. And I won't bore you guys with exactly how it got debunked, but the reason the story was even able to catch steam in the first place is because of a misinterpretation of some data about, you know, facial recognition software, that sort of thing. So all in all, I tend to agree with you. Probably it's just a story. But, well, you got people burning their own cities, killing people, and storming the Capitol. Well, here's the thing, Rosalie. When I think about what America's gotten wrong, this is why people like you, Rosalie, specifically, are actually, I'm really glad to have you here. Specifically because you're Dutch. Because what is Dutch? Dutch is one of those Nordic countries what happens in the United States in the political conversation typically is the people who are on the left say, why are you so freaked out about socialism? Look how well it's worked in the Nordic countries. The way, yeah, they have higher taxes, but they also have great benefits. They have great health care. They have great this, they have great that. And then the people who are on the right go, oh, you're just crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. Actually, the lines for medical care in Norway are hours long. Canada's the same, blah, blah, blah. And to the degree that I've been able to grok out the truth, it appears that the people on the left are far more correct than the people on the right. Exactly. I know you're not socialist. I know you're not socialist. The word I use is collectivist. Your policies trend somewhat more towards the idea that your nation is looking at yourself as a nation and saying, you know what, we're all in this together, so let's have policies that are supportive of everybody in the country generally being able to do okay. Now, Rosalie, if that's wrong, if the description I just gave is wrong, please correct me. Feel free to speak up and tell me how I'm wrong, because I may not know. I don't know exactly what it's like in your country. What's going on in the United States right now is ridiculous and unacceptable. And it sounds like you feel the same way. And it seems to me that from what I've heard, everybody in Europe thinks we're freaking out of our minds. It's like you're the richest, most successful country in the world, and you're freaking complaining? It's insanity. That's what actually makes what happened last week even weirder, because the more we find out about the demographics of the people who did it, including my friend on Facebook that I've mentioned, they're not disaffected poor white people. They're not. They're basically people who've done very well in life and are pretty successful and don't really have a lot to complain about. So you're like, well, then why are you on the cult of Trump? Why? What is it that attracts you to this so much? I just don't get it. I do not get it. I do get cults. I do get the religious aspect of it and how it's taken hold to a degree. But I call it a cult because they've literally lost their ability to think critically about the stuff that they're believing. It's like scary. My friend is not a stupid guy. He's not stupid. He's not poor. He's a very well thought of businessman, popular guy. You know, he just doesn't fit the profile of somebody who would get sucked into a movement like this. Okay, I'm going to look at the message. All right. None of Europe is socialist. Thank you for saying that, Rosalie. I appreciate it. People have been looking for centuries on a far grander scale. You got issues with radicalism. I do have issues with radicalism, I guess. That's true. In other words, once it gets to the point where you're starting to break things and kill people, yeah, I do kind of have a problem with it. That's what I call radicalism. You can be a radicalist with a, you know, from a left-handed perspective or from a right perspective. And there's a time for civil disobedience, no question about it. There's a time to look at what your government's doing and saying, nope. But if you're going to do that, then what you're really saying is, I'm prepared to go to prison and or suffer the consequences because of my values. And my values matter more to me than my own personal fate, let's say. There is a time for that. I think it's rare, though. I don't think this is that time. I don't think there's anything going on in the United States that's worth that at this point. You know, just so you know, Rosalie, I'll tell you this. America has issues with radicalism. If we can kind of know what the statistics are, truthfully, the number of people that fit that profile is probably less than 5%, actually. Like, most Republicans are not in that camp. So you've got a very, very vocal minority that's really causing most of the problems right now. But because they're being encouraged and, you know, kind of aided and abetted by the president, they've been able to get a lot of traction that they otherwise would not have been able to get. And so you've got this movement that's really irrational. I mean, it's really, really irrational in a lot of ways. That's just caught some traction because of the president feeding the fears. It's all about the fear. If Joe Biden gets elected, you're going to lose your health care. If Joe Biden gets elected, you're going to lose your investment. The economy is going to go down the tank. America's going to go socialist. It's all this fear-mongering that I've been hearing for months and months and months. Oh, correct. They're just scared of the other side. That's exactly right. Okay, so... Okay, and does not surprise me for Amar to weigh in with this big business policy. You're correct because the okay. So Sebastian says what attracts them to Trump is how terrible the liberals are. So that's a fair assessment. But then if you're gonna then what you have to do is okay. So now support the argument. Not necessarily that you believe it. Maybe you do, but you know, from the standpoint of understanding what you yourself just said, the question is, what is it about the liberals that's so terrible? Either in your opinion or what you believe that the Trumpers understand it to be. What is the big terror of socialism or liberalism that's so scary? I kind of think I know, but okay, this is interesting. This is actually getting interesting. Sebastian, when you realize there are two heads of the same snake, you'll know there's no right or left. Well, it's true that if you follow conservatism around the circle into libertarianism, you find that you do eventually bump into some of the same problems you run into with communism, actually. So you're correct, Amar. I would say you're correct. This is why I'm a centrist. The sensible... if people are scared, they want simple answers, and they are attracted to populist leaders. That is fully understandable. It's understandable. It's not necessarily good, and it's not necessarily right, because what they're afraid of may not, in fact, be something they should be afraid of. But once they're afraid, they tend to be attracted to leaders who tell a really simple message. And oftentimes that message consists of demonizing the other side. But Rosalie, what she's saying is interesting because, you know, here's a 22-year-old woman from Denmark. She says, I guess they're just scared of the other side. But she guess they're burning down cities for months with no end. Now that, not liberals, but the Marxists. No, actually, Soda Pop, actually, I will tell you, most of my life, I was right-leaning, and at this point, I'm left-leaning. I'm definitely progressive-leaning. And the main reason for that is that, in my view, we have had 40 years, roughly, basically since the time of Reagan, to try out a capitalist experiment. So capitalism is good in many ways, but it turns out that the story of trickle-down economics, it turns out that that was either a lie or a mistake. It works to a degree, but for the most part it actually doesn't work that well. So let me give you an example of why that happens. I'll give you sort of some simple examples of what the problem with that is. And by the way, this color has a problem that we're going to have to fix. So, in theory, on paper, and I can't think and draw at the same time, so I have to be careful here. Okay, this is why what Rosalie's saying has got me a little weirded out, because what are you talking about? We do not have cities burning for months on end, not in the United States of America, and I don't know what you're talking about when that. See, and Amar is asking the same question. He's here in the United States as well, and we don't know what you're talking about. And so I find it interesting if that's a story you've heard about something that's happening in the United States. I'm really curious about where that story came from, because we here in the United States, I will tell you, we have not been having. Yeah, but the video footage is from something that happened last week on a single day. It happened in one day. I'm telling you, I'm here, and I will tell you, it is not something that's been going on for months on end. So if you've been told that this is something that's been going on for months on end, you, Rosalie, have been lied to. It's not true. There's been a lot of kind of winky stuff happening because of the election, but nothing like what happened last week. And all the video that's floating around happened. Now, okay, so this is like a game of telephone. You whisper something to your friend, and then they whisper it to their friend, and it goes around the circle, and by the time it comes back to you, it's all completely distorted. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, there have been fires, Rosalie, in the United States going on, but they're not because of people starting fires. It's not political. This happens every year. And Amar is correct. The western part of the United States breaks out in forest fires every single year. It's completely normal. It happens every year. It was a little worse this year because we had less rain and it was kind of a dry summer, so the fires were worse. But as far as, but it's not a political thing. It has nothing to do with politics. Really. I mean, okay, so that explains that. That explains Rosalie's comment, I think. So that's all good. You know, I wouldn't call that necessarily misinformation or propaganda or anything, or even fake news. It could be I mean, Rosalie's a young-ish person, and it could be she just didn't. You know, I actually, my son is 18, and he did not really realize the full scope of what had happened last week until last night. I said, dude, you need to watch this video that kind of explained it and showed it, and he was like, whoa. You know, he did not realize how bad the thing at the Capitol had been. So young people don't necessarily always, you know, they've got their own lives to lead, and they're not necessarily as tuned into the socio-political conversation. So that's not a sin. That's not a problem. But yeah, please do, actually. You can post a link here, and I'll cut and paste it and see what it is you're seeing. I would love to see that, actually. I would love to see what you're seeing that made you think whatever you thought. That's really actually super interesting to me. And believe me, Rosalie, I do not criticize you for that at all. There's a lot of people that are trying to absorb a lot of different information and stories right now and sort out what the hell's really going on. So it's a confusing time. No question about it. Right, but, you know, Amar, to be fair, we all need to do our research, and we all need to be very careful about what information we believe. Definitely. What I've been doing for the last 60 days, I tend to agree with Amar if you're serious in that statement. I actually think that all in all, the mainstream media has actually done a pretty good job. It's hard, too much sources, but a lot of violence from America I'm seeing. Well, like I said, it's the event that happened last Wednesday was more violence and a more serious situation than we have ever had in this country in my entire life. My entire life, we have not been at such a dangerous moment than what we saw last week. Never. Not even close. 9/11 wasn't even close. I lived through the energy crisis of the 1970s. I lived through Reagan. I lived through Jimmy Carter. I've seen it all. And we have never had a moment in this country that was even close to as dangerous as what we saw last week. But it was only one day. And then it was put down, and that was that. And, you know, a lot of people saw it coming. So I will tell you, the rhetoric has been ongoing. The rhetoric has been endless, but the actual actions that are crossing the line, and Amar, yeah, we're around the same age, and so is Steve Riggs. Steve Riggs is around our age as well. So, and so if you guys disagree with me on this, you're again welcome to chime in and disagree with me. Amar has, I guess I probably should be careful what I say because I don't want to speak out of school or say something that someone doesn't want to reveal, but I will say that Amar has a different perspective on the United States, maybe to a degree, than I do, because of where he lives and his, we'll say his background. And if Amar wants to clarify that, he's welcome to do so. Okay. Yeah, just like Chicago, yep. The rhetoric-based... Okay, let me back up here. Just like Chicago, I live in Chicago, and the rhetoric they spewed out is not correct. If it was that bad, I'm like, okay, fine. Thank you. Interesting comment, Soda Pop. Excellent. Thank you for saying that. Okay, so you're talking about are you talking about the Digital Millennium Act, or are you talking about the deregulation of telecommunications? Those are two different things. They both have somewhat connected implications, but there's a lot to be said here. So when you talk about the Clinton Telecommunication Act, I assume you're talking about, well, for in the Clinton time, that would have been Digital Millennium, not the Telecommunication Act, I'm thinking. Okay, so this is a good example of what I was talking about. Conservatives would hold that regulation is bad. They always claim regulation is bad and that government excesses and overregulation is the problem. And so the theory to a capitalist is if we simply deregulate an industry, that what that does is it frees up the industry so that as many people as possible can freely compete and you have a vibrant competitive marketplace. I submit that they are dead wrong. That's not what happened in telecommunications when telecommunications got deregulated. It's not what happened in big oil. What actually happens when you deregulate is that you very quickly devolve into an oligarchy. Because of the deregulation, the 2 or 3 biggest companies quickly buy up all the small competitors, and now you have actually a less competitive marketplace that is ruled by just a couple companies. We saw it here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. It used to be that there were 20 different companies that owned radio stations. After the deregulation of telecommunications, we now have essentially 2. Federated Media owns almost every radio station in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and there's one other company that owns like 2 or 3 stations. So the idea of independent, free competition is a joke. It doesn't actually work. So I get the theory, I get why they think it should work, because this is the problem with, essentially the problem with right-wing philosophy in America is that it always has to argue its ideas from the vantage point of what should work theoretically, such as trickle-down economics. They don't argue from the vantage point of what actually did work when we tried it. And they always come back to the theory. Always come back to the theory. If we give corporate welfare to the richest, why, they're going to create jobs. And by creating jobs, it trickles down. The problem is, in practice, there's a lot of reasons why that actually doesn't work that well. A big reason is that in today's climate, because the idea of a global economy is something that is not going to change, it's too easy for the dollars to just flow right out of the country anyway. The corporations actually have more power than the government does. I mean, that's manifestly true. It's easy to prove. And so because of that, the theoretical benefits of conservative economic philosophy often just turn out not to actually work that well in practice. That's the problem. Okay, so Amar, that was as good an explanation as I can give about one particular point. Killed USA journalism and radio music. Exactly. Soda Pop is 100% correct. Anybody here who wants to know who's telling it like it is, Soda Pop is completely right. The deregulation of the Telecommunication Act was absolutely supposed to free up the market for absolute free competition for all. At least that's what they claimed. What actually happened was it destroyed competition, and it happened really fast. Really fast. Because what are you going to do? There's no regulation now. There's nothing keeping me from owning 1,000 radio stations instead of maybe whatever, let's say a limit of 50, you know, that have to be spread among a certain number of states. Once the regulation was gone, boom, Federated Media turned into a massive conglomerate that owned most of the radio stations in the marketplace, in this particular marketplace. And they're a massive company. That's like Comcast. You know, Comcast is a huge conglomeration, massive company. May in fact be it's among the biggest corporations in the world. And by the way, part of that theoretical argument is, yeah, if you have this competition because of our capitalistic marketplace, what's going to happen in America is we're going to have the best services at the lowest price because of all the competition. Well, Rosalie, you may have an opinion about this. What I've heard is that actually the high-speed internet service that we roughly in America typically pay somewhere between $40 and $80 a month for, you guys get in Europe for about $3 or $4, or €3 or €4. Why? Because in Europe it's treated like a necessary utility, and it's regulated by the government, and it's basically understood that everyone has to have it. In America, we pay an order of magnitude more for the same service, not less. So the result, yeah, internet. So your high-speed internet, what do you pay per month for high-speed internet in the Netherlands? I know you're capitalist, and that's good, but there's a balance to it. So I'm asking Rosalie specifically how much a typical family's high-speed internet connection costs in the Netherlands. So now we're not Americans fighting among ourselves, all acting like we know what we're talking about. Now we're talking to somebody who's actually in Europe who can say, okay, what is it in the UK? €40. Okay, so I got bad information. Thank you, you guys. You're setting me straight. So actually it turns out that the high-speed internet costs about the same in Europe as it does in the United States. So, okay, Dave, so what are you bitching about? It might be. Valerie's over there. She's like, it's better internet. I don't know. I mean, it might be. But if they're in Europe, and if they say they're paying €40, then by gum, I might have bad information. I want to be careful not to be spewing wrong information here. I really appreciate this, you guys. I truly, deeply, profoundly love it when I can really get good information from people who actually know what they're talking about because they're there and they're living it. That's awesome. 40 per month. Okay, Sebastian says he's at around €20. Okay. Okay. Now I've got 30 megabytes up and down. Up and down, which is kind of unusual. Usually it's a lot more down than up, but I've got 30 up, 30 down. Costs me about $40 a month. And that is fiber optic. Have you ever read Theory? America's had Marxism, socialism, capitalism, nationalism, and other isms for hundreds of years. Okay, so let's be a little careful here, guys. We don't want to get flaming. If I'm reading this correctly, it's looking like we're at a little bit of risk here between Sebastian and Amar. So let's just be cool. I tend to agree. Honestly, I tend to agree with both of you. This is one of the problems, by the way. The problems with isms is that we forget that it's not either or. It's actually both and. And this is why I said yesterday, the question, if you're going to be like really strong on your positions, it's important to ask this question. And the question I suggested yesterday is this. Is you want to preface your ideas with, is it even possible that? Okay? So what I'm saying to both Amar and Sebastian, who appear to maybe be coming down on opposite sides of their assessment of the United States of America, what I say to both of them is this. Is it possible, is it just possible, that you're both equally right? Because I would actually bet money that you're both equally Right. You're both correct. Both things are true. We have had all these isms. And you're saying, what is corporate welfare? Overtaxation, who does it benefit? I think I'll let this conversation sort of take its course a little bit here and see, because I want to see what, the only way to save capitalism, which currently does not exist, is antitrust and new FDR. Okay. Soda Pop, I would probably tend to agree that it is important right now in the United States, because of the way we've trended for the last roughly 40 years, it is important that we trend in a more progressive direction. Okay? And so antitrust is, of course, important. FDR welfare state is absolutely the direction that Joe Biden is headed based on his speech yesterday. And it would be my opinion that we really have no choice. We do have to move in that direction. Now, does that direction come with its own risks and potential problems? Absolutely. We want to be a little careful as we proceed, but I do think we need to move in a more progressive direction here in the United States of America. As I say, we've lived out a capitalist experiment. I don't agree with the statement that capitalism doesn't exist. I can say from absolute experience that at any time I have the ability, using either capital or in my case also my creativity and hopefully my ingenuity and whatnot, I have the ability to start businesses and engage in free enterprise. I have a lot of freedom to kind of sort of do whatever it is I want to do. So I would not say that capitalism doesn't exist. Okay, Valerie's over there saying true capitalism doesn't exist. So I'm going to invite her into the conversation. At least you guys can't really hear her, but can you expand on that, Val? What do you mean true capitalism exactly?
Well, true capitalism is no holds barred.
So you're saying capitalism where literally there's equal opportunity for all.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's certainly true. That's certainly true.
Government picks who they give their corporate welfare to.
Right. And this is the topic of corporate welfare is coming up. So I agree with you guys that we have been tremendously lopsided in providing governmental support to corporate America to the exclusion of providing support to average people on the street. And I think we've gotten away with it, or the right, I guess, has gotten away with it, because they've done a really good job of selling the story, the theoretical story of how capitalism will work, the idea of trickle-down economics. But in practice, what we do find, and have found over and over, is that it doesn't work out quite as well as it was. And the incredible separation between poor and rich in America that has happened is kind of proof of that.
Money always flows up to begin with.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back, and Amar's a pretty deep thinker, so he's posting some things here that I think are probably a little deep. I want to check one thing here, though, on the cartoon. I think I want to go with... Okay, I need to take this image, and I guess I got to go back one, and I am going to... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hit the D key, make a duplicate of this one, and then drag it down here so that this one can... Actually, what I can do is click here, and I think if I hit Control X... Yes. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Can I hit undo? Nope! The undo doesn't work, so we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Okay, but I got what I was after. Okay, so now I want to read Amar's... Okay, for decades I've argued this. We have the welfare state healthcare in the UK, right? And had it for decades, and it works well. So Steve is asserting that the welfare state in the UK is actually working well, and that as an average guy on the street, they're pretty happy with it. Okay. Are you saying, Sebastian, that taxation for the sole purpose of redistribution is bad? That's a great question, because I think in practice, it could probably be said, Sebastian, that what other kind of taxation is there? It's always redistributed because the government spends it somehow. It's a question of whether you're talking about redistribution back to the people who paid the taxes, or saying that the government has a role in redistributing where those dollars go.
For me, I just think the people's money should be spent on the people rather than corporations.
So Valerie feels strongly that the tax dollars should basically be spent on the people, not the corporations, because the corporations don't really need the welfare.
It's not that, it's the people's money to begin with.
Okay, and people are so brainwashed to think taxes have benefited us. I think you have to have taxes, though, because, you know, somebody's got to pay the fire department. But the more localized it is, typically the better. So at the federal level, you know, you've got these, it's a lot of money, and it's more and more out of reach of we the people in terms of how that money is being used. It's the welfare of the working man to pay for the country to run. I never asked for taxes. What are you talking about? You seem to be fine with wage labor. There's nothing, well, what's wrong with wage labor? If people want to work for a wage, that's their prerogative. Right? The right have been anti-safety ever since the fall of the Berlin Wall. I agree with that. I believe that deregulation has gone, you know, it's backfired. Rosalie says anarchy, street violence. I'm not sure what street is. It goes into a pot and many other parts that are spread out through many other states, which then has its own tax structure. More American violence. This is really becoming interesting and maybe a little heated, actually. I think that we always have to remember that the idea here, at least for me, is to benefit from each other's perspective. And that assumes that there's going to be somebody here in the crowd that has a very different perspective than mine. And so I want to emphasize that's okay. I have no problem with somebody feeling strong. You know, somebody out there might think that capitalism and the current state of America is like the best thing ever. They might. There might be a Trumper in the crowd. They are welcome here, okay? The point for me is to just kind of, I find that everyone's perspective is valuable. Riggs, who's in the UK, has had to stop what he's working on to follow the debate. Well, again, we don't want this to devolve into a flame war. Before taxes, this country ran without them. Okay, so Amar, okay, let me just finish reading through. FDR was forced by protesting unions, but this trend happened globally, and the wealthy class gave us Reaganomics globally as a response to FDR-era taxes. That is true. Okay, what's wrong with wage labor is what he said is wrong with taxes. If you produce value, you deserve 100% of it. Okay, yeah. And Sebastian, I wouldn't, I mean, I could kind of see, I think that from maybe some comments you made yesterday, I could see where you might trend in that direction. Yeah, I mean, or maybe it was earlier today, I don't remember, but I don't know if that's 100% true, so I want to take up Sebastian's assertion. If everybody can kind of calm down for a minute, I want to mention, okay, the problem with what you're saying is, Sebastian, I think you're correct in theory. And that's the way it should work. So in the real world, the best manifestation of that would be a worker-owned corporation. Okay? So you would have a scenario where, and this gets back to what I was saying about expanding this cartoon out into a YouTube-based or internet-based group thing. You know, I want to be really careful about how that's structured so that people don't wind up being disappointed and pissed about how things turn out, especially if it starts making money. Because it will go badly, and it will go badly very quickly. So we just want to be really careful about that. Yeah, I think it was today. So workplace democracy. So I would say that in principle you're correct. The best form of a corporation, see, a publicly held corporation is fundamentally corrupt from the day it goes public, for the simple reason that now that corporation's obligation, and I mean its legal obligation, is not to create good products and services or make money. The minute a company goes public, their number one obligation is to the welfare of the stockholders because they own the company. So the stock market, as we understand it, is a fundamentally flawed mechanism in terms that most people understand it to be. Its only obligation is to its shareholders. So that makes it fundamentally dangerous, because once a corporation gets to a certain size, it actually makes the most sense for them to take all of their money, buy it up in T-bills, fire all their employees, and quit producing anything. That actually makes the most sense. Once a company reaches the point where they've got enough cash that the interest they would earn from T-bills is greater than the amount of profit they would generate if they kept doing business. Think about it. It's just common sense. It's what you yourself would do. If you were given $1 million right now because you've been creating really good cartoons, it's actually in your interest to go, well, I'm going to keep creating cartoons maybe on my own, but I'm not going to create them to make money. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the $1 million and just put it in the bank and collect the interest. Right? And now I'm set for life. Right? So once you have the capitalist system, there are certainly inherent corrupting influences that are in play. Whether that's good or bad, you have to debate. And the truth is, I would say it depends. It depends on the company. It depends on where they are in their life cycle. So getting back to Sebastian's comment, the problem with the company-owned corporation, the worker-owned corporation, the problem with that is you still have to vote on like a board to run the corporation and make key decisions. If you do everything democratically, I'll just leave it at this. I'll set this aside kind of quickly here by saying, once you do everything completely democratically, which in America, we're not a democracy, we are a republic. Okay, so that means we are a representative, we are a constitutional republic that trends towards democracy in a lot of ways, but we're not a true democracy by any stretch of the word. There are drawbacks to true democracy. And again, it really kind of depends on the, again, as I say, the business and where they are in their life cycle and what you're trying to achieve. You know, it gets really complicated, actually. So, okay, I'll stop there and just kind of throw that stuff out there. And okay, Amar says the sick thing is corporations are treated as persons. Absolutely, absolutely. I agree with you totally, Amar. The oh, what is it? HR 5? I can't remember what the law is that allows that. That allows corporate, for example, when they give money to a politician for their campaigns, that's considered free speech. That was a horrible, horrible decision by the Supreme Court. Horrible, bad, bad, bad decision. So I don't believe in right-left politics. I believe it's all controlled by money and wealthy families. Amar, you're right. That's not even debatable. That is true. At the end of the day, basically the money does hold sway. That is absolutely, provably true. Again, whether that's good or bad depends on your perspective and where you fall in the money story generally. That's why people on the right, the Trumpers, I think generally are actually people who are fairly well off. They're not disaffected poor white people. They're actually middle to upper class white people, typically. Do you know that some economic systems do not... Okay, thank you, Rosalie. Okay. Let me just look at this. I'm going to look at Rosalie's link. I want to see what she's been learning. And thank you so much, Rosalie, for doing that research. Okay. Okay, yes. Okay. Okay. So that was the protest back in Portland. And you are correct that was... I'm not going to comment too much on who did what. It looks like from the headline that was an Antifa event, which means that would be more of a leftist protest event. The problem that people had with that, the people on the left, is that the response to the protesters has been different on the left than it has been on the right. It's been rather lopsided, some would argue. So if anybody wants to weigh in and see it differently, please do. But yeah, that was a thing, Rosalie. That did happen. But those were very small. They were actually really small, didn't last very long. Yeah, are a banana republic, right? No. The only thing that's happened in America that really has gotten into the banana republic territory is what has happened in the last 60 days with our election. That would be my opinion. We've never gotten into the kind of stuff we've seen since Trump lost the election. That's my opinion, and I'm pretty much sticking to it at this point. Sebastian had an interesting point. Do you know that some economic systems don't rely on money to represent capital? That's something I would have to research a little more to fully understand. I think that's a really interesting idea that I'm not quite sure what represents capital instead. You know, is it man hours? Is it labor? Man hours of labor? That type of thing? I mean, what is that? Okay, even though even some of those really barter or trade system, yeah. I mean, I think the advent and excuse me of Bitcoin and alternative financial systems is definitely making the financial picture a little more interesting in America. I'm happy to say I've been able to benefit from that in the last short period of time because I sort of snatched up some Bitcoin when I thought I just guessed right about 6 weeks ago. I guessed right. Excuse me. Okay. Thank you again, Rosalie. Thank you. Okay, Rosalie is doing a good job here of, and I think I know what this is going to be. Yeah. Okay, so that's the Portland. Okay, so maybe it lasted a few days, but really this looks. The Portland thing, I didn't go in and really study that much about it, but it was to me the consequences of that were nowhere near as dire as what happened at the Capitol last week. You know, if people want to protest, basically this is the deal. If you want to protest, protest. If you want to engage in free speech, there are limits, but for the most part in America, you can pretty much say what you want. The limits have to do with the quintessential example of what's not protected speech would be the idea that you're in a theater and you yell fire when there is no fire. Okay? So you can't deliberately lie to incite a situation. So there's a line you can cross that it's no longer free speech. But for the most part, even when people violate the rules, we tend to be pretty forgiving in the USA of, you know, when it comes to free speech. I've been getting months long of this coming out. Capital is best defined as a process. So money is simply a manifestation of a process. Things with economic value are as well. Fair enough. I only refer to history because without it you can't grow, learn, or move forward in the right direction. The funny thing is people only remember what's happening now. Well, we have a problem, Amar, right now in the United States with the Trumpers in that they have a picture of the time of the Founding Fathers that's actually, in my view, a very skewed picture of what actually happened. Because remember, these were essentially wealthy white landowners, you know, and everything about the structure of the country was pretty much aimed at protecting the interests of those people. So I think there's a very romanticized view of the quote-unquote patriots, and the idea that last week, what they did last week, that they would call themselves patriots, to me is just, having said that, I have a strong feeling that to a degree, with the actual people that participated last week, I suspect that we as a nation are going to wind up erring on the side of grace. And that it's only going to be the worst. That's correct. Our memories are pretty short. When these things happen now are not as bad as what with various points in American history. People keep talking about freedom and fighting for this country. Well, I only said that what I saw last week was, for me, the most dire happenstance that I feel I have seen in my lifetime in regard to its potential impact on the Republic. I'm very, very grateful that I feel like what happened in Georgia was absolutely caused by the Republicans. They got exactly what they feared. You know, I say it again and again when I talk about psychology. People generally create the very thing they fear. And the Republicans, they absolutely created a situation where they wound up losing not only the presidency, but they lost both seats in Georgia. That is beyond the pale. The fact that that happened is astonishing. And yet they brought it completely on themselves. And so now we are at a moment where we will move in a socialist direction. The very thing that they were so afraid of, socialism, 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 it's a dirty word. If we call you that, we can disregard everything you ever say. Everything you ever say, we can just disregard it. Why? Well, because you're a socialist. That's what's been happening in the rhetoric. Well, I think that's stupid. I think what we have to do is look at issues one by one and say, well, what's the best solution? And then we have to try things. And when they're not working, we've got to be able to roll them back and make adjustments, you know. But we are definitely going to move in a socialist direction. The Republicans saw to that, unfortunately for them. I've never seen such a dramatic case of somebody creating their own worst nightmare politically. It's funny to me, but so predictable too. Crazy, crazy. If America collapses, I'll hear it eventually. Well, the truth is, Rosalie, I think that because of what happened in the election, and because the situation on the right side of the aisle got so bad, and especially because of what the president encouraged last week, because of all of that, in terms of their power base in Washington, the Republicans shot themselves in the foot, as we like to say. And they've lost everything. They've lost control of the Senate. They've lost the presidency. And so we have the opportunity right now to roll back the craziness that we've slipped into. You gotta remember, Amar is correct. There are patterns that we see in history. We saw it in Nazi Germany, that nations tend to follow when they move in a populist direction. And Trump is nothing if not a populist leader. And oftentimes, countries don't bounce back from this. We are really lucky right now because we have the opportunity to bounce back from it. Now, the people on the right are really scared because they think, well, we're not bouncing back from anything. It's going to be worse, worse, worse than ever because everything's going to be socialism, socialism, socialism. That's what they were afraid of. That's what they are afraid of. You know, their fears may be well-founded to a degree, but for the most part, I think it's just alarmism. Because, as I said, if you look at some of the more progressive choices that you've made in probably the Netherlands, or, you know, as we call the Nordic countries, we're going to find out, actually, you know what, there's some stuff we can learn from those guys. You know, maybe we don't want to adopt their policies 100%, but we can learn from them. There's some good ideas there. Yeah, we ought to try it. If it doesn't quite work, well, you know, let's tweak the program. You know, Trump is something else, a sore loser. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt. I don't think anybody debates that point. You know, including his own staff. Donald Trump is a the moment that we have slipped into in the United States of America was a moment that many countries have slipped down when they progress in a certain direction that allows a populist leader to take hold. And usually it doesn't end well. Especially because you look at gosh, I want to be careful because some people do try to make the case of some good policy decisions that Trump has done, especially on the foreign policy side. Broadly speaking, I tend to disagree with those people, but I think some of those so-called accomplishments are certainly worth considering. You know, there might be some real merit to them, right? All politicians are populist. Well, you do have to be populist in the sense that you have to garner popular support, obviously. I think I'm going to sort of hone in here on the animation and maybe try to talk less here for a little bit if you guys want to continue the conversation. Have at it. My brain is getting tired. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm this. I'm that. My life is so hard. My life is so hard, you guys. I have to sit here and make stupid cartoons all day. Complain, complain, complain. I just don't get the complaining thing, really. At least not for me. Now, if my life was much harder than it is, then I would understand it more. I mean, I would probably, maybe I'd be complaining. But I have a lot of empathy for, there are a lot of people right now, especially with COVID-19, with their job situations. There's a lot of people that are really having difficulty right now. And I think Biden's got it right in that we've got to refocus on that. We've got to start looking after ourselves, our people, you know, normal people on the street. People are so much individualists, but talk about we when the real we is all about me. There's definitely some truth to that. There's definitely some truth to that. The president was guilty of that last week. He said, we are going to march down to the Capitol. We are going to do this. We are going to do that. You've got to be strong. Blah, blah, blah. We are going to do this and that and the other. And, oh, did he go? No. No, he didn't go. He didn't go. He lit the fire and then went back to the White House to watch it on TV. That's what he did. Yeah, the whole we thing. My honest opinion is he has actually complete contempt for his most ardent followers. He looks at them as a bunch of suckers, I believe, but I could be wrong. It could not be a politician because I would probably be assassinated because I wouldn't fit into any square or circle anyone would agree with. I don't know. I don't know. Amar, you seem to be about one of the more centrist people here in the crowd. And frankly, people that can dance the dance between the aisles tend to actually do pretty well in politics. Okay. Are we just about ready to deal with timing? I think so. Okay, so Sebastian is asserting that the CIA does assassinate lots of politicians. I don't actually agree with that. I think it's probably happened here and there, maybe over the years. You know, who knows? Maybe the CIA took out Kennedy. But assassinations are remarkably rare, actually, in the United States. Remarkably rare. I mean, who's been assassinated? You know, somebody tried to shoot Reagan. I've heard, now I have a friend who's actually a federal agent, and so he can't really talk about his work, but, you know, you kind of pick things up here and there. And I've heard things about the number of attacks on, you know, the number of designs, let's say, on Trump's life in the time before he actually was inaugurated, that there were something like 40 or 50. You know, it could be. Most of the stuff you don't really hear about. I'll link two things if no one minds. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Let's take a peek here. I think it's always fun and interesting to bat a few ideas around. The Guardian, okay. The CIA has a long history of helping to kill people, leaders around the world. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember really what I don't have much of an opinion about the Guardian. Aren't they pretty strongly left-leaning? Yeah, X. Well, I mean, come on. X was killed by his own people. I mean, and unless you don't believe that story, you know, I actually kind of have assumed that the movie got most of it right. And what a movie it was, man. Love that movie. You don't think the movie got it right? Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. You could be right about that. It's tough to know. I think Malcolm X was a really remarkable guy. Okay, so what we need to do is block in the timing and then deal with maybe some tweening, but probably not much tweening, basically just lip sync. So what I'm going to do is, this is shot number 326. Okay, so what I'm going to do actually is, rather than fight with Tahoma as far as its hotkeys and whatnot, I'm just going to open OpenToonz and reopen this project in OpenToonz so I can deal with the timing the way I'm used to dealing with it. You think they were plants, or it could have been both. People are shady sometimes. Yeah, for sure, man. No, I thought it was tragic that he was killed, because I think the guy had some really good things to say. Yeah, maybe not 100%, but yeah. Okay, where is my shot? I think it must be this one. Let's find out. Okay, so as you can see, guys, this is important for you to understand. I just opened up the shot I was working on in Tahoma. I just opened it up in OpenToonz. So everything in OpenToonz and Tahoma, it's the same program. It's just that Tahoma is a fork, which means the code has been split off and it's a little different. Hey, Darren T. The Alt down arrow hotkey, like that lets me just do timing, just block in timing like brain dead in OpenToonz. So that hotkey doesn't work in Tahoma, and I just don't feel like taking the time to figure out how to reset those hotkeys. I just want to get the work done. So boom, boom, boom. So I'm going to jump here between the show Darren what's going on, where we're at with this scene. It's looking pretty good. I'm feeling good. The thing about it is, I mean, here we've got 2 days of effort that is probably going to turn into about a minute of show. So that's a really good situation. And maybe I'll go ahead and put in some plastic tool. Probably going to do a little plastic tool actually on that one. I really need podcasts to show. Why don't you, Amar? Dude, I would check out your podcast. Not going to guarantee I'd subscribe. I might. I don't subscribe to much, really. I check everything out, though. Alright. So, Alt down arrow in OpenToonz takes the entire row across the X sheet and just extends the current row. And so, it's actually a really good timing tool. So, and it also, by the way, when you do it, it also moves your endpoint. So it's a very good sort of ripple editing tool. So what I want to do is I want to have Asher pause for 1 second. Let's maybe give him a second and a half. We can always take time out. We're going to have a 1 frame tween is all. Whoops. And then he's going to say, look at me. Okay, and I want to see what this key here is. Okay, so he's going to say, let's start right here and we'll go, look at me. Okay, yeah, that's way too fast. This is not playing at 80 or at 8 frames per second. So apparently the frame rate doesn't get baked in. Well, it can. It can. Let me save this. I'm just going to save all like I've been doing, and I'm going to go into my X-Sheet scene settings and change my frame rate for the scene to 8 frames a second. That's what I want. Boom. Okay. So now I'll hit the K key, rewind, and he's going to go, look at me. Boom. Okay. So that was actually not too far off. So what I think I want is this. Now he said that awfully quickly, so I'm going to give him a couple more frames. Then I'm going to go down here, and then how long would he hold this before it's going to cut to Mel? Well, probably at least a second. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and maybe we'll do 12, 9, 10, 11, 12. So a second and a half, right? Okay, so now I hit the rewind button, and it's like off screen. He says, Melchizedek, you've got to, what does he say? Let me look at that. It says, Melchizedek, you've got to consider the consequences of your actions. I mean, look at me. Boom. Okay. Now what we want to do is we want to move this. I thought it would move the endpoint, and it looks like it didn't. So I was wrong about that. Look at me. Okay, so if we have all lip sync here, he says, look at me, and then, okay, so I got a question for you guys. Question, we'll get off the politics here for a bit. Let me ask you this question. Do we want to take this shot, bring it into Krita, and do the lip sync? So you see, then you would learn how to take a rendered image sequence from OpenToonz or Tahoma, bring it into Krita, and work with it. Or do we want to go ahead and do the lip sync here in OpenToonz, potentially also getting involved with the plastic tool? What do you want to do? I'm leaning towards staying in OpenToonz for today. Okay, insert frame, remove frame. Yeah, but I'm not going to use the menu for that. So yeah, I need to change those hotkeys. So create art and talk about pop culture and politics. Just start a podcast or do it on your freaking YouTube channel, Amar. Any of you got animation Discord? See, everybody on here, especially the younger people, everybody's doing Discord. I really haven't been doing Discord. Darren T's got a very good Discord, I've heard. Darren and I do, but Darren T's put a lot more work in than I have, with the young, older person perspective using a puppet as the moderator. Wait a minute. Did you just call me a puppet? Am I the moderator? I think Amar's saying something completely different than what I just thought it was he said. But I don't want to do it alone. Oh, I see. With the young, older person perspective using a puppet as the moderator. Okay. Got it. Rosalie, you can highly recommend Rosalie can highly recommend Darren's Discord. Yeah, we're pushing Darren, man. Do it in Krita, okay. And Inio-san wants to stick with OpenToonz, plastic. Okay. Yeah, I know what Darren would say. Okay, I'm gonna say Sebastian, I think you got overruled on this one. But you keep hanging out, man, because you're gonna be seeing, let's say in the next few months, of course, you're gonna see way more Krita probably than OpenToonz. But we'll see. I mean, honestly, you guys, the final imagery here in OpenToonz is looking very much like what I've been getting out of Krita lately. So things are, I got kind of parity between the programs, and I'm feeling good about that. So let's look at it this way, just so I don't disregard Sebastian. I'm going to say this. I'm going to forge ahead in OpenToonz, but if I hit a situation that really calls for Krita as the right tool, because of maybe doing some liquify work or whatever, then okay, I'll jump over to Krita. But for now, what I'll do is I'll kind of stick with OpenToonz for the moment. All right, that's what we're going to do. Okay, so first thing we need to do here is what I'm going to do now. Starting now, I'm not going to work on this whole sequence as a unit the way I've been doing. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the presses. Let's do it the way we normally do it in Krita, where we get each individual shot working, complete. Okay, that's the plan. So that's going to require a bit of strategy. First thing I want to look at is, what the heck is this? Okay, those are Mel's heads. Okay, so our level count will probably begin to grow a little bit because we're going to have to stick some mouths in there and this sort of thing. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm actually going to come down to here, and I'm just going to hit the B key and go boop. Okay, yes, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so this is for lip sync. Now, with lip sync in OpenToonz, generally 1 or 2 frames at 8 frames a second, depending on the character and depending on the speech, usually comes out about right. So what we need to do is go back here, and we've got to correct this. Okay, here we've got to grab this picture, and we're going to actually hit the V key. Actually, okay, sorry, I keep saying actually all the time. I'm going to hit the V key now, and I'm just going to paint this out. But oh yes, we need to tweak this so that we're painting out lines and areas. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to paint his mouth out. I don't want to see his mouth. We're going to put his mouth on a separate layer. Okay, so now there is an erroneous dot, and I'm not sure where that dot is. Aha! Oh, it's in the mouth layer. Okay. Okay, stupid. Okay. This is an interesting pose, actually. Oops, didn't mean to do that. What if I hit Z? Okay, the undo seems to work a little better in OpenToonz. Okay. Okay, that's just a tween. So I'm going to say, look! I'm going to actually give him 3. Alright, so I got to hit the B key so it sticks in a keyframe. And then I'm switching actually to the paintbrush tool, or what Tahoma calls the smart raster brush tool, I think is what they call it. Look at. And then what we need to do here is hit the B key. Whoops. Okay, that wasn't quite what I had in mind. It does appear to me... I need to go back to my normal... Yeah, this layout. It does appear to me... pressure. Okie dokie. Let's erase that and do that again. Okay, so now I don't have an X sheet, so I guess I'll diggity doggone it. I've actually gotten kind of used to Tahoma, but anyway, I just needed to turn pressure back on. And we'll do that. I'm just going to typically use one frame of a closed mouth shape like an M. I'm sure you guys understand. Okay, so now I'm going to just look at me. I'm going to put that over there, and then I'm actually going to make it a little bit of this expression just because it's kind of fun. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is take the color of the mouth, just like I always do in Krita, and just make it semi-transparent so it basically picks up some of the skin tone underneath. Right? So now I'm going to hit the K key to rewind. I got to actually remember my hotkeys. Let me see. Yeah. Because in OpenToonz, it's the spacebar, not shift spacebar. So that's a little confusing. Okay, I'm going to hit the K key, rewind, and look at me. Okay, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Now, if he said it differently, if he said, look at me, that would be okay, but I don't think that's working. So I'm going to hit Control X so that it ripple edits. I want to make these a little shorter. Okay, look at me. Okay, and then this mouth shape is completely lame. Completely lame. Absolutely unacceptable. Alright, so I'm just going to kind of go like this. Back up. And then I'm using the E key, the eraser, to just chisel back out of this. I don't know if that's going to look right, but we're going to try it. Let's go. Okay, so then this kind of goes there. And what is this? Okay, so then the mouth would just stop. So if you want to, because there's a mouth baked into this shape, there's no reason for me to erase it and continue on the mouth layer. So this layer I'm going to double click and call this Asher Mouth. Okay, save our work. And let's rewind and just spin that out and see how it's looking. Whoops. Okay, I like that. That's cool. Look at me. Okay, now, holy cow. I like that and I don't like that. That change in characterization is, whoa. I don't know. Yeah, it's his eyes are all whacked. How did that slip by me? How did I get away? How did I do that? Well, I'm just going to say for this shot, I think this looks cool, and this takes him out of character. So you know what? We're just going to ignore, and if you will, delete that. We're going to delete that block. Well, now we're getting into... Darren, is there a way purely luck. Okay. Darren, is there a way to drag this down without rippling these? If there isn't, I'll do it this way. So the problem here that I'm about to show you guys is if I extend this, then I have to take the second step of moving the rest back. What I really want to do is not have to do that. So what do I do? What's the key? Is it shift drag, or what's the? If there's no way to do it, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this layer or level. I'm going to insert a level, and I'm going to grab all this and just move it over. That's normally what I've done in the past when I have this particular problem. So, hold the control key first? Really? I don't believe it. Darren, you are the man. Jeez. If you want to know what's going on, you talk to Darren T. Well, Rosalie, do you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Why I recommend Darren? Darren always knows the answer. Okay, I like this expression. I think the other one took him a little off character. Spanked me for that, but now let's continue with our story. Spanky, spanky. Okay? So, we're going to have some fun with this one. Definitely. Okay, so we're down here. And I'm going to go 4 keys. This one I would say 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, actually, I'm going to insert 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to insert 8 more. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually smack all these out of here. Why did I do that? Because I actually want Mel. I'm going to hit Control C, Control V, because I want Mel to actually look down and then back up. And I think I'm going to do it twice. So I'm just going to grab this whole block. It's just like a spreadsheet, just like you'd expect it to work. We can stretch this down a bit. Okay. Now we don't want it to roll back to the beginning. I love Mel's expression there. So now what I was saying earlier is I can hit Alt up arrow and see it'll actually take out the blank frames and boop, sew it back together. Okay, so what happens here is here's Mel's head. What's on the next? Okay, so here he's going to say, geez, Asher. Alright, so I got to get the timing on this. So it's L key. Jeez, Asher. Okay. That pose right there is probably going to get cut from the show, by the way. I don't think it's working. Alright, so now what we're going to do is see we've got the Asher mouth. You know what? We're going to change this. We're just going to call this mouth because I'm going to put all the characters' mouths on a single layer. Alright? So that means here's Mel's head. This is probably okay. Okay, this probably needs a mouth, but in this case I would rather, I'm going to hit the B key and I'm just going to put that in there. And then that also sticks it in there because when I did that I changed the drawing. I didn't, it didn't just change it in this little cluster of frames, it changed it down here as well. So he's got this look. And this I'd like to correct a little bit, I think. So I'm going to take the flesh tone, hit the V key, erase that out, and then just go like that. I think that's the... Okay, so now here I'm going to take the V key with the flesh tone again and erase this, and we're going to put the mouth in the mouth layer over here. Now, I jumped from Tahoma to OpenToonz for kind of a stupid reason. So I'll tell you what, I think at this point I could probably switch back because I know what to do. Darren, you're here, so I may need you to walk me through this a little bit, okay, buddy? So we're going to give this a try. So let's just jump back to Tahoma. Tahoma and OpenToonz are the same program. Soda Pop, very few differences, but there are a few. So we'll go back here, and what we'll see is all the changes that we just did in OpenToonz have jumped right back over to Tahoma, no problem. Everything is just exactly the way we expect. Okay? Except the mouth and the shadow didn't extend. That's interesting. Okay, well, Darren said hit the control key, so I'm going to hit the control key and stretch that down to there. I'm going to hit the control, well, I don't necessarily need to hit the control key in this case, but okay. So there's Mel. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I want to set up the hotkeys for this. So let's save all. Just saving my work. Okie doke. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. So we're going to go File, Configure Shortcuts. Okay, so now what is the... You set it up above. Maybe I should just look up in the... That's the reason I can't remember birthdays. There's no more room in his brain. Man, you be passing the ball like a full court game of hockey puck on you. Absolutely, man. Or right-click in the gap and choose Fill Empty Cells. Okay, that's useful. What is the... I'm looking up in the chat to see... Oh, Insert Frame, Remove Frame. Okay. Okay, so we want Insert Frame. And there it is. Insert Frame should be Alt down arrow. And Remove Frame, we'll just type over it. Remove Frame should be Alt up arrow. Abso-freaking-lutely. Let's give it a crack. Ah, now we're back to normal. Now we can stay in Tahoma. We don't have to jump back to OpenToonz, which is probably a good thing because I've gotten used to using Shift spacebar instead of just the spacebar for zooming. So now that I've gotten used to it, I probably shouldn't monkey up the works. So that means I've become a Tahoma guy. You win, Darren. You win. You've turned me into a Tahoma guy. Alright, so I'm going to zoom in here, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to go B key. Okay. And then I think I'll... Yeah, this probably should be more like 5 or 6 right now. G. Okay, and I think I'm even going to turn on onion skins. With lip sync, onion skins do tend to be helpful. Now I'm going to look back here. You use Control Insert and Control Delete. Okay. Woo, you win, yeah. Until it crashes and you lose more work. Well, yeah, but I have been saving pretty regularly today, so. Okay, so there's actually a couple things we need to do here. So let's fix this. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to go back here to this drawing. I'm sorry, this drawing. I'm going to grab the hair color, and I'm going to use the V key like so. Okay, that turns out to backfire a little bit. I really want to cover this up. Okay, geez, this is a little obnoxious. But we can do it this way. Okay, I'm just doing that so that I can then hit the fill tool. Oh, come on, really? So it looks like I have to put a border in with the brush. Fiddly boo. Fiddly boo, I say. Fiddly boo. Alright, and it's maybe just as well. I guess I could do it this way too, because I really want to put a little bit of an edge on those. See, that's... This is a little more obnoxiously detailed and stupid than what I normally do when I'm working, you know, typically in Krita. But let's hit the N key and say, you know, it probably looks fine. Okay, that probably looks fine. Okay. Did you have the first New Year's stream yet, Darren T? I'm gonna check my script. I think he says G, Asher. Okay, he actually says, I am so sorry, Asher. I am Beaky. I am. Oh, come on. I guess I have to hit the B key just to get it to insert a keyframe. So okay, let's go into freehand mode so that it actually catches those corners. Okay, so now we have a little bit of a creative dilemma. In that, what about the close-up? So I put in all these mouth shapes, but I really probably didn't need them. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, let me look at the timing here. Yeah, no. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna really stretch this out. And for now, I'm just gonna take these back out. I am, yep, not quite. Split the difference. Okay, and obviously the entire shot might be too long too. And I want to change this mouse shape a little bit. Look back and just let's assess the acting maybe perhaps a bit. Let's rewind to the top. Well, this is what you find yourself doing. So again, I'm kind of making some decisions here that usually would be saved for the editorial process, not the animation process. Get more wires crossed as we age, yeah. Look at me. I am so okay. And then everything turns into a cluster, you know what. Okay, okay, so now we're back into, we don't have to worry about Mel's head, which is a good thing, so we really don't need the onion skins either. Okay, this is going to be kind of fun. What I want to do is, let's hit the G key and sample that so that I can just erase this. Actually, it should be erasing lines and areas, you silly pants. Not erasing, but painting over, I should say. Okay, now I'm going to hit the N key, and I want to really kind of... This is the kind of thing that, for me, is just harder to do in Tahoma. I don't really want to get into putting it into a different layer. Ah, see that? And it missed the dang it. It missed the undo. Very, very annoying. This, what I'm trying to do right now, I would be able to do in like 10 seconds in Krita. I wouldn't even have to think about it. Like boom, 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 done. Here in Tahoma, you know, do I want to create a whole nother layer just for his eyebrows? You know, being able to paint into a Toonz raster layer or a smart raster layer or level is quite a pain. Have I been 6 hours? Well, yeah. Well, there's work to be done. There's work to be done. That's all there is to it. So maybe if I'm like really, really careful, I can pull this off with the paintbrush. But this is definitely risky behavior. Okay. Yeah, Zuko's over there going, okay. Alright, so now we see this change in his eyebrows that, okay. Diggity dog. I need to zoom in and fix this. I know it looks bad up close like this because it looks pixelated. I think I know what to do though to sort of fix this. So, well, that's what happens when you leave your eyebrows out. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff, this type of detail is where, honestly, folks, I tell you the truth, and sorry, Darren, but there's actually no contest. No contest at all between OpenToonz and Krita. Krita would, this would be so simple. You know, you could even do it in another layer and just hit Control E and bake it down to the same layer. You know, it's just a doddle. But, and you're trading that kind of clunkiness for the benefit of the smart raster level. The whole fact that you can change the colors after the fact and all the rest is very, very cool.
So everything turns out to be a trade-off. Yes, a trade-off, I say. Oh, yes, trade-offs and more trade-offs. It fairly drives me insane. Alt-Shift-R to reset the rotation. All right, now I'm sort of... who's that guy who had the... He didn't have a particularly deep voice, but he had a really rich voice. He did the introduction on... He did the introduction of Merlin. In a time of myth, or a land of myth in a time of magic, the fate of a kingdom rested on the shoulders of a small boy. His name was Merlin. Who is that guy?
Darren, help me out. You're in the UK, you know. He's pretty much an institution. I think he's been knighted. I think he's a sir. Am I wrong? What is that guy's name? What is his name? I must know. No, unless you don't want to tell me. In which case I won't know. Okay. Okay, so now I think we're going to do this. I'm going to grab all this. I better save my work. I don't trust Tahoma. Right, I'm going to grab this row. I'm going to Control X. Here I'm going to, oh boy, drag these down, and then I'm going to go Control V. Whew. Wait, did that work? I think it worked. It worked. Okay, cool. That means I can use this as a tween. And then we have this, which we might use and we might not use. I said earlier I probably wouldn't use it. Okay, so now instead of hitting Alt down arrow, I'm actually just going to stretch things this way. So Mel says, he says, I am so, wait, that looks more like an O. That's got to be fixed. Let's fix that. Let's fix it right now. Right now. I'm going to grab the V key and actually just and then E key to erase, and we're just going to chisel that right back out. Okay. How's that look? Okay, that's better. Shoo-wee! Dodged a bullet that time. Checking the messages. I was vectoring live yesterday on that OT disc. No problems at all. That's a good thing. I'm super happy to hear, Soda Pop, that you had no problems. Problems are not fun, and having no problems is, you know, more fun. Oh, heck. Let's just play it. What the heck? Look at me. Ah, stop. Stop the presses, people. I see something. I am going to actually insert Wait a second. This is the mouth layer. Oh, and this is Mel's mouth. So this is going to be, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Actually, it would probably be more responsible to do it here. So I'm going to hit the D key right here, and it's going to insert an extra frame so that we can go in here. Let's zoom in, and we're going to give him an eye blink. We're going to give him an eye blink. We're going to give him an eye blink. Oh yeah, let's give him an eye blink, 'cause eye blinks are cool. Eye blinks are cool. Okay, let's give him an eye blink. Oh, that's a pretty eye blink. Oh, I like it. I like it muy mucho. That's a pretty eye blink. Ah, yes, the eye blink. It is a beautiful thing to have an eye blink. You cannot have an eye blink every single day just because you want one. No, 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 no. You must earn the eye blink. It is something that must be earned with a great deal of hard work and dedication over many, many, many years. Yes, many years indeed. If you do not prove yourself worthy of the eye blink, then you may not have an eye blink. I'm sorry, but this is the way it is. This is the way it must be. Okay, what do I do? Jim, we'll get to it, buddy. Hey, Rose, what the heck? The same ninja. Oh my gosh, Rose, you are so far behind. That's awesome. Hang on. Yes, John Hurt. Thank you. Thank you. I was very much wondering what the man's name was. John Hurt. I don't know if this is particularly a good imitation of John Hurt. He's got such a rich voice that it takes a great deal of talent to emulate it. But I'll try. I'll try. It might be a little better than my Stephen Fry. All right, or my Darren T. Hello, friend. Okay, so question, Darren. I need to cut this. So if I hit delete, it deletes them, but if I hit Control X, it ripples it, I believe is the answer to the question I haven't even bothered to ask. Yep, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, and then what I want to do here, so you guys know, is I'm going to go here, and I'm going to look over here in my drawing level strip. Where's the drawing? What is the drawing? Why is it not, like, highlighting to indicate which drawing is drawn? That's a little irritating. Well, this is 4 and this is 3, so I guess we'll just do this the hard way. Yeah, the hard way. So there's... Oh, come on. Come on. So I want to take this drawing and drag it back into the X sheet here. And then as Darren said earlier, I want to hit Control to drag this down. Okay, so that just gave him an eye blink. I like the eye blink. Oh, the things you can accomplish with something as simple as an eye blink. Look at me. Probably going to make that eye blink a little quicker. Little quicker. Yeah. That's too long. Maybe we can do 2 frames. We'll see. We'll see. Oops. Yeah. Oh, come on. I'm dragging. And why is it grabbing 2? Oh, phooey kablooey, because I grabbed 2. Why is it acting stupid? Because you're stupid? Ah! Ah, that explains it. Well, now, I should have known. Kif, why didn't you tell me that ahead of time? I'm so sorry, sir. Alright, yeah, the Elephant Man. Doesn't seem like he was talking much. Darren, I can't even follow that. To be the the dyslexic guy has absolutely no idea what Darren just said, but it sounds good. The The easy way to do that would be to select those frames in the X sheet with number 4 drawing and then press Q. I have no idea. Select those frames in the X sheet with the number 4 drawing. Oh! Oh! So, Darren, so if let me see here. So if I select these, for example, but then I come over and grab the number 3 drawing. Wait a minute. Select those frames in the X sheet with the number 4 drawing. So I'm going to do the opposite just to try this. So I've got the number 3 drawing selected. Oh wait, you're saying just press Q. So what if I wanted to change these to 3? Thanks, Rose. Oh, I see. Duh. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, Q and W. Okay, guys, what Darren just explained, and I had a hard time ferreting out here, is that when you're in a level, and obviously you're referencing all these drawings, you can hit the Q key to actually toggle between drawings. So just by selecting these images, it switched these frames. So I could actually do this here. So I could grab this frame and hit W, okay, or I should say Q. Up here, I could go like this and hit. Okay, it's a little hit and miss, but okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to send you down the primrose path and make it sound like it works better or easier than it actually does, but it does work. So, okay, so Rose, here's what's going on. Geez, you haven't been around. Thanks, Rose, though. Quite some time ago, I quit working on the anime to create this. I wouldn't call it an anime. I'd call it a cartoon. So I'm up to, with the shot I'm working on, I'm past 20 minutes. 20 minutes on this cartoon. So that's the short story. I'm 20 minutes into a cartoon that's been written and planned to be a 48-minute pilot episode. Okay, so let's check the timing here. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Bling. I am so... Okay, I like that. So then here he's going to say so. So let's go grab this, and we'll just go hit a B key to insert a key. I don't like that. I am going to erase that. But now I have a key already, so you could just feel it. Okay, let's turn on the onion skin on this just so I want to check this. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That was out of sync. That was out of sync, people. So I'm going to actually go right to here and hit Alt up arrow to get that in there, because I think what I'm going to want to do, here's what I think I'm going to want to do. I'm going to want to put in the sorry, like he's starting to say it. You'll see. You'll see what I have in mind. And it might not work. I absolutely reserve the right to foul this up thoroughly. Okay, we're going to get into the plastic tool, I think, folks. I think we're going to get into the plastic tool. This is pretty exciting. Soda Pop, guarantee right now is answering your question. But yeah, it's good to see you back, Rose. It's been a long time. You just keep doing your best, girl. I know you're gonna kick it. Kick it into the clouds, I tell you. Alright, guys, should we do some plastic tool? This is gonna be a little bit tricky, and we're gonna have to use the schematic to pull it off, because we've got to fish the shadows and the character through the plastic tool. So, this is going to be complicated somewhat. Very complicated. It's all very complicated. Very complicated indeed. Look at me. Asher, I am so sorry. Okay. Alright, I really want to be careful on this. Okay, we're going to make this. This is going to be pretty tricky, folks. This is going to be tricky. We're going to make it happen, though. If he's going from this to this, we're actually going to make the bold move of we're going to hit the X key. So everybody who's been paying attention for 7 hours just to see how the plastic tool works, this is where you're going to find out. Okay? Plastic tool time. So I'm going to hit the X key, and I'm going to create a mesh. Create a mesh. Okay? Doesn't have to be particularly high resolution. That's fine. And Tahoma creates this layer for us. So now you say, wait, did you just create a mesh just for this one cell? Yep. Yep. That's what I did. So this is going to be the simple one-ish. The simple-ish one. And probably we're going to have to put some guardrails down here to protect the bottom part of our mesh so it doesn't get distended. Okay? So now our mesh is going to be stupidly simple because all we're trying to do is get from this to this. We're just putting in one simple tween just because we can make our animation just a little bit better by doing so. I'm going to turn off this thing that says keep distance so that I can then just flex his shoulders a little bit. Flex his shoulders a little bit. And then I'm going to turn his head just a little bit this way. Okay, guys? So now we're going, okay? Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Okay. So now we have a problem. And the problem is that the plastic tool is affecting Mel, or it's affecting this layer that actually has all the characters in it. It's not affecting the shadows. And by the way, well, I guess it wouldn't. It doesn't need to affect his head because his head's up here on this other layer. Okay, so that doesn't matter. But so what do? Here's what we do. Let me show you this. This is in the schematic. So I'm going to say you're going to go to your panels, and you're going to go to the schematic, which I need to change that hotkey to F3. In the schematic, what you will see is that here's the mesh from the plastic tool. And Mel is going through it, and it looks like earlier we already put Mel's head in that layer, just in case. It might be useful. But what we need to do is go to column 6 here, which is the shadows, and I should probably change this name to shadow. And all we have to do is take the shadow layer and funnel it through the plastic tool layer. So the mesh layer, this is basically acting as a distortion of whatever layers are fed into it. And now you will notice that the shadow is also being manipulated by the bones. Get it? Okay. Whoa. You guys, you're all great, but you know what? I want to see what's going on. Wait, is this a cutout? Is that a question for me? Or a drawing imported on a background? If you're talking to me, right, Rose? Sorry. Are you talking to me and asking me about what I'm working on with this plastic tool deal? Because the drawing is just a regular OpenToonz or Tahoma. It's just a character on a regular smart raster level. Okay. And then I just use the plastic tool to just make a little change. So now the question becomes, guys, well, wait a second. Here I want to keep rocking and rolling with the plastic tool. what do I do? Well, here's what you do. I can go to this plastic tool layer, go to this frame, and hit create mesh. Oh, I'm sorry, bad. My bad. I'm going to hit create mesh again. Okay? Now it's going to choose a different path. I'm going to do that. So I've created I've created two different plastic tools here, or two different meshes on the same layer. You can do that. And now what I need to do is build a different skeleton. I don't want this skeleton. So what I do is I go up to my skeleton here and I hit the plus sign. Okay? Hit the plus sign, and now I'm going to build a completely different skeleton. And you can do that, and you can animate them. So it'll just toggle between the skeletons. So you can actually have as many plastic tool meshes and skeletons in a single layer as you want. Isn't that great? Okay, so now I can get the 7 minutes plus music in a few months. That would be a big accomplishment. Go for it, man. That'd be great. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm not really even necessarily part of that conversation. So it's great to see all of us friends just kind of, you know, seeing one another here on YouTube. And that's going to be a little wiggly. And so again, I'm telling you guys, you can get into this thing called Paint Rigid, where you can do some painting to keep certain parts of it from distorting. And that is useful. It's more useful not to keep things from moving, though. It's just to keep them from squishing around and changing shape. What I'm trying to do is not really so much trying to keep anything from changing shape as I'm trying to keep it from moving at all. So if you're going to keep something from moving at all, what you want to do is put extra bones in there like that, and that creates a protective perimeter around this outside edge. Hope that made sense for you. And I tell you, sometimes I get it wrong. Sometimes it doesn't quite work out. Okay, so now that's interesting. Now we have a problem that's definitely interesting. And the problem is that it looks like the keyframe data from here is also being applied to this skeleton. Didn't really expect that. I don't know if Darren has any opinion about that, but I think that we're probably okay. We're just going to go like this. I think we're probably okay. I think that's a good starting point. That's a good starting point. Okay. This is going to be tricky. We're at 8 frames a second, and what I want to do is I want to give the sense of Mel fighting back the laughter. So the first thing I'm going to do is I can already see a problem. You see how that arm is bending like that? We can fix that. That's actually pretty easily fixed. But you've got to fix it. And the way you fix it is you go back in here to build skeleton, and I can add more bones in between. And Darren is shouting at his screen right now saying, well, Dave, why don't you just use Paint Rigid? Okay, Darren. So Paint Rigid, I can take this big brush, and what this does is it means this area is going to be, it's going to be modified by the bones, but it's not going to actually squish around and change shape. So I'm going to go ahead and do that just for this. I don't usually use this much, just to see how it works. Let's just see how it works. Okay, that helps. You've got this little distortion down here around his shirt, but that's okay. That's actually not too bad. If you grab something on the screen and wiggle it around and it basically feels like it's moving about correctly, then that's the way it's going to animate. So let's go ahead and give it an up. Probably a little bit on the shoulders, a little bit on the arm, just a little bit. And then I'm going to give it a down, like that. And now what I'm going to do is, what do I do here, Darren? Okay, that's what I do. So now it should loop. Okay, the problem is it's probably going to loop everything, not just... Now that's interesting. That's a horribly bizarre coincidence. Okay? Well, the fact that that's working is a very strange coincidence, but it is. I guarantee you guys I did not plan that. Wow. That's funny. Let's go back over here and see what it really looks like. It might not work at all, guys. It might kind of sort of look like it's going to work, but not really. Nah, it's too strong of it's too strong of an animation. I'm going to try something here. I don't know if this will work. Darren might, again, weigh in with an opinion about whether I'm being stupid here, but I think I can probably do this. Whoops. I can probably move this into a different layer for the express reason of, well, no, that didn't quite work, does it? Okay, we'll skip that idea. We'll skip that idea. So what I really wanted to do was take these two keys and hit Control-C, Control-V. And what I also want to do is, let me check something here. Okay, we've got a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Those keys are way too aggressive. I was kind of afraid of that. So let me just go. Yeah, it's because of his elbow. Yeah, I don't like that. No, I don't like that at all. No, no, no. Okay, and this doesn't feel right to me, so I'm going to go back to building my skeleton, and I actually want to put a little bit of a skeleton there. Okay, what? It's really, really useful. Dang. Just to add, lean cameras works great in conjunction with traditional. Yeah, it does. Soda Pop, here's the rule for me. If you don't want to go through the trouble that I went through where you're actually creating multiple meshes and multiple skeletons. So let's say maybe you're going to create multiple skeletons, but you don't want to have a bunch of meshes. What you do is you take a blank layer and just draw a box. Like draw a box that kind of encompasses all of the different poses that your character is going through. Okay, so you've got a guy that's jumping around doing karate, and you say, well, I'm going to draw a shape that is, everywhere he moves is inside of that shape. And then do the plastic tool, create the mesh on that shape. Then do what I did with the schematic and pipe your character's layer through the plastic tool, and then go ahead and do your stuff with your skeleton. And that allows you to use frame by frame animation where the character is moving around a lot very simply with the plastic tool. Darren says you can create all sorts of interesting effects with it. You just need to have a little practice. I love that. That's Professor Darren talking. He's right. He's right. Okay, so now what I said was I was adding just this little, I was adding an extra bone on his shoulder. Okay, I'm going to go back to animate, and now let me just kind of see what's going on. Okay, so here what I want to do is I want that shoulder to come up a little bit, and I want the arms to be up, not down. Down, okay, so this. Up, down, up. I upped when I should have downed, or I downed when I should have upped. It's what I always call a dyslexia moment. That's not horrible. It's not horrible, but it's not great. I'm going to take this and actually add even yet another bone. So sometimes if you really want to get into nuanced animation with the plastic tool, it does require a little bit of work. You really have to fiddle with it a bit. Is that okay? I think. I don't quite know. It seems like he's moving a lot. I'm going to actually move this down a little bit. Okay, maybe a problem. Let's turn on the onion skins so I can see where the previous key was. Because I just really want to move it only a little tiny bit. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So this is where onion skins can be helpful. It's about the only time I use onion skins. If I'm doing frame by frame animation, I tend to not. Okay, and I upped when I should have downed again, by the way. So again, I call it a dyslexia moment. I literally did the opposite of what I intended to do. This needs to be slightly down, not slightly up. Slightly up. Come on. So, oh, I see why. Duh. Stupid attack. Okay, I think I'm probably okay here. Yeah, it's a delicate operation, man. Let's turn the plastic tool layer off. Whew, this is stressful, stressful, stressful. Okay. Oh, that's terrible. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's really bad. This over here looks pretty good though. So unfortunately, sometimes I fail spectacularly. And this is one of those cases. This did not work. I think I've got too many bones and it's just too complicated. So I am actually going to see if I can crash the program by actually deleting data that it was keeping track of. Yep. I am actually going to try crashing Tahoma. Save all. Animate. Let's see what happens. Okay. That's all I wanted to do. Oh, come on. Darn it. I should have kept the distance. Dad, blame it. Up, down. Up. Up. Down. And now let's turn those onion skins back on, because I really don't want it to move very much. Okay, that's better. Now we got it. Yipper. Okay, guys, I'm taking a couple-minute break. I'm taking a break. So what we'll do is, because it's going to be completely obnoxious, I'm going to actually take this, and I'm going to loop this. So you guys can decide if he's laughing okay. I'll be back in a few. And I'm back. So Mel has been giggling for a long time. Mel has been giggling for a long time. So, as I was just saying to Valerie, I am pleased to see that the image quality I'm getting out of this sequence is pretty much parity with what I've been getting on the better work that I've been doing lately in Krita. You guys could, maybe you disagree, agree, disagree, I don't know. There's probably a little bit, but I would say on balance, Darren, directing this one to you to a degree, is I would say that on balance, this is a little harder and a little less fun. The stuff I'm doing, now that I'm getting into the nuance of the animation, I definitely am seeing that it really definitely slows down a bit. What I'm doing right now in Tahoma would have been done probably quite a bit quicker in Krita. Just saying. Not a big deal. Not a huge, massive difference, but definitely I'm feeling the difference. So let's run this back to the beginning and let's just make sure that the overall flow of the animation is kind of sort of what I intended. There's one aspect of this with Mel's acting that I think is probably not the strongest thing I've ever done, but I think it's probably okay for this. Look at me! There will be sound effects when his head goes up and down. I am so sorry. Okay. So, yeah, again, I don't think this is... Again, I have to say, I think if I was working in Krita, I probably would be a little more fluid with this. I don't know. That slight distortion. Well, here's the trade-offs I'm talking about. I've talked about this many times, but here's the thing. Here's the bottom line with the plastic tool. You guys want to understand. If this had been done in Krita, here's what would have happened. I would have taken these two poses, and I would have literally chopped his arms off and just moved him into another position. And then I would have taken my painting tools and just patched the gap from where I broke it. And the whole thing would have taken literally a couple of minutes. On top of that, you would not have had this little distortion on his face. Which, again, it's not the end of the world, but it's really not ideal. You really don't want it there, probably. And it wouldn't have been there. So now what you have is you've got the tug-of-war between the, what is ostensibly the flexibility and power of the plastic tool versus the simplicity of actually doing it the hard way, which is just cut the damn thing and cut it into two different poses. And again, on balance, I would say it probably would be both faster and actually probably a little better if it was done in Krita. So that's my opinion at this point, having made the command decision to do this entire sequence in Tahoma instead of doing most of it in Krita and then cutting over to Tahoma wherever I need to. Generally, again, to use a plastic tool. That's normally the reason. So, just saying. Okay, I want to see. Okay, so here, let me see. I think what we really need to do here is we need to extend all of this, and we need to put the word sorry in there. And then have the giggle only take a second, and when he starts giggling, we immediately hear the knock at the door, so that the giggling, because it's kind of weak, but we can hide it. Okay? We can hide it because it's only going to be on the screen for a second, and we're going to hear him giggling, and then we're going to cut it kind of as fast as possible. We're going to cut to Asher. Otherwise, we're starting to harm the show because our allegiance is too much to the tools instead of to the storytelling. Our allegiance must be 100% to the storytelling. And so if we can fix that editorially, which is what I'm about to do, then fine. We'll fix it editorially. But in a perfect world, this would have been a little smoother, I think, in Krita. So there it is. You guys can agree or disagree. We've had plenty of disagreement here today. So he says, Blink, I am so... Okay, yeah. Wow. So, I want to stretch that out a little bit. So, sorry. I have to get the timing on this word. Yeah, I know he doesn't have a mouth. In fact, the mouth is in the wrong... Actually, what I need to do is take this, delete that, and probably just go into the mouth layer here and just hit the B key. It's only there for one frame, so we're just going to put that in there just so we can sort of feel it. So, okay, and this is wrong. Okay, so here what we need to do is let's insert another key. I like that expression. Okay, and then this is kind of wrong as well. So he says, I'm so sorry. Well, I don't mind the little bit of exaggeration there in his mouth. That's fine, but it's going to be... Boom. Darn it. It looped. That's a little irritating. We'll stretch that down to there. And this could use a little cleanup. Alright, I'm going to take this even further. I'm going to take this even further. I'm going to hit the D key so that I can then... I am actually going to do it like this. Watch this. And this is going to be 30, so I'm going to go Q. And I need to extend it this way so that everything remains in sync. I don't know if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, but that needs to be W. Okay. 30. I want to have another 31 here. And then that switches to 30. Okay, oh boy. So I want this little twitch, like he's trying to fight back. Alright, so I'm going to go, I'm going to take a moment here and look at the messages. As I take a big sip of my tasty beverage, which, being that it's after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. How do I like the new UI icons and themes? You mean in Tahoma? Couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. I think it's utterly and completely wasted development time just going around freaking changing icons. Couldn't care less. Doesn't help my work. Doesn't hurt. It's just, yeah, okay, whatever. Changing icons is like the easiest thing possible to do that doesn't actually help improve the software at all. That's my opinion. Sorry. Not trying to be contrary or difficult, but you asked me, so I told you. Yeah, I like that. Okay, yeah, we're going to actually use that. I'm going to go like this, make a duplicate, hit the S key, Control. I'm going to actually really take this to an extreme because I think it's funny. Alright, this one I'm going to go in and tweak a little bit. You know, when I'm giggling, things are going okay. Things are going okay here. Okay, and I'll just clean up some of the... Looks like there's some noise in there somewhere, but... If that's not in that layer... Oh, it's not in that layer. It must be in this drawing right here. Ooh, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry. We'll just to be safe, we'll just quickly smack that in there. Okay. Okay. And I'm seeing... Oh, I see what the problem is. Let's turn the mouth off. Hello. Turn the mouth off. So that here, we can hit the V key again and just clean up that little noise. Little problem. Little problem. Problem fixed. Okay. Stability is always 100% first. Make sure all the function... Well, you are an open source guy. You know any animation program that allows for camera or Twain import, you can do stop motion. AMAR. Right there. Tahoma. Best thing going. This will right now already recognize my webcam, and this is one of the key selling features that Jeremy built into Tahoma, is the ability to just bring in images one by one and do so yeah, Tahoma. Tahoma's the answer for stop motion if that's what you want to do, man. Okay, I gotta zoom out here, make sure this is gonna go long enough. Okay, this works. See what's happening is he's like, I'm so sorry. Right, and he goes into this, and then the door knocks, and then we cut to Asher. So this works. I knew I'd get it. All right. Look at me. Blink, blink, blink. I am so sorry. Oh man, it looped. Dag nabbit. There's a breaking wreck and razzle frazzle. I can't freaking watch it. Well, this is why probably I'm better off to... Okay, and by the way, right, changing the code, that's a big mistake. Oh. Though I feel open source for artists really stepped up their game with OpenToonz and Blender. Well, yeah, I mean, Blender was not open source when I started using it. It was basically Tons program. And okay, so we're going to have to animate the thing slipping under the door. So how long is that going to last? Gosh, probably a couple seconds. Okay, let's go to the next frame. They're going to say a line of dialogue. Their line of dialogue is a proclamation by order of the Honorable Golek. Read it. 6 seconds? About 6 seconds? Something like that. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I'm going to say that when they say read it, they're going to be on the other side hearing those words. Okay, this is going to be what we're going to do here is a little interesting. Okay, you can see this is on the X sheet. It's all part of this level strip, this sequence of drawings. But what we're actually going to do here is we're going to take the hand and just push it over here, just this one key to another layer. Okay? And then we're going to go about 1 second is all it's going to take. Okay? Now here I'm going to hit the A key for the animate tool. And by the way, just I should say the shadows still need to be on top. So that's kind of important. And actually, here's what we're going to do. We're going to even make this even a little trickier. We're going to put the shadows here, but this particular shadow, look what you can do. I'm going to take this particular shadow only and put it over here. Why? Here's why. Now, I'm going to take the animate tool and reach it down to grab this piece of paper. And then up here, we're going to animate it out. And then we're going to jump to the schematic. And we're going to take this layer. This is what we have right now. And we're going to take this shadow copy, this one, and we're going to pipe it into the layer of the hand moving. And what does that do for us? It makes it so the shadow and the hand move together. Got it? We're going to move this down to here, and I think actually I don't like this key particularly, so I'm going to move this up a little bit, but I'm going to just go ahead and move it back. I just want it to sneak in there. Maybe a little further. Maybe it could overlap the paper, but he's just reaching down. Okay, and then we'll say let's keep that on the screen for maybe half a second. Okay, now. So as you can see, if you're not careful and if you're as stupid as me and you try to pack a whole minute of show into a single OpenToonz or Tahoma scene, you're going to find that your X sheet will become unwieldy after a while. So you have been duly warned. Okay, so now this is going to be about a half a second followed by about a second here. What is this? That's Mel. This, I am ruthlessly cutting from the show. Gone. Gone forever. It's not helping. It doesn't help. This shot is a nice shot. And that brings us up to, let's say 258. Okay. What is 258? Well, 8 times 10 is 80, so 20 would be 160, so times 2 would be 320. So if this was actually a minute of show, it would be 320. We're not quite there. Well, that's okay, but let's go back to the beginning and see how things are playing. Okay, so right now, because of this, I guess you guys are talking about stop motion or something. Dragon Flame looks good. This is another program. Yeah, I'm just so like not into exploring other programs anymore. I just don't even care. Let everybody else explore all the millions of programs with all their millions of little features that are supposed to be so amazing. Nope. I'm just gonna freaking make my cartoon. Thank you very much. You can do the basics on your camera phone, but Dragon Frame does much more. But you don't need it. You don't need it. But if you don't need it, okay, got it. It's good, especially the onion skinning part, but it's not open source. Traditionally, all you needed was the set and characters and camera to do stop motion. I'm with you on that, Dave. Yeah. I'm just... the thing that's been interesting to me is that, without a doubt, the more I actually shut the whole world out and say, I'm just going to do the work, the less I'm even interested in even thinking about other software. Because I've just learned the hard way over 2 years. It's not about the software. Never was. Look at me. Okay, little change, little change, little change. Okay, this one should be shorter. And this one, actually no, let's rethink that. This one should actually be number 2. So we should put it in a number 2, a little quicker, like that. I'm gonna say about 6 frames. And then I'm hitting up to go to that. Because I want a little bit of a, you'll see. Up, down, up. Yeah. It's all in the acting, man. It's all about the storytelling. You get the timing, you know, and the feel of it, right? It's, you know, it's funny. It's not great. It's not like the best thing you ever saw, but it definitely is working. So sorry. All right. I'm inserting a layer. Insert. And here, let's zoom in really, really close. I'm going to hit the B key. My bad. My bad. I'll just put this on this layer. I didn't mean to put that on his head layer. But for our purposes, oh, that's going to be a problem. Okay, hold on. Stop everything. Stop the presses. Yes, I see what happened. Okay, I'm going to go here. Better make sure everything's looking sensible. Okay, and I mean, I guess that's actually on ones, so okay, so here, kind of dark-ish, and zoom in, hit the V key. Yeah, I mean, again, I'll say it again, is that I can totally see that going forward, most of the workflow is still going to be happening in Krita, because the stuff I'm doing right now, I would be at least half again quicker and less error prone in Krita than what I'm having in Tahoma. It's partly because it is such a sort of a procedural timeline here. I mean, again, trying to pack all this stuff into a single shot is generally bad policy, actually. But I knew it was risky behavior when I did it. I'm really happy with how it's looking though. So let's just keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Blink, blink. I am so sorry. Knock, knock. Okay, so we're going to have to actually have a boom, boom. We're going to have a right there. Bam, bam, bam. As that's happening, we're going to have to overlap that. Otherwise, we're taking the weakest part of the shot and highlighting it. We want to basically downplay the weak part of the shot. You can create a small scene at home with just... No. Nope. I strongly disagree, Darren. Believe me, I'm really tuned in. There are a certain amount of challenges here that have to do essentially with ripple editing. Pretty much has to do with the ability, well, you know, you change something up here and everything shifts, and so now you have to go compensate for it. But that's not the problem. That's not what's making things a little bit slower or a little bit clunkier. I promise you, that's not it. It's really got to do with being able to just grab something, go in, and just smack down a layer, draw on top of it, and it's hard to explain, but it's mostly got to do with the mental process of thinking about what you want to do, and then you just do it. And it's partly because of my familiarity with Krita. This has been a good exercise because I certainly don't regret giving OpenToonz a try here, or Tahoma I should say, for the purpose of, you know, this is an experiment. That's why I did it, you know. Okay, so right here we've got to, well, we could do a mask thing. I don't think it's worth it though. I'd say this. Let's do this. I'm going to hit the B key. Like I said, things do become unwieldy if you're not careful. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just draw a little shape, and I'm just going to animate it. I'm going to do everything the hard way. Okay? So hit the F key, And it looks like we're in freehand mode, so I'll fill that in. Alright. And I'll just do the usual thing. I'll just turn on the onion skins, and like I said, we'll just do this the hard way. Because the hard way is often the quick way as well. So I'm going to rotate my canvas just so it's a little easier to draw, and then I'm going to zoom in, and then we're just going to nail these keys one by one. To make it easier to see, I'm going to make this bright red. In fact, actually, yeah, probably, actually white makes the most sense since that's the color it's going to be. So I'm going to hit the B key. We don't have to worry about the writing on the paper. Not for this. I'll do one more. I think if we're over a half a second, we're probably in good shape in terms of how it looks. So let's see if we can do the fill tool in normal mode. Okay, done. Alright, so now this is going to extend obviously over the whole shot. Boom. And now I'm going to hit Shift Alt R, which I set as a hotkey to reset the rotation of the screen. And now if we hit the L key, look at that. Sweet. Okay, so what I'll do also is take this color, and I'm actually going to make it semi-transparent so that it naturally just allows some of the color around it to just bleed through. And that'll look fine. Look at that. That's cool. No problem. Turn off the onion skin. So we're done with that shot. We can come back here. Now we got to give this guy a mouth. So I think, in keeping with our prior practice, I will just use the mouth layer. Actually, what would be smarter would be to do this. Go to the mouth layer, but why don't we insert it? Let's put his mouth on another layer. And then we'll probably merge them together. Just drag the cells to the other mouth layer just to kind of keep things as compact as possible. So there's that. Okay, so there's his mouth. And we're going to do traditional anime practice. Okay? So we're going to do pretty much closed mouth. Open mouth. Really open mouth. That's it. Simple. Get those in there. We'll tone them down a little bit. And now, what we typically see is probably going to be on 2s. So we'll grab this, and I would expect, he says, a proclamation by order of the Honorable Golic. And he doesn't even really take a breath. So, okay, that wasn't so. Then in here, they hear his voice say, read it. So the latter half of the. Alright, here we go. A proclamation of the Honorable Golic. Little too many shapes. A proclamation of the Honorable Golic. Golec. Boom. 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 A proclamation of the Honorable Golic. Read it. There you go. Done. Alright, we got this. Now we have a little problem here. But not a problem we can't solve. We're going to take this, obviously. Control C. Come down here to here. And we're just going to boop, stick that back in. There it is. He reaches down there. And I think that's it, folks. Mel actually says, okay, by the way, I have to say, I was checking my time, and I'm saying my time's coming up a little under 1 minute, but actually the thing I forgot is that we've only gone through half the page. So we have all of this dialogue between Mel and Asher, okay? Which means that this close-up, I don't know. I'm actually going to stick with the wide shot. I'm going to have the dialogue between these two just toggle between these two shots. Okay, so with that, I am going to sign off. And here's why. At this point, and by the way, Soda Pop, I agree with you. For most things, Linux is definitely more performant than Windows across the board. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this whole sequence, and then I'm gonna stop for now because of the time of day right now, I've got the sun shining straight in my eyes. Look at me. I am so sorry. I probably need a e-sun. They hear a knock at the door. Proclamation of the Honorable Golick. Read it. Okay, and by the way, alright, so it could be that maybe some plastic tool right here would be useful. So we actually show just a really quick tween showing him standing up. So we'll probably put that in there. And then we'll get through this. And he says, what is it? And now we're going to get into some dialogue. So I'm ready for a break. So thanks, Darren T. Thanks, everybody. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out and weighing in with all the opinions about all the things we talked about. It was a really good time. I'm enjoying getting my work done with some companies, so it's great. But for now, I will end the stream. It's possible I'll actually be back on today. You know, thanks, Maria. So see you guys later. There will be more later.